The battle to claim the top of Asia has returned. Welcome back, everyone, to the day 2 of Pokémon Unite Philippines Open 2024. My name is Infinity, and together with me is Otaluz. Otaluz, we are back.
Indeed, we are super back into, again, another fun-filled, intense action of Pokémon Unite for Philippines, right? Like, this is the regional qualifiers. We are on our day number 2, and we are looking for the top 6 teams to advance to the playoffs.
100%. And of course, Pokémon Unite Champions League Asia 2024 will occur at Bangkok, Thailand next year. So that will be really, really exciting.
Yeah.
And the top 2 finalists coming here in the Philippines Open will fly.
And indeed. And the thing here is, again, it's not just the prestige of flying to represent your country. It also has something to do with, having that chance to get the world's crown. Remember, we were so close the last time out. Elevate Esports was the one responsible in, getting very close to the title. As we move on to the tournament, we would like to thank, of course, our official telco partner in Smart. Smart is still the number 1 mobile network having the fastest and nationwide coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla Speed Intelligence data for speed and coverage during the Q1 and Q2 of 2023.
Yeah, and you can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability of MNP. Visit https://smart or smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more.
Yeah, indeed. And again, Smart will be through us for the entirety of the journey, right? This is day number 2, day number 3, and day number 4 will happen next week. So when it comes to the matches that we will have today, I expect more intensity. I expect more close games. Yesterday, we closed everything with just, a series of 2 games. Just because there's, clear disparity between the teams. Now, we look into what will be, the cherry on top, the prize that our teams will be fighting for. And we have a 20,000 US dollars as our prize pool.
Yeah, a lot of stakes on the line here for the teams that will be joining us today and in the following week. Of course, we have the prize pool breakdown. First place will get $6,000. Second place will get $4,000. And the following will be scattered through $3,000, $2,000, $1.5 for 5th and 6th, and $1,000 for 7th and 8th place.
Yeah, just as long as you reach the playoffs, you get
a massive
$1,000 minimum for your take home.
A massive lion's share of the prize pool that we have for PUACL.
If you convert it into Philippine pesos, that's easily convertible to 1 million pesos and some change. And it's actually not just some change. It's a lot of change, right, with the conversion that we have. But we move over to the match schedule, ladies and gents. These are the matches that we'll be witnessing today. Of course, for the first half, we'll be witnessing SRD or Secret Rare Diamond going against Terravolt. Yesterday, we saw Night Fox dominate their opponent. This time, they will be facing against East and Celto. And for our third match, Dragon Lee, yesterday from Omo Umbrella, is going to face against No Sympathy.
Yeah, we saw these matches. We saw these teams also battled it out in the stadium yesterday, and I'm expecting a lot of things here. For match number 4, we have Secret Rare Diamond up against Terravolt. For match 5, we have the winner for the very first series and the second series battle it out. And for the last series for the day, it is the winner for match number 3 and match number 4.
Very excited. This will be for the grandeur of reaching the playoffs. Again, if you reach the playoffs, that's $1,000 that will be awarded to your team Infinity. So, expect I would say unexpected. Expect more teams to be more intense when it comes to their skirmishes, to their game plan. Because yesterday it was smooth sailing. We saw a lot of 2-0s, and today I feel we'll be seeing a lot of game number 3s.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's just a lot of opportunities here coming in to the days. There's a lot of spicy things that can occur as we jump into the draft for game number 1.
Game number 1 will be featuring SR Diamond going against TerraVolt. Yesterday, SR Diamond was, I would say, superb in handling their own gameplay. Meanwhile, TerraVolt, we were not able to see them in action yesterday, unfortunately, because the one scheduled match that TerraVolt had that was supposed to be streamed, their opponent wasn't there to really face against them. And so it will be the debut of TerraVolt here in our live stream. And speaking of live stream, Infinity, we are live on different platforms. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and on Twitch.
Yeah, so please do check it out. But I'm really, really excited here. As you have mentioned, we've seen Secret Rare Diamond yesterday perform up against 4-0 WR. They had that total win up against them.
Yeah.
And right now, we'll see how can they perform to the likes of TerraVolt this time around.
It was a perfect win, right? Like the game ended at 5 minutes. The game ended way earlier than that. If we are, to speak Pokemon terms, I feel that SR Diamond is really one of the favorites to advance to the playoffs. Now, trying to challenge that feat is TerraVolt, but then again, we look into the bans here. Mimikyu being banned away by SRD, and TerraVolt responds with a Zacian ban, which is very good because we know that Zacian has been the most banned Pokemon that we have in the game. Also, still has preserved a 100% win rate.
Yeah, not just in the Philippines, right? In the Philippines, yesterday, we had a 70% ban rate on Zacian, but interregionally, looking at it in the bigger perspective, it's banned 60% of the time. So this is really expected here. But coming into the Rafka Fable, first pick by SR Diamond, Slowbro and Blastoise though for TerraVolt.
Double control, double defender starting picks for TerraVolt. And again, when we talk about Blastoise, there are two ways to play this Pokemon. You can play it as a crowd control Pokemon, or into bursting type of Pokemon. Now, on the other side, Secret Rare Diamond, no surprises here. One of the most efficient Pokemons that we have in the game is the Mew, paired up with one of the most effective defenders as well in the Lapras.
Yeah, I'm liking this so far. Lapras, Clefable, built into SR Diamond's composition thus far, makes it very sustainable. And you also have Mew, but
A9.
For the side of TerraVolt, they really need damage. They really need more of that poke, and A9 perfectly fits along with the Blissey.
Lots of control. You look at the composition of TerraVolt right now, there are lots of AoEs combined with single target suppression coming from Slowbro. So if TerraVolt does play their game plan perfectly, there is an opportunity for them to get this 1-0 advantage against SRD. But SRD will be rounding up their draft with Umbreon and of course, Leafeon for damage.
Yeah, and now looking at TerraVolt to finish it all up. Their central Pokemon, we have Zoroark for that burst damage. So a lot of expectations on the line here, but I'm favoring SR Diamond's draft. It's a little bit more balanced when we're looking at the bigger perspective here up against TerraVolt.
Yeah, Mean Look. One way to counter the Mean Look is to proc the illusion of Zoroark, which is one thing that we saw yesterday, and that I believe is the reason why they went for this Pokemon. But I feel, there are other options on the table, because with Zoroark, it's a feast or famine Pokemon, right? Like, if he gets the necessary advantage that he gets at the early stages of the game, then sure, he will be still very much relevant come late game, but it's easier said than executed, dude.
Yeah. I like how you mentioned about the early game. That is really needed by Zoroark. Because the thing is, Zoroark coming into the early phase of the game is pretty much useless. You need to reach that level 7 to have that full evolution of Zoroark to be able to reach that point as well. And the thing is, he needs his move 1 and move 2 for that upgrade to be able to really burst out onto those team fights.
There are also lots of poke potential on SRD's side. We saw the Leafeon and Mew combined together just yesterday, and we saw a Solar Beam combined with a Solar Blade that can really shred through the defenses of the opponents. So if you are on the other side, if you're a fan of the team of TerraVolt, you kind of have to hope for the best performance coming from the Zoroark, because if there's one way to penetrate through all the pokes, is the all-ins coming from the speedsters.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned about the leaf blades, the solar blades, right? Coming in for the side of SR Diamond. Is that because level 4 coming into EV, that is when it reaches the power spike. And that's something that we have to take note of when we have mentioned that Zoroark really needs to ramp up when it comes to power.
A very aggressive start from SRT, as you see 2 Mons are going for invades right away and just trying to disrupt the Zoroark. Again, this is what we were talking about. When you have a Zoroark, it's almost always a need for you to get that early game advantage, and SRD Diamonds really knows that that is the case, and they're trying to punish as early as now.
Yeah, 100%. And just look at how Zoroark needs to really just look for those times, buy time for himself to be able to really ramp up when it comes to damage. And now Umbreon already reaches level 4 for that upgrade. You also have Mew into the bottom path. So a lot more potential here going to SR Diamond for at this stage of the game.
Early stages, so far so good for both squads, but there you go. A heavy commitment on long-range artillery coming from SR Diamond, as we see the solar sword basically being invested or being picked up here by the Leafeon. And we saw this yesterday, the amount of damage that you can throw from afar combined with the Mew can really control team fights. So we'll carefully observe as to what's going to happen, because if you're SR Diamond, you don't want this all 5v5 to commence in an instant, right? You want to poke them down, you want to whittle them down before going in for the knockout blow.
Yeah, we'll see. It's all about playing for time here for the side of TerraVolt. We're already at level 6 here for Zoroark. It's all about that farming game. We have mentioned this already a while ago, and that is the reason why we haven't seen TerraVolt really act up when it comes to these early fights, early engages.
And again, with that said, with that in mind, SR Diamond is actually doing a very good job right now in controlling the early game advantage of the Zoroark. And you saw that slam. That's a 30-point slam coming from the Lapras, which also adds up to their experience advantage. 7 minutes and 30 so far. SR Diamond just playing to their composition and playing to their game plan.
Yeah, and it's really now the time for TerraVolt to just go in for the engages right now. Zoroark has unlocked the upgraded moves for move 1 and move 2. And you also have the Regis coming out. So I think this will be really important for both these teams.
First KO.
Zoroark reaches the back lines, but will be able to go back away. Clefable, though, telekinesis slows him down, but a Moonlight, so much sustain coming into the side of first Secret Rare Diamond.
This is a 4v3, and the tower is really providing all the shields necessary for SRD.
And the thing is, if Secret Rare Diamond loses this fight, they lose the possibility for the Regis into the bottom path. And now you have Leafeon coming in with a Solar Blade, a knockout secured.
The thing here is Secret Rare Diamond was able to hold their ground, and with the amount of time bought by SRD, their primary carry was able to get himself ready for the flank, and Secret Rare Diamond, what a punish by them. TerraVolt really felt that, and that's the first goal in the bot area. Just secured right away by SRT.
Yeah, and they were able to capitalize onto their advantage onto those team fights. And once again, Secret Rare Diamond is now up ahead when it comes to points. TerraVolt lose their tier 1 goal into the bottom path, but this is a 4v5, an advantage for TerraVolt. They still have Unite moves here. Mew has already used the Unite move. A9 has secured the Registeel. And now TerraVolt has that lead up against Secret Rare.
Yeah, and they can still push. You look at the Blastoise pathing towards the bottom area. One good KO. Make that 2 for the Leafeon. Oh no, that's a disaster for TerraVolt.
It's a lot of overextensions here for TerraVolt, and Secret Rare Diamond, time and time again, is able to capitalize onto that overextension.
One more.
You know, we could make it happen. We could just delay onto those team fights. And right now, Slowbro just can't go anywhere. The mean look just pins him down.
Level 9 for the Blastoise though. That's what they need. If they want to turn things around, TerraVolt could easily invest their Hydro Typhoon on the top side. Regieleki open for contestation here, Infi.
Yeah, a Regieleki now being started by TerraVolt already, but Secret Rare Diamond is aware. Lapras Express goes in with a serve. But right now, TerraVolt wants to take it down. Hydro Typhoon with a knockup. TerraVolt secures it. And right now, Secret Rare Diamond is opting to really just punish, gets value out from that. And now Spin Toys putting out so much damage. I mean, going into that fight. And X-Emperor secures the KO up against Lapras.
The power of level 9 Blastoise is in full display here. Terravolt knows that they have the advantage once the Hydro Typhoon comes up and available, and immediately winning that skirmish stabilizes the game and stops the bleeding. But again, case in point, Secret Rare Diamond was still able to defend the top side. No touchdown for the Regieleki.
Yeah, this is so good coming in from them, right? Because Terravolt secured the Regieleki.
Yeah.
Secret Rare Diamond denied it out from them. Terravolt secured the Registeel into the bottom pad. Once again, Secret Rare denies it. So it's so much that Secret Rare is doing. You know what? You can have the objective, but we find value somewhere else.
Yep, that's the trade-off, the cross-map play being fully executed here by Secret Rare Diamond. And, you know, with everything said and done, they're still in the lead here. Lapras going to get bursted down, and that's clutch. That's a very much needed advantage by Terravolt.
And now Terravolt wants this Registeel once again. It's a 4v5, but Umbreon is coming into play here. Hydro Typhoon already used up, but a double man knockup. Moonlight is there, and Terravolt secures the Regi.
And that's the third objective that has been secured here. That's the Mew out of position, slow beam, not going to attach out to the primary target. The Blastoise 1 HP.
Spin Toys wants to return, wants to retreat. Zoroark is removed. He was deleted, and now Emperor is trying to run away. That's 50 AOS energy that we're talking about, and so much XP secured as well by SR Diamond. And Terravolt loses their objective, loses everything. Secret Rare Diamond just finds so much.
Time and time again, Terravolt is the one to secure the objective, but the amount of investment that they use to secure these objectives is basically the reason why Secret Rare Diamond is still on the go with all their engages. And now Secret Rare Diamond is batting on towards the top area. There is a Regieleki that can provide distraction or nuisance heading into a potential Ray fight. Slowbro is here though to contest.
Yeah, and Secret Rare Diamond is a very clever here. They're going in with a two-man unit into the top pad, going in for the Regieleki. Terravolt wants this. They need this. Who's gonna take it? It will be Terravolt who secures the objective. But Secret Rare Diamond has secured the tier 2 bottom pad goal zone already. And once again, the macro play here by SR Diamond is impeccable.
Yep, 200 points in the advantage, and we're close to the winning time. You look at the damage here, Terravolt!
Spin Toys into the back lines, wants to access Leafeon, they secure that kill, but Moonlight to sustain every single one in the end. It will be a 2-for-1 trade. But SR Diamond has a massive lead.
Still is at the advantage here. Infinity not yet over though. Terravolt can still turn things around with the X Factor in play. Rayquaza, whoever secures this will most likely secure the game. I mean, if you're a Secret Rare Diamond, there's really no reason for you to secure, or there's no need for you to secure this Rayquaza. All you have to do is to deny it from Terravolt, and you are also good because of the advantage that you were able to get at the first few stages of the game.
And the thing is, they did it in the past. They gave objectives up, but they find value. They team wipe Terravolt every single time. So once again, they could just wait for Terravolt to start up their Rayquaza and they can pounce after.
The mean look. And you see the value of the mean look. Zoroark not felt. Level 13 now, though. The power spike needed by the primary Terravolt.
Oh, A9 is deleted! Leafeon comes into the back lines, and now Blastoise hope to turn things around with a Hydro Typhoon. But team wipe already secured by SR Diamond, and now the Rayquaza is up.
That's it. With just one Pokemon down for SR Diamond, they can easily secure this Rayquaza. March down the goals and basically secure more points for themselves. That's the Rayquaza KO brought to you by Smart.
Yeah, and now there's just no more chance. SR Diamond gotten every single value from this game, and now they're dunking more points into the goal zone.
Winning time, 100 points, make that 200, and they are not yet done. For the celebration is Secret Rare Diamond again, just controlling every potential fight. You try to go in, you try to invest everything by securing one objective, but again, it's quite evident that they're lacking in damage, and this Zoroark really did not pan out. Secret Rare Diamond from minute number 1 in full control.
And yeah, it's just no escape. And SR Diamond performed yesterday, and they're bringing their A game still today.
Yeah. No surprises here. Secret Rare Diamond is still one of the favorite teams to advance to the playoffs, but that is just game number 1 here, Infinity. We still have one more game to go before we officially say that, Secret Rare Diamond advances to the next stage.
Yeah, and we've mentioned this already, like time and time again. Coming into the draft, right, SR Diamond has the better lead when it comes to their game. They capitalized onto that. They got so much lead, and the thing is, Tervolt, they got objectives, but they were not able to use that to their advantage.
Again, the early game plan here by SR Diamond, it's to control the Zoroark. They sent 2 Pokemons just to invade the forest off the orange side, and it made life so difficult for Zoroark to make his presence felt the first few minutes of the game. Yesterday, we saw a Zoroark got picked up by a different team, and we saw it flourish just because he was not touched at the early stages of the game. In fact, he was the one influencing the lanes, and that's the way you win with Zoroark. However, in this game, it's a clinic, right? It's a performance. So behold, Secret Rare Diamond once again has proven that this Mew plus Leafeon combo can actually control team fights and can win you the game.
Yeah, it was so good coming in from SR Diamond. We've seen this often coming into a composition, not just in the Philippines, right? Even in Korea, even in other regions as well. In Pokemon Unite, we see double EVs come through into the composition with Umbreon, Leafeon, Umbreon, Glaceon, right? It's a mix and match. But the thing is, what makes EV strong is at level 4, you already got massive power spike.
One clear of a certain area in the central area is enough for you to reach level 4, and this is why lots of this EV composition is being put into play. Not to mention that, again, there are ways to play the Leafeon, but I believe that Solar Blade really comes out on top, especially when you have a Mew paired with you, right? Like, just imagine Solar Beam, Solar Blade, Solar Beam, Solar Blade.
Yeah,
that's it.
It's a lot of poke damage. It's a lot of capabilities as well. And we have to consider that Leafeon also has a lot of ability built into the aerial ace. They could just move around the map, move around the paths, and I think that was just able to be used really well by SR Diamond.
Yeah. No, not a need for Zacian this time for Secret Rare Diamond, and we talked about Secret Rare Diamond in the past, saying that it's one of the teams that is being fielded by the Secret Rare umbrella. In fact, there are 3 teams being sent out by Secret Rare, but the community has been mumbling, saying that Secret Rare Diamond is their hidden ace card, and in my eyes, right, they passed the eye test basically.
Yeah. It's a trick up their sleeves. I mean, their performance coming from that game number 1 was a statement coming into day number 2 here at PUACL Philippine Open, that we are a strong Titan that cannot be belittled just like that.
And it's a very defined playstyle as well, right? Like, you have a very control-centric Pokemons that will just whittle you down. It doesn't matter if you win the first, or if you get the first punch, which we saw time and time again, the objective being secured by the Blastoise with the spin toys, right? The rapid spin plus the water spout, being able to dish out damage. But when it comes to the long fights, it's so apparent that the Leafeon and Mew can just dish out multiple amounts of damage with the shorter cooldowns that they have.
Yeah, in addition to that, right, we have to remember, right, going into SR Diamond's composition, they had the Lapras, they had Umbreon. So these are 2 very tanky Pokemon that they have in their composition. And the thing is, Blastoise is a tanky champion. Tanky Pokemon rather, innately building off itself, but they went in for the spin toys. They went in for the damage aspect. So when it comes to the overall sustainability, it was SR Diamond who had the better lead. They had Clefable as well.
Yeah, it was kind of needed too, because I feel that they were really lacking in the damage, but it's not really the Blastoise's fault, right? Like, just the fact that the Zoroark was controlled from the get-go, and this is mainly the reason why, employing and trying to draft around a melee carry is really proving to be a very difficult thing to do here in the regional qualifiers that we have.
Yeah, plus in addition to that, they doubled down when it comes to late game scaling. They
Right.
went double down when it comes to that late game power spike, level 7 spike. We saw a while ago that Squirtle was just getting bullied in the top path by Lapras, right? And this was already expected as well, that, you know what, Blastoise needs that ramp up, that
Yeah.
needs that level 5, level 7 to be able to reach that point wherein he could deal that damage.
It's pretty much planned from the get-go. Just because they have the just because they know that they have the advantage, the top area and the bottom area, they had the freedom to send over their supports, their EVs, to invade into the forest of Zoroark, and that again is one way to control the speedsters that we are talking about. Now we enter the drafting for game number 2 here, Infinity, and again, now that there's a flip of sides, I believe that the burden to ban away the Zacian is on Secret Rare Diamond this time.
And I love this coming from Terravolt. They opt to go into the purple side this time around, so they have that first pick. As you have mentioned, Zacian is expected to be banned away here by Secret Rare Diamond.
Whoa!
But that respect is still there. Mimikyu is also being banned. These two Pokemon has been one of the most annoying Pokemons to deal with.
So oppressive, right? Mimikyu can target down your carries as if they are nothing. One player off, one play with me, and basically you cannot play. So here we have our bans, and the first pick is still going to be the Blastoise. And to me, again, when talking about the Blastoise, actually it's going to be the premier support that we have in the game.
Clefable.
And the Clefable. Meanwhile, Secret Rare Diamond, this time they will be the ones who go for a Blastoise priority. And again, as I said, my bias towards Blastoise is still up there. Because again, it's one of the Pokemons that you can have flexible plays on.
But the thing is, Terravolt answered back, you know what, you cannot just use the Hydro Typhoon that easily. We're going to pick up the Slowbro for that slow beam along with a Buzzwole.
We've seen many times that there were instances in where the Blastoise was rendered useless just because of one slow beam, and there's also ways to cancel out the Hydro Typhoon. But SR Diamond just doubling down and saying, hey, you know what, we can use all the meta champions and meta Pokemons in the game, and Hoopa being selected here alongside the Mew is again a very scary pair to round out their draft.
Yeah, and now Terravolt, they want that adjustment. They need a little bit more damage coming into the farther end, and they pick up the Inteleon along with the Zoroark. But the thing is, this will still be a late game when it comes to powering up your Pokemon.
At least now they have a Buzzwole that will have an easier or an earlier power spike compared to the Blastoise from game number 1. But I'm still seeing the same recipe for success for SRD. You have a Mew, you have a Leafeon, and again, both of them can dish out gajillion amount of damage from afar. And we're talking about, Zoroark that wants to go in. We are talking about the Buzzwole that wants to go in. And with the kiting prowess that SRD does have, remember, they have the king of mobility in the Hoopa. They can just go back to base, come back in full health, and it's just going to be a disaster for Terravolt.
Yeah, it's so annoying to deal with. The Hoopa is one of the most banned Pokemons yesterday, and there's a reason behind that, right? The possible and the prowess to really just come back and forth from the base, resets, come back into a fight is so valuable, and SR Diamond has that in the bag. In addition to a double defender once again, they have the Umbreon, they have the Blastoise to really be that frontliners for the team, and then Leafeon and Mew could just sit back, relax, and enjoy into the back lines and deal damage.
The main reason why this composition of Mew and Leafeon works wonders is because there's a very reliable front line to make sure that they will be A-okay at the backside of everything. Not to mention that when you have Hoopa, you basically control the laning area on the top side. We have seen multiple times, the orange buff being gifted over to the Hoopa just for, more priority when it comes to the laning phase. And I won't be surprised if that will be done here again today by SRD.
could definitely be there. Hoopa and Squirtle brought to the top path here.
Another invade.
But Eevee going in for the invade, already expected. And Terravolt, a while ago, has a hard time for Zoroark to really reach that point of success. And that's why they placed 2 Pokemon into the central area. But Hoopa and Eevee now going in for the invade will not be able to really capitalize and get value from that. But you know they want that aggression.
And this is what I was talking about, right? Early phase of this game, Orange buff being gifted over to the Hoopa just because of the range advantage that he innately has. And now we are looking at a early game dominance. Finally, wow, that's an instant KO on towards the Clefairy. That's the first KO secured by SRT.
Solar Blade with a Solar Beam. I mean,
again,
so much damage from SR Diamond first KO, and they get 20 points ahead.
Baited once again at the Buzzwole, 1 HP.
Zoroark already comes into the top path. A lot more capabilities here, but a Word Turtle will be able to secure another knockout. Buzzwole is deleted, and Terravolt just has to retreat.
Yeah, 25-0 scoreline. And this is the power of the Hoopa. Now with a Hyperspace Hole, can actually just rotate early. Eject button being invested here, but a mean look!
No escape, and he is pinned out.
One more.
And Solar Blade will not connect. A good retreat there coming from Zoroark.
Again, that's just the play. Continuously pressure down whatever farm the Zoroark will try to get for himself. Now there's a pincer movement, and it looks like there's going to be a clash here around the central area, but there you go again!
The Hyperspace Hole just allowed him to reset. We've seen Leafeon already brought down to 1 HP.
Oh!
Solar Blade secures another.
This is the problem whenever you try to play melee carry. Slowbro almost down once again. Secret Rare Diamond. This time using the Solar Beam to secure another KO, Hinfei.
And that's the power of a double EV here into the composition of Secret Rare Diamond. They have so much prowess coming into the early game of this matchup.
It's super oppressive, and it's also buying enough space for AC on the Blastoise to just level up. Really, now another clash, and you look at the Clefable. The Clefable did not have enough HP to survive that. Finally, something good for the Zoroark, but immediately got countered by the Leafeon.
And now you have Mew and Hoopa going in for those dunks, but in Terravolt wants answer. They want to really kite back here. Leafeon jumps
dodge
in with the aerial ace, and that will be Leafeon with the Unite move securing the knockout.
And here comes them, and here comes round number 2. The Hyperspace Hole coming in clutch, and Secret Rare Diamond in full control once again.
Hyperspace Hole hoping for Umbreon to go in for the reset. That mean look just was so good. And now the Regirock being targeted by SR Diamond. Terravolt wants this. You have Slowbro going for the serve, but SR Diamond secures the objective.
Meanwhile, top area, Blastoise by himself, getting points, getting EXP. And is basically gifted by his teammates enough space for him to get that level 9. Now he has access to the Unite move.
He indeed has access, and you already have Leafeon already dunking. Tier 1 goes on into the top path. Broken down by SR Diamond. Regieleki is now being started down by Blastoise.
The amount of pressure that Terravolt is receiving from Secret Rare Diamond is just too much.
Leafeon! That was so good. The Ignite move catches up onto 2. Buzzwole trying to sustain himself and zone away the opposing side.
That's it.
But Leafeon gets the triple knockout.
Secures it.
Goes into the top pad, wants to deny it out of from Blastoise and from Icy, but as you have mentioned, they have already secured it.
Hydro Typhoon, and so now this Regieleki marching down the top area. Can he make him touch down is the question. Spin Toys Umbreon is here as well. And you look at the Leafeon, they're going all in.
And now we'll see they can capitalize here, how to go in for the zone. As you mentioned, Regieleki already touchdown onto the tier 2 goal zone onto the top pad, and SR Diamond just dunks on that zone.
Smackdown.
Buzzwole wants to get that trade back. They were able to secure the Blastoise. They were able to secure Icy, but the trade back is there. Mew was able to get that knockout onto Clefable. No more sustain left for Terravolt.
Yeah, but the Mew is here. And again, whenever you see a Mew plus the Hyperspace Hole, you can immediately just respond back and have full health for another encounter. Now the Mew finally getting caught here out of position.
Pinned down, there's no escape. That's a 4v1 and Mew was eliminated.
Not really the best spot to be in, but still the advantage is there. Secret Rare Diamond for the defense.
Hydro Typhoon was able to defend the zone, and now Secret Rare Diamond wants to push them back. Terravolt has nothing left. They were wiped out.
Again and again, Secret Rare Diamond finds themselves at the advantage. The power of the mobility of Hoopa is just being exponentiated here by Secret Rare Diamond. They were in the perfect position to secure the Regibuff downstairs, but immediately they called, hey, you know what? Let's stop this. Let's go and defend our tier 1 tower in the top lane. Oftentimes, Secret Rare... other teams will not bother and we'll just go for the trade. Sure, you can secure our first tier tower, but we can still take the ball for ourselves. And so now Secret Rare Diamond going for the flank here.
Yeah, going for the flank, but Terravolt was already able to capitalize onto that. Leafeon wants just to target the tier 2 path, and that is another goal zone broken down by SR Diamond.
Now, if you're Terravolt, you don't want a touchdown on a tier 1, but oh no! Okay, they were kind of late.
But the thing is, despite that,
yeah.
SR Diamond was still able to dunk onto the bottom path and top path. They were able to secure a goal zone. So the thing is, you can have that objective, but we're playing the macro game here. We're finding value somewhere else.
Terravolt really planned for the Regieleki to still be able to cross towards the second tier tower to buy enough time for Terravolt to go for resources here. But Secret Rare Diamond, then again, as you said, will go for the cross map plays, making sure that there will be a trade-off for everything that Terravolt has in mind.
And now, 2 minutes and 45 seconds already into the game. 40 seconds left before the Rayquaza comes up. This is what Terravolt needs. If they lose this, there's no more opportunity to be able to make it back.
Chances are Secret Rare Diamond will just deny this. They don't need to secure the Ray buff. Just by denying it's good enough already. You look at the point disparity here. And you also are looking at a very big level gap. A level 14 Leafeon can dish out, an insane amount of damage. And again, we're talking about melee Pokemons here. Buzzwole melee, right? Like the Zoroark are melee Pokemons that can just easily chunk down by all the pokes coming in from SRD.
Yeah, that level disparity would be such a crucial moment here for Secret Rare Diamond. If they're able to capitalize onto those upgraded skills already, that's just no escape. And just look at the patience game that Secret Rare Diamond is doing. You have Umbreon just waiting into the brushes there that could go for Mean Look to deny that possibility for the contest.
Yeah, a minute and 30 will most likely be the go time here for Terravolt. They have to act fast. They're on a timer here, Infinity. And Secret Rare Diamond knows that they don't have to do anything. They just have to deny this Rayquaza, and it will be a clean 2-0 for them.
And now, that's exactly what they're doing. They're just waiting for the right opportunity. They're waiting on to their respective side. And now with Hyperspace loophole, goes in for the reset.
No way! Huh?
Blastoise to go in for the flank. You still have the Hydro Typhoon that could be utilized here, but going into that fight, Terravolt was able to secure Hoopa from that engage, and now Solar Blade reaching down on Zoroark. Mean Look pins him down. Leafeon gets that trade. Hydro Typhoon secures a knockup that they need. Buzzwole is stuck into that fight. Secret Rare Diamond wins that engage.
Desperately, Terravolt tried to make a play, but Icy Wu again and again was there to counteract any engages coming from Terravolt. Secret Rare Diamond, as we said, there's no need for them to go for the Ray buff, and that's a forfeit. Terravolt secure. Actually, it's not Terravolt. Secret Rare Diamond secures the 2-0 against Terravolt.
It's so good from SR Diamond. They do it once, they do it again from game number 2. They pressure in the early game. They go in for the invades. There's no breathing room for Terravolt to be able to move around the map.
We saw this yesterday. Secret Rare Diamond can just control the game from minute number 1. This is what they did against 40WR. And now 2 games in a row, Terravolt just had no space to operate with. Micross on the Leafeon, Steam on the Mew. Those two nuke damage Pokemons can just shred down your front line in an instant, really making you second guess yourself. And can I just mention that we were not able to see Inteleon pop off, right? For the entirety of that game. It felt like, yeah, sure, he was dishing out damage, but that's not as effective as what we saw from the Leafeon and Mew combined.
Yeah, there's just no breathing room coming from them, right? We have emphasized this already a while ago, but the thing is, Leafeon, Umbreon always goes in for the invade. They always wait patiently and go in for the flank, right? So there's just no space. If they go all in, your backline's going to be vulnerable into the attacks of SR Diamond.
And that series number 1 wrapped up. Ladies and gents, we still have more series to go, right? So that's one out of the 6 potential matches that we have for today, Infinity. But that said and done, we are going to enter a very short break. We'll be right back, and once we are back, more Pokemon Unite action will be underway.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Philippines Open 2023. My name is Infinity, and we're back. This is Otaluz beside me, and we're down to the series number 2.
Yeah, I was checking the time. It was super fast with what happened. Again, the development here in Pokemon Unite is that we will have a 10-minute game for each round. And the thing here is, when one side is already that dominating, the other team often forfeits. So we saw that happen numerous times now in the tournament, which is kind of understandable because really there's no way to catch up, especially with the Ray buff being secured by the opposing team.
Yeah, we'll see if that will happen once again. But before we dive deep into Pokemon Unite, let's check up the match schedule for the day. Now that series number 1 has been concluded.
Yep. We will have our next match, Night Fox versus Eason Salto, and followed by Omo Dragon Lee versus No Sympathy. Our fourth match will be SR Pearl versus Lassen Fox. And I believe we have 2 sister teams in attendance right now, like Secret Rare Diamond and Secret Rare Pearl. And then you have Night Fox and Lassen Fox. I also want to emphasize one important thing here, Infi. TerraVolt is not yet eliminated in the tournament. This is a double elimination, and we basically just have to win 2 matches. And if you win 2 matches, you get yourself a seat on towards the playoffs. And I hope we can, show our brackets to our viewers soon. Maybe we'll request for that to happen. But from what I remember, the brackets from yesterday, all you have to do is to secure 2 wins all throughout the day. And you book yourself, a playoff seat, playoff berth.
Yeah, and now that you mentioned that, Secret Rare Diamond is now moving into match number 5 as one of the winners for today. Now we're waiting for the winner for Night Fox and Eason Salto to be the challenger here for Secret Rare Diamond.
Yeah, we would like to thank, of course, our official telco partner, Smart, the official telco partner of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. And again, here in Pokemon Unite regionals, we are looking for the top 2 teams that will be sending over to Bangkok, Thailand to represent the Philippines against, the best of the best.
Yeah, and it will be really exciting because Philippines, I think, is one of the best regions thus far. I'm not being biased here when it comes to Pokemon Unite. So, a lot of opportunities there. I don't know if you agree or not, but I believe.
I 100% agree. And again, I believe we have seen a meta breaker, a meta shift, and it does look like that we will be entering our draft. Eason Salto, one of the 3 teams that Eason did field out today, or field out for the qualifiers, will be facing against Night Fox. Night Fox, yesterday I was casting with JJ Kun, and Night Fox was in the mumblings around the community. They can really be that dark horse in the tournament, and going against the main team of Eason, this is another challenge for them. If they end up winning against Eason, then dude, they are, in your Gen Z term, real.
Yeah, 100%.
Did I do it right though?
I don't know. I'm a Gen Z, but I don't know the term, so that's like a big problem. That's like a clash with my age. But
okay.
going back into the game though, Night Fox, as you mentioned, 2-0 yesterday in their respective series. So a lot of opportunity and a lot of expectations here for this matchup up against Eason. But we're swiftly going into the draft. Mew and Zacian already moved. Mimikyu is open. Hoopa locked in by Eason along with Lapras. But on the opposite side, we have Inteleon and Trevenant.
Yeah, this is the second time that we will be seeing Trevenant. It was also Night Fox that did draft the Trevenant as their chosen defender. Meanwhile, for Eason Salto, one of my favorite engagers in the game, the Snorlax, finally gets unlocked.
Yeah, it's one of the big engages that you could really put in and use up as a team fight engager here for the side of Eason. So a lot of expectations onto the Snorlax there to be that make or break. But for Night Fox, Blastoise and Clefable has been secured.
Chandelure as well, because why not, right? You have the defenses coming from the Snorlax and the Lapras. And how about we go for another curveball here? Eason Salto will be drafting Gengar.
Yeah. Ethan Zelto is now mixing things up. This is the second time that we're seeing Chandelier being locked into the Philippines Open thus far, and Gengar being the very first one here today and even yesterday.
Yeah, it's I believe there are times where Ethan Zelto did draft the Gengar yesterday, but it was not on stream. Now, Night Fox, we saw this time and time again yesterday, that they draft Talonflame just to control all these clashes, and we saw just yesterday the amount of mobility that is available to the Talonflame can really disrupt all this formation coming in from the opponent. And so now this is very unorthodox of a draft for both sides. I'm so excited to see what will pan out, but again, to me, it will come down to the setups, to the Blastoise, to the Snorlax, how effective will be their setups for their team.
Yeah, a lot of dependency here, right?
Yeah.
Ethan, a huge dependency onto Snorlax along with Lapras, which could possibly be that combo that they really want, right? Lapras Express, Snorlax could just be pushed into those fights. And for the side of Night Fox, a huge dependency now onto Blastoise and Trevenant to really just change the tides of the team.
Yeah, meanwhile, Talonflame will be hyper aggressive. I saw this yesterday, like this Talonflame will opt to go for Fly and will seek all those, I would say, surprises, especially in the laning phase. And you're now seeing, again, one of, I would say, the safer options when it comes to the laning phase. Snorlax, very tanky, also has a decent amount of damage and crowd control as well, which to me is a recipe for success during the early stages of the game.
Yeah, 100%. So we'll see.
There's an invade happening right now. The Trevenant is just pushing away the Ghastly out of their own forest, and this is what we love about Night Fox, right? They're not going to hesitate to go into your phase and basically dictate the tempo of the early stages.
Yeah, now Clefable being stuck at the center of it all, but there's just
Talonflame
not
is
enough
here.
damage with Moonlight, giving you a lot of sustain. And this is what we have emphasized, like traditionally coming into that, Ghastly still needs a lot more time to be able to reach the Gengar state of his evolution. So still need that level 5, still need that level 7. And then at that point in time, Nightfax could just delay that evolution, delay Ghastly to be able to reach that point.
We're seeing pings right now, Eason. They need help, they need assistance, and at level 4, this Ghastly is still very much far away from the power spike that we know a Ghastly can have. And
Snorlax.
You see the Hoopa.
Heavy Slam, there's just no escape here.
Another sustain.
Clefable, so much sustain with a Moonlight. It's a lot of time.
Finally.
But right now, the Hyper Loophole will be able to go in for the reset for Eason.
Oh no, level 7 Talonflame. This is when the party starts here in Infinity. Night Fox finally secures their very first goal, and that's the 12 points coming in from the Trevenant.
And Trevenant is just a very sustainable Pokemon overall. So going in for the 2v1 is something that Trevenant could handle at this stage. You have a lot of sustain built into the passive, and once it reaches that point wherein Trevenant is very low already, you have the extra heal on top of it.
Night Fox, though, needs to act fast. They know that they have the advantage. Level 7 Talonflame can do surprising amount of damage, and the Fly is here. There you go. This is what we were talking about. The power spike by Notfax easily capitalized there, getting that first KO, but no conversion to a points whatsoever, at least for now.
And Trevenant, hoping to get a knockout, will not be able to secure it, but Eason was just able to run away. They needed to retreat out from that pressure from Night Fox.
Pokes coming in from the Inteleon. So instead of going for the liquidation, they want to control all these team fights by poking down, by whittling down the opponents. And this is a very fed Talonflame. Very close to level 9.
Yeah, level 8 already. So much prowess coming into this early engages. Snorlax
level 9
down.
already.
This is a 4v1. And yes, Snorlax is a lot of defensive capability built into his skill kit and stats, but that's not enough up against 4 members. And now you have Blastoise left on his lonesome, trying to get that steal. But Eason will secure the objective.
Does have the Smurf, so it's not a spin toys. More for suppression. But you see the Talonflame already pathing towards the top side. Remember, Chandelure is very squishy, and that could just mean that Nightfox will get advantages on the top side, but no, it will be respected. Isen Salto, again with the Hoopa, will just have the ability to send back his team to safety.
Yeah, it's a very, very close matchup that we have coming into series number 2 here. Isen and Nightfox only having a 2 Aeos energy, Aeos points difference coming into this game.
Very close
number
game.
1.
2 points to the delight of Isen Salto, because I feel that Nightfox, even though the points is suggesting that this is a very close game, I feel that Nightfox is doing all the right things to control the game so far, and Talonflame at level 9 alongside the Blastoise can really make sure that the clash will be in your favor, especially the Snorlax is just level 8.
Yeah, and the thing is, level 9 already achieved for every single one, while aside from Clefable here for the side of Nightfox, so when it comes to those team fights, they could definitely utilize the Unite move of Trevenant and Blastoise there to really just suppress Isen Salto's capability into those engages.
Yeah, and Isen Salto knows what's up, right? Like, they're not going to fight.
Black Fox? Oh, he goes in to check the brush, but the stream member is waiting for him.
Yikes. Talonflame, still very squishy. And that was an instant KO. There was no chance to react for the Talonflame, not even a fly was used. Snorlax passing towards the bottom area. There's an objective. And level 9 Snorlax. Alright, Unite moves already available here. Possible clash here, Infinity.
Could definitely be. You have Snorlax going in for the Unite move as well to just knock up Nightfox. But Isen steals the Regirock. And now Isen has the advantage coming into this fight. They have shields. They have more sustainability onto that fight. Nightfox is now scattered across, disengage. And Isen will be able to secure a double knockout. But they want to turn things around here for Nightfox. Blastoise coming into the backside. Goes in for the Hydro Typhoon, but Hyper Lupo won't be able to go in for the reset, and Nightfox will just be able to secure a 2 knockout.
The first punch came in from Isen Salto, but Nightfox with the reinforcements was able to turn around the fight. It was still a net positive though for Isen Salto. They were the ones to secure the buff, and that is a Reggie buff that can really help you out with all these clashes that may happen soon and fast.
Nightfox now going in. They want that pressure in. Lapras is really low already. He's pushed back.
He wants to push in,
but
the points denied.
The damage though, Nightfox just got deleted.
Nightfox desperately trying to go in for the points, but Chandelure and company was there to deny them the fact. Good defense overall coming from Isen, and so now Isen will be securing another objective on the top side.
And this is really good. This could flip up the script here coming from Isen, because thus far coming into what 6 minutes onto the game, it's a stalemate. It's 91 points for the side of Isen and 93 points for the side of Nightfox.
They will be able to defend and push away Regieleki. No touchdown to be had, but on the bottom area, it feels like a Talonflame is already being engaged on.
Trevenant trying to zone away the opposition here. You have Talonflame almost deleted. The heavy step secures it, and Hoopa for the final blow. And Trevenant just has to retreat. No more sustain could live up to the name of 4 people of Isen. And the dunks are there. So much points already secured. And Nightfox wants to dunk as well coming into the top path, but Lapras was able to zone them and push them back.
Isen Salto doing all the right things in the middle part of this game, and we are closing in to the winning time here, Infinity. Very close to the 2-minute mark. Ooh. And that's another advantage to Isen Salto. Their macro is just so clean.
Yeah, and this is really good coming from Isen. They secured the Regirock at the perfect time, because 2 minutes in, the Rayquaza will come up. And having that Regirock buff will give them a tiny bit of advantage up against Nightfox.
Exactly. It will all come down as to how they combine their Unite moves. All Unite moves available except for the Chandelures.
Revenant just zoning away Snorlax here. Heaven Slam already used. Revenant still just playing the patience game here.
Right. They just want to deny this Rayquaza buff, but this could still be anyone's game. That's the pushback. Not going to connect onto the Snorlax, but you have to be careful.
But Night Fox needs this. They're at a massive disadvantage here. And Issa and Celto is playing the patience game. They're just buying time.
Down.
Snorlax now being pinned out. You have Night Fox trying to get the hold off the top side here. The Night move coming in from Inteleon gives so much information. And now Snorlax pushes the opposing side back into their own side. Now Night Fox already a minute in. They loses 2 of their Pokemon already. A 3v5 occurs in Rayquaza Pit.
And the Rings Unbound just calls in reinforcements with only the Clefable. Here comes the backup though. Night Fox
already very low. Trevenant pushes them back. Knockout is there.
Surf.
The block.
No follow through.
It's just buying so much possibility here for defensive capabilities onto the Snorlax. Trevenant with a stun, but no follow up. They want the Rayquaza. Night Fox goes all in onto the Rayquaza pit, but there's not enough time. There's no HP. A 1-for-3 trade, and Eason will win it all. Rayquaza will be open for them. Night Fox only have Inteleon left coming into their side, and Rayquaza will be secured by Eason.
Eason Celso with the smart Rayquaza buff secured an instant forfeit on the other side. Again, that clash was so good. Yeah. It was the Snorlax. The Snorlax was, how should we say this, was focused. He was focused by 3 or 4 Pokemons, but instantly with the sustain available, the power nap, able to heal back up, and that's the tankiness that this Snorlax provides.
In addition to that, he went in for the block, right? So when it comes to those team fights, Snorlax just uses the block, and that's just so much defensive capability overall for the whole team.
They had the right idea. Night Fox went, or the Talonflame went for the backline, but there to defend are the other members, right? If you have a Hoopa, there is just a lot of avenues for you to deny this all-ins. One hyperspace hole, that's insta bye-bye, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. It's just so much back and forth here coming into the side of Eason, and Night Fox is just not able to be on par onto the capabilities here. And time again, we saw Talonflame get deleted coming into their front lines, and there was just a lot of these micro mistakes that occurred. And Eason just capitalized onto that opportunity.
The snipes also coming in from the Inteleon was not felt that much coming by Eason's squad, and that again is because their front line is just too far forward. That all the backline damage, the Chandelure, which we have regarded as one of the best secondary carries in the game, it is still able to dish out damage from afar. Very good game overall. I would say it's a very tightly contested game so far. And this is a good indication that we might reach game number 3.
Game number 3, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we saw coming from that game number 1 from 8 minutes or 7 minutes into that matchup, coming down to 3 minutes technically. Is that pretty much these two teams was only having a difference of 2 points. So that just speaks so much volume of how close these two teams are.
It was extremely close, and it was a pleasure to watch and cast as well. Infinity, this is what we expected in day number 2, in where, you know, the best thing about day number 2 is it's quite forgiving, but in a sense you still have to do your best, right? Because what's at stake here is a playoffs berth. Now, out of the 8 teams that will be playing today, there will be 6 teams advancing. So only 2 teams will, you know, be sad today, I guess, will be eliminated today.
Yeah.
But that still brings out the best into everyone. I reckon, you know, this is the time for them to really just show what they're capable of. We saw Talonflame. I thought it was a cheese pick yesterday. I thought it was, you know, out of the... They were trying to hide something. But in fact, it was their main. And Night Fox, as many did say, right, they are the dark horses. They played well. It just so happened that Eason Celto still very much true to their objective, and their execution when it comes to team fights was super clean.
Yeah, it was impeccable. And I think coming in from that latter part of game number 1 as well, it was Eason was just buying time. They knew that they were on a massive lead. They were 70 points ahead when the Rayquaza spawned up.
Yeah.
So the thing is, they just need to buy time. They just need for that Rayquaza to not be touched by Night Fox. And even if Night Fox opts to go in for the goal zone, the thing is, Aizen could just go in for the Rayquaza objective. So the thing is, it was Night Fox who was stuck onto the decision on going all in onto the Rayquaza, going for those team fights, or going for the goals.
They were cornered for sure, and desperately they wanted to go for the Ray buff. However, it wasn't touched, right? For the entire duration of that skirmish, of that Ray dance, no one was hitting the Rayquaza. And so when they wanted to burst down the Rayquaza, the HP total of the Rayquaza was still over half health. And you still have to respect the damage coming in from the Rayquaza, right? Like, there's also lots of crowd control AoE that once it hits you, it basically deletes a lot of your health points as well. And so that was capitalized here by the team of Ice and Salto. A very good start for them. Can't wait to see game number 2 as to how it will happen.
Can't wait. There's a lot of opportunities here for change. Because the thing is, Mimikyu was also left open. That's the interesting point. Because from what we have seen coming from day number 1, coming into day number 2, Mimikyu has just a lot of potential coming into those fights. It is one of the Pokemon that could really just stop the unstoppable.
This is really very surprising. You're right. Like, just looking at the draft of Night Fox and Ys and Salto, I feel that Mimikyu will work wonders for either side. But now that we are going to enter the draft, Night Fox will be on the purple side this time. And so they will have the opportunity to actually pressure down a priority pick, which we all know might just be a Zacian in waiting. What's the what you call this, ban rate so far of Zacian?
Zacian coming into yesterday has been banned like 70% of the time, and then interregional it's like 60%.
Oh, Zacian is left open.
Ooh, that is really interesting. But the thing is, if Night Fox picks up the Zacian, Mimikyu will be the answer here for Isin.
Which is one way to control it, right? But Zacian is still Zacian.
Oh yeah,
100% win rate so far here in the PH qualifiers, and no hesitation, Night Fox decides to go ahead and select Zacian for themselves. The answer will be a Pokemon at the top side that cannot be bullied that hard, right? In the Lapras.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is a lot of sustainability as well coming from East, and this is what Night Fox is still needing into their composition. So thus far, the denial is really good. And we've seen Comfey go into a Zacian if they really want to funnel in, but the thing is, Blissey is still open if they want a lot more of that team fight assistance. But Trevenant into Leon as a follow-up for Zacian for the side of a Night Fox.
Zacian will buy you a lot of space. The amount of damage that he can dish out at the early stages of the game can actually decide the game from the get-go. Now, the thing here is Ys and Salto is still going back to their roots, going for the Snorlax, which has a lot of sustain.
White Chain, what's not broken, right? They go and double down onto their composition in game number 1. But the thing is, I'm really fearful for is Zacian coming into the side of Night Fox. Yeah. Remember, that early game, that could just be the invade from Zacian, and that pressure should be feared for. But Blissey, as we mentioned a while ago, followed up by Venusaur.
Yeah, and you can play this Venusaur as a Pokemon as well, right? Like, you have the Inteleon plus Venusaur that can give out or dish out so much damage from afar. Ys and Salto, though, will not change a thing about their draft and will still go for the Gengar. It's so hard to predict as to what's going to happen in game number 2 just because of that guy over there.
The Zacian?
The Zacian.
Absolutely.
Oh, man.
Absolutely. Because yesterday, it got like 100% win rate as well. And yes, when it comes to the inter-regional win rate thus far, it has 55.88% win rate. But that doesn't speak really to the power of Zacian. It's just really strong, has early prowess, could sustain itself coming into that prolonged fight towards the late game as well. So that could just be the tiebreaker here, or the tide changer for Night Fox.
But 100% sure Ys and Salto is coming in prepared for the spec up of the Zacian, right? At no point will you allow it to be drafted without trying to think of some way to control and slow down the Zacian.
The big problem that I have right now when it comes to this game number 2 here is that Gengar, base evolution and secondary evolution, still doesn't have that power to be able to really fight up against the likes of Zacian. So Zacian going in for that early invade later on should be feared for, and Clefable needs to shadow Gengar base evolution coming into game number 2.
Invade. And this is cute. The Chansey. Of course, with the healing, with the sustain, it will just be, I would say, slaps here and there with the defenders just trying to defend their very own buffs here. Finally, there could be a potential KO here. No steals to be had, and with the orange buff, that's the first KO for the Ghastly, which will just accelerate his XP.
That's really good. One more wild Pokemon, and then the secondary evolution of Gengar can be secured here. So a lot more potential now to be able to fight up against Night Fox here. And that's the thing that Night Fox really wants to do, is to delay it. But the thing is, getting that KO also gains XP for Gengar's base evolution.
And again, if you are Ice and Celta, you don't want to fight the Zacian at this point. And this is why you don't want to face it. You don't want to fight a Zacian that can just dish a huge amount of damage this early.
And now Zacian just single-handedly pushes back Isen into that fight. Lapras and Clefable can't do nothing.
Oh, it's so sad, right? Like, Isen Celta was awarded of a free KO right around their very own forest, but there's a counter play, and Hunter was at least able to get a counter KO. But the problem continues. Mr. Hitori is piloting this Zacian to its full potential.
Yeah, and Jiwoo was able to go in for that goal. So thus far, really, really close though. We've seen this coming in from game number 1. Both these teams are stuck pedal to pedal, toe to toe from game number 1, and that is one of the expectations that we have once again.
The Venusaur, this is the tankier Venusaur, right?
Yeah,
the Petal Dance.
Petal Dance along with the Giga Drain that could really just go in for the frontlinization. So trying to get in, the knockout is there. Lapras is just eliminated and knocked out. And he's just so much
what do you do? What do you do?
You can't do nothing.
Mr. Infinity, what do? You just don't feel good whenever you're trying to face against the Zacian. Yeah, sure, he invests Aeos energy points to have the extra boost of damage. But does it matter with the Intrepid Sword? No, not really, because it buys enough space for your squad. And Night Fox is enjoying a 30-point lead.
Yeah, and the thing is, Zacian's potential, just having that possibility of that resets as well onto his moves, is just so much power onto those team fights every single time. And even if he's left on his lone sub onto the top path, he can able to zone away the opposing team. Snorlax deleted, and Registeel will be given for free for the side of Night Fox.
They can easily convert it into more points for themselves. Chandelure being locked down here gets to use a eject button just for extra safety, but the Regieleki is still up and alive. There is a potential flank though. Gengar finally achieved here. Level 9 Gengar, very scary.
Yeah, Unite move already secured, already has the upgraded moves as well. So that is something that Night Fox has to be worried about. But at this stage of the career, at this stage of the game, Zacian.
Yeah. Just so oppressive to play against.
Night Fox now going for the Regieleki, will be able to secure it. Now Isen has to scatter around, has to think of a way to be able to push them back, but no contest here. They will not go in for the defense.
Touchdown.
And Regieleki, as you mentioned, will be able to touch down onto the goal. The overdunk is well secured, plus 22. That's a 21 overcap by Blissey.
180 points disparity between the two squads. Although one would say, there is still an opportunity for Ease and Salto to find a skirmish, to find a clash to their advantage. It's proving to be a lot harder now with Zacian just being at the forefront of everything. The thing about Zacian is that he can dish out a huge amount of damage while also being able to sustain and have enough tankiness to just be able to escape any murky situations. And case in point here,
that's why we've seen it become like one of the funnels along with the Comfy in the World Championship in the past, right?
Truly.
And right now, you have the Unite move come from Inteleon, having so much information that Isen has to retreat.
Yeah, Azur's Spy Vision for the information of everybody just allows you to detect all Pokemons around your field of vision. And now 5 seconds before the next Regibuff spawns up here, Infinity, and this is another advantage. A Registeel is actually a very good price if you ask me, especially at this point in the game where you are already at the advantage.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Night Fox has done this time and time again, right? They go in for the 4-1 split, where Zacian is left alone onto the top pad, but thing is, it's no worries. It's fine. And now Heavy Stam coming in from Snorlax with a block as well, denying the possibility for that goal for the opposition.
Power nap.
And now the power nap is there. Night Fox has to retreat a bit. They need to buy time. And now Isen is fighting back.
One more.
Very low. One more shot with a hammer from Trevenant. Finishes him off. And now the knockout is there. Secured already. Trevenant is left on his own some. This is a pin down from Isen. But won't be able to retreat a bit.
Okay.
Very tanky as you mentioned, but not up against 3 members.
Yeah, still was able to buy himself enough space and time. He was the sacrificial tree, I guess.
Sacrificial tree, 100%.
But for now, though, Night Fox is still in full control. Yeah, sure, they may have surrendered one Pokemon downstairs, but it doesn't matter. Even at a very good defense here coming in from the Blissey denies the 40-point slum down coming from Jiwoo.
Now Regieleki being started by Isen onto the top pad. There's just no contest here. Zacian is left alone going in. Isen will secure the Regieleki and now Venusaur and Zacian is burned out. One more HP left. Won't be able to return on skate. And now Inteleon once again gets the Unite move and pushes Isen back to retreat.
And this is the thing, right? Like Zacian, with the amount of damage that he has, he also has enough tankiness, enough mobility to escape very dire situation. And this is just, you know, I would say asserting his dominance is one way to put it. But yeah, that's a Blissey too far forward, gets punished here by Isen Salvo. But the case in point still, Zacian by himself is just a threat that Isen Salto cannot penetrate through, cannot solve right now.
Yeah, and this is what we were saying a while ago, right? That the dependency here for Night Fox will be Trevenant and the Zacian. And thus far, they have been performing into the front lines. Trevenant being that fearful tree into the front lines that always disrupts the possibility for Isen to be able to enter onto those team fights, and Zacian becoming that damage dealer for the team.
Lots of ability to out-sustain their opponents as well. The Trevenant, the Venusaur as well. Have to remember that this is not the burst damage type of the Venusaur. This is all about the sustain, the tanky Venusaur that we all know and love. Now, Night Fox, though, they still have enough buff in them. That's the Registeel joining their side. Ray buff already alive here, Infinity.
Yeah, and they need the Rayquaza. Yes, they have stack points already for the side of Isen. They have 40 points, 50 points across the board, but how can they capitalize on this? Because Rayquaza won't be their key to success here. If they're able to take the Rayquaza down, they're able to take that 2-0 score on the series. But thus far, Zacian is waiting onto the top pad. And now Trevenant trying to zone away the position here. The block of Snorlax is so good.
Here comes Zacian.
But a night move comes from Inteleon going into the backside. Was able to go in for the flank. And Nathan Stelto was just deleted. They were able to get a knockout from Zacian. 2 already down, 3 already down for Isen. There's no escape. A 5v3 is not something that you want, and Night Fox won't be able to win it.
We are staying true with our initial observation, Infinity. Zacian can still win you games, and at 1 minute left, this Ray buff presented to you by Smart will help out Night Fox force a game number 3.
And Night Fox is just here to win it all. They're not here to just play and be belittled. It's Isen's time now to think about the draft. What do they need to do here? Because at this point in time, Night Fox is just gonna dunk, and get that win. Push this to game 3.
Are you going to ask me what will be my first adjustment?
Could be. Banaway-ization.
So far, 4 times it was picked. And the rest, you know, for the entirety of the tournament, in all the games that we have had, Zacian has a ban rate of almost 80%. You know, so, so far, with all the games that he was left open, it was picked. And it still carries a 100% win rate. And that just means to say that, you know, the Filipino players knows how to play around the Pokemon.
And that just means something, right? Having such a high ban rate and having a 100% win rate so far means a lot to this Pokemon.
And indeed. We look into the damage department. Hitori Fox. 35% of the damage share came from him. And although he wasn't slamming a lot of points, it doesn't matter. Just as long as you can buy your team enough space and enough time to dunk those points in, and you can really see one-sided affairs such as this. Ethan Salto pinned down to just being able to just 16 points is a statement coming in from Hitori. You look at Hitori. Hitori did not even slam dunk any points.
Yeah, it was just a difficult time for the opposition here for the side of Isen, right? Because the thing is, every single Pokemon coming in from Night Fox there was absolutely insane. They had so much sustain, right? Venusaur had 22k heals, and then you have Trevenant with the same amount. Blissey had the same amount. Blissey had to just focus on Zacian and also Inteleon. So it was just so much frontliners. It was so much peels for these damage dealers that Night Fox has in their composition.
I thought like Blissey wasn't minding Zacian, because Zacian can actually sustain by himself. Yeah, he tried to steal one Regieleki upstairs and was able to escape the very dangerous situation that he was in. And this is why we thought we entered this tournament thinking that, hey, we know that Zacian, there are still ways to control the Zacian, and I feel that Ease and Salto did really try their best. They were gifted of a first KO for the Ghastly, which really accelerated their tempo. However, they got overconfident on the top side. They did not respect the damage coming in from the Zacian. And what did we say, Infinity? We've been shouting on top of our lungs that when it comes to early game, you have to respect the damage. And one way to at least slow down the Zacian is to not fight him at all.
Yeah, and the thing is, Zacian also went on top pack, right? Yeah. So that's just a lot of acceleration as well. It was Blissey was just pushing back the Gassie's type of power to really just increase and accelerate the reach onto level 5 and level 7. And it was Bulbasaur who went into the central area. So the thing is, they went on to the flip of the whole type of composition there, that, you know what, we could put Venusaur coming into the central area, let him farm, get that spike in, and Zacian could be left alone onto the top pad. Blissey just goes in to disrupt the possibilities.
Thought for a second the Venusaur will be the Solar Beam Venusaur, but I was proven wrong. I was happy to be proven wrong, but because with the sustain that is being that is there for the Venusaur and the Trevenant, I guess, you know, the nature is healing. Nature is healing. Nature is healing.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You have the Venusaur and the Trevenant. You also have the
You get it! Congratulations!
Our minds connect.
Right. And again, this is one way to play it, right? Like you have infinite sustain, and then you go have a very safe backline threat in the Inteleon, and at no point in that game did I feel the Inteleon being threatened.
Yeah.
Right? His Azure Spy Vision is one of the best Unite moves in the game. Mainly because you can scout, you know where the opponents are, regardless of their position. But we have to remember that Inteleon is one of the squishiest Pokemon in the game, and you are at the center of it, which means it provides information to your opposing team as to where to target you down. But again, as I said, at no point in that game did I feel that Inteleon was threatened by the damage coming in from Eason.
Right. It's basically like the protect the king type of play and strategy here that Night Fox has implemented into game number 2. They had Venusaur, they had Zacian, they had Trevenant to be the frontliners, Blissey to be another sustainable Pokemon as well. So we'll see if it's left open, because if it is, it's something that Zacian just has to be fearful for. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Zacian still needs to be banned here.
Oh yeah.
It needs to be respected. It will leave a bad taste to your mouth if you will lose up a series just because of your reluctance to ban one of the meta Pokemons that we have in the game that has proven to win games over and over again. We are not just hyping up Zacian, right? numbers
strong.
don't lie. Right? Mew is going to be banned away here by Eason Salto, and Night Fox will be banning away the Hoopa, allowing for the Zacian to be let through.
But the thing is, Eason could still pick it up for themselves. They could change up their graph composition here.
Will you,
into
though?
game number 3.
Like, if you're Eason, you're already gifted off a very good advantage at the early stages of the game, and they are going for the Lapras, which means a Night Fox will just be the one to go and pick it up. Yep.
Yeah. And the thing is, Zacian doesn't have 100% win rate in interregionals draft. But the thing is, it's just so hard to deal with. We're talking about the Philippines Open qualifiers here, and thus far, it has won every single game, and Night Fox will secure it once again.
It will be the same draft for Eason. You know what this tells me? Yeah. This is them saying it's not the draft. It's the way they executed their play. Yeah. But Night Fox will just most likely go for the same draft here. Yeah, goes for the Blissey, goes for the Trevenant. 4 out of the 5 Pokemons that Night Fox did draft in game number 2 is still here for game 3 for them.
And honestly, they can make it work with a Comfy as well if they really want to pressure in and just funnel in onto the Zacian. But Delphox is new.
This is their curveball.
Yeah.
Instead of going for the Chandelure, he goes for the Delphox.
And the Slowbro as well. You now have the availability of the Slow Beam and the Telekinesis
that's good.
onto Zacian. So that is why Night Fox has to also change it up. Yeah. They have to pick up the Leafeon instead to have that extra damage into the backside.
More than the Delphox, I love the Slowbro change more just because of the Slow Beam.
Yeah.
And again, having that extra lockdown onto Zacian can spell the difference here for game number 3. Leafeon, though, I wonder what type of Leafeon will this be, right? Like,
this is probably a Solar Blade once again for that extra damage. Yeah.
Possible.
Because they already have Zacian, they already have Trevenant. Yeah. They're changing it up a bit. They only need 2 frontliners coming into this. So there's probably like an EV going into the central area as well. Level 4, pressure in, going for the invade. Zacian goes on top pat once again. So this could be one of the expectations here for Night Fox.
Solar Blade, so it will be their own variation of having a Poke duo setup, right? Yeah. Instead of it being a Mew, it will be the Inteleon coming in with the snipe shots. Right. And this long-range damage can dictate, the potential outcome of any given team fights. Because again, it's not about how the team fight progresses. It's about how the team fight starts. If you are able to start the fight into your own very favor, chances are the fight is over before it even began.
Yeah, and this is really, really good as well, coming in from Night Fox, the ability that Zacian has coming into the early game here. And you also have the base evolution for Trevenant, just fighting up against Slowbro. They need that security. They need that double central, because the thing is, Night Fox has done this before. They just went in for the invade time and time again.
They just know that they are at the advantage. Oh. Hey, possible slam dunk here, but not as of yet. Eject button needs to be invested.
Yeah, has to invest the eject button to be able to just retreat there, because the thing is, he was on a dangerous spot. He was on a dangerous footing. And this type of play can only be done with a Zacian in mind.
Exactly. Again, the best way to deal with the Zacian is to not fight him early. Because fighting him early is just asking for a miracle to happen to your side. Now, Eason Salto again. First minute, no KO. Good sign, at least for now. And instead of going for a top side contest, Eason Salto has learned from game number 1. Yeah. We'd rather go for the contest for the birds here in the bottom area.
So constant pressure onto the central area, though. Hunter can just go for a free farm here. It's just having Blissey going in, and also another one. It is also the secondary evolution of Inteleon here, who just pays a visit onto Hunter.
Yeah. Eason Salto still is able to find all that is needed to, get enough XP. Talking about the Gengar, right? Okay.
Zacian couldn't fight this. This is a Lapras along with a Clefable as well. Yeah. He is left on his own some, and Hunter could just visit him for a 3v1. But Altaria and Swablu coming into the central area already secured. And just look at the level already for the Leafeon.
It's not about him not wanting to fight. Ooh, a very good KO here, bottom area. But it's about the space being created by the Zacian. All of this was made possible because Zacian by himself is a self-sustaining Pokemon.
Yeah, could sustain onto the top hat, could defend the zone by himself, could go for the 4-1 split here
Truly.
for the side of Night Fox, while Eason has to go for the 3-1 split. And the thing is, if Hunter pays a visit into the bottom pad as well, it's just delayed time for that evolution! That damage!
This is what we were talking about, right? Like long-range damage across, sending the message, and also the crowd control.
Trevenant!
Wow!
Nice setup! That double man knockup along with a Solar Blade secures the double knockout.
Night Fox still in their element and now has 108 points advantage.
And just look at the level difference! Slowpoke is still at level 3, can't reach that point for level 4 for Slowbro. And right now, Night Fox wants to go in for the contest onto the Regieleki. He will not be able to do so as Eason will secure it. And now he will be knocked out. Trevenant comes into the top hat to be able to defend this. But the question is he able to do so?
Yeah, here comes the backup though. All the members of Night Fox here to defend and need to be respected by Eason Salto. Lapras
Going back, just pays a visit. Will not go in for the engage as Night Fox will go for the contest and deny the Regieleki.
That's good enough if you are Night Fox. Azure Spy Vision.
We'll get information. Clefable is stuck. No escape. Lapras is left on 1 HP. And Night Fox still going all in. Gengar is deleted. And Eason Salto has nothing to do but watch their tier 1 goals on be removed from game 3.
Finally, map even open further here for Night Fox. More real estate for them to work with. And this is just Night Fox capitalizing on all the, I would say, advantage that they were able to net the early stages of the game. This Trevenant is doing MVP work for them, right? Like, every time that the Trevenant does something, it results into a KO that just helps out this Leafeon, this Inteleon hit their skill shots.
Yeah.
This is what we were saying, right? The Protect the King. How about Protect the King and his son, I guess? King and Prince.
Princesses? I don't know. But at this point, the viewers get the point, right? It's all about protecting their backliners. It's all about protecting their damage dealers. And the thing is, it's now going in for the snipe shot for Inteleon. While a while ago, it was liquidation because they really want that poke damage for Eason Salto.
Right, and that's the combo that we were talking about. Zacian by himself here, the top area. Same script, same movement coming in from Night Fox.
Yeah, and once again, the Solar Blade, you have the 3 people going in for the objective.
Zacian goes down though.
Goes for the Registeel. Eason Salto will secure their very first goal zone here. The tier 1 on top pad. Regieleki now being started off by Trevenant is here.
Yep.
Has sights on this, has information. Leaf Blade along with a Unite move as well. Will secure Delphox. But Gengar will still secure Regieleki. Eason Salto will get the objective and the double knockout.
Inteleon was left by himself here in the bottom area, and clearly they lack damage. Night Fox, that's the first skirmish that they lost. But I believe Eason Salto will be gifted another prize here. Blissey.
Oh?
Wait.
Oh!
No way.
That escape! That's just...
the Unite move.
That was so good! Coming in for the side of Night Fox. Eason Salto lost so much time just because of that.
Clutching it out, saving himself, saving his teammate as well. Azure Spy Vision.
Has info. And now you have Leafeon trying to catch up. Trevenant onto the front lines. Won't be able to go in with the eject button into the back lines. But Gengar just deletes him.
Too far forward. And Night Fox needs to respect the man advantage of Eason Salto. And yeah, so far though, again, this is the best that you could hope for if you're Eason Salto. It's not as one-sided as game number 2. Zacian is being slowed down and is not as impactful as it was in game number 2. But the question though is, yeah, sure, you're slowing down and you're not allowing the Zacian to pop off. But the space that he's been creating for the King and the Prince of their damage, the carries, the true carries of this game, is actually the Leafeon and the Inteleon. And you see Leafeon already level 13.
And this is one of the strengths that Eevee has generally for all those evolutions, is that You just have
EV
so
evolutions.
much. Just have so much strength coming into level 4. It's the power spike that they need, and Night Fox was just able to capitalize onto that. And right now, East and Celto, yes, they were able to really just have that toe-to-toe footing when it comes to those objective fights, when it comes to those team fights. But the big thing here, the big difference is Night Fox still has 120-point difference and advantage up against East and Celto.
90 seconds to fully utilize the defense provided by the Reggie buff. Meanwhile, East and Celto will be securing themselves some pressure on the top side. Reggie Aleki will be greeted by the Zacian. Now 10 seconds before the spawn up of this the Rayquaza. This could be very interesting. Fox?
Revenant just has information, just bought time. You know what? East and Celto is waiting onto the top path here on the brushes. And Night Fox just wants to buy time. And this is what they did coming in from game number 2. They did not just let East and Celto get the Rayquaza for free. They want that fight. They want that engage. And thus far, East and Celto is just on a stalemate. What are we going to do?
Yeah, they're being forced into a corner, and they have to be mindful of all the pokes coming in. Did you see that damage?
It was insane.
That's more than half health of the Gengar with just one skill shot.
One snipe shot. Half HP already. Gengar coming into the Rayquaza pit. Revenant still zoning him away. It's a play of dance here up against Night Fox, but 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
Another
East and
poke.
Celto has to force the Rayquaza. Trevenant going into the backside. Leafeon coming
he
into
got
play
got
as well. And Trevenant with a Unite move. Night Fox uses their Leafeon, but the trade back is there. A 1 for 2, a 2 for 2 coming into this fight. As their Spy Vision still gets information. Rayquaza untouched. 1 minute left for East and Celto.
They can do
to be
it.
able to secure the Rayquaza, but Zacian comes into play here. They want to fight. Sacred Sword, so much damage. Lapras trying to retreat, trying to buy time, but 45 seconds left. It's not enough, and they need to change things up.
East and Celto waiting for their carries to come back up. And so now here, Night Fox.
It's over. I mean, 30 seconds left. Rayquaza's still untouched. This is what we're saying that Night Fox just has to do. They just need to buy and delay time for Rayquaza to not be objectified or, well, taken down by East and Celto, and that is exactly what they did. East and Celto got no opportunity for the objective.
They know it, and so now East and Celto, even if they secure this Ray buff, it's all for nothing, it's all for naught, because Night Fox is advancing onto the next round.
The reverse sweep is secured. Night Fox came in at night and just snatched the win away.
Zacian still is at 100% win rate, Mr. Infinity.
Oh, yeah.
And we've been saying this over and over again. We will be continuing. We'll keep on saying it over and over again until we find a team that can solve the Zacian problem. Although, you know, in this game, one would say Zacian was not as impactful. You see his damage, right? 25% compared to the 35% from game number 2. The space that he was able to create for Blank and Dreamt was the key to success.
That's the difference maker here. When it comes to the composition here for game number 3 is that, you know what? It is not Zacian's role to deal damage, but to just sustain for the team, be one of the frontliners, buy space as you've mentioned, right? It will be Leafeon and Inteleon dependency, and that is the reason why we see so much chunk of damage coming to 2 of these Pokemon.
Intense battle overall. I still wonder how many seconds is needed for you to first secure the buff and then traverse over to the, I would say, the zones or the goals for you to be able to slam those points during the winning time. I guess safe to say it's around 1 minute.
Yeah, and the thing about what happened there as well, in addition to that, is that Slowpoke was not able to get that level 4, was not able to get that evolution as early as he wanted it to be. And the thing is that Slow Beam was so much of an important onto those team fights to just hold down Trevenant or Zacian.
Night Fox early game has proven to be the difference maker in the entirety of games number 2 and 3. In game number 1, it was East and Celto being able to at least find a way to get some advantages here and there, but that's just series number 2. Autolus and Infinity will be right back. We'll just be going into a very short break, but by the time that we get back here, more Pokemon Unite action will be in store for everybody.
Welcome back, everyone, to Pokemon Unite. Once again, my name is Infinity, and this is Autaluz. We're back to series number 3.
More action of Pokemon Unite is underway, and we are now on our third series. It will be between Omo Dragon Lee versus No Sympathy. Two of the teams that we saw from yesterday. And again, for the match schedule, here's what we have for everybody.
Yeah, we have Omo Dragon Lee, who will be fighting. Right now, we are moments away from that up against No Sympathy. We've seen them yesterday play. And then following that up is Secret Rare Pearl up against Assassin Fox. And match number 6 later on is Secret Rare Diamond up against Night Fox. The winners of match 1 and 2.
True. That's the exciting part, right? Like, because whoever wins between Secret Rare Diamond and Night Fox will be advancing on towards the playoffs, which we all know is basically the prize here and the goal for everybody.
Yeah, and speaking of playoffs, now we're able to look at the brackets. We're now able to check it out.
Wow.
What is happening here for day number 2?
Right. So, thing here is, I believe there are 6 teams that we are looking for. So, this 4 teams that will be qualified for playoffs that you're seeing, there will be additional 2 teams that will be qualified. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe there will be, or that will be, you know, the top 2 teams from, or the bottom 2 teams from the upper bracket as well. So, yeah, chances are, just because of securing 1 win in the upper bracket, they might just have secured themselves, you know, a playoff berth. But we'll confirm that with our operations team. But here are your qualifiers bracket. So far, Secret Rare Diamond and Night Fox will be battling later again. Omo Dragon Lee, No Sympathy, Assassin Fox, and Secret Rare Pearl we will be casting throughout the entirety of the day.
Yeah, it's really exciting overall here for day 2 of the qualifiers. We will be able to look at the teams who is going to qualify through the playoffs, and that is something that these teams are wishing to go for. But as we're now jumping into the draft, is Zacian once again going to be left open?
I hope not. It's
hope not. Yeah.
The impact of Zacian is not just, you know, again, we saw the 2 different reasons why we think Zacian is one of the premier picks right now, right? Like, 1, it can carry games. 2, it can buy enough space for his team.
The whole team. 100%.
The whole team. And again, huge thanks to our official telco partner in Smart, the official telco partner of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. We are going to enter the draft with Lapras being banned away, and yay! To our delight here, Infinity, it does look like that Zacian will be banned away here by No Sympathy, prompting for Dragon Lee to prioritize and open things up with a Blastoise.
Yeah, it's a very flexible first pick here coming from Dragon Lee. They had the Blastoise that could go damage, that could go defensive capability here to the front lines for Dragon Lee's composition. So they could pivot themselves to anywhere coming into their composition so far. But No Sympathy, good answer. Mew and Clefable.
I wonder if you go for the Slowbro for Dragon Lee, because or Venusaur, those are the combination that we often see paired up with the Blastoise. Inteleon will be there just to provide, you know, some pokes here and there, and the Slowbro will be prioritized by Dragon Lee.
That's a massive problem coming in for the side of No Sympathy. Now they're forced on the back foot on what defenders and what frontliners do they really want to have. Umbreon is a good pick. They could pick up the Leafeon as well. They can go for the Leafeon Mew type of play once again. Trevenant has so much potential, but Mimikyu, as we mentioned in the beginning of the day, that this is a really, really strong Pokemon to have.
And that's a lot of control coming in from No Sympathy. They have the Trevenant, they have the Mimikyu that can have lots of abilities to suppress the opposing team. And so now Dragon Lee, they're going double down, right? They have the Slowbro and the Venusaur to just allow this Blastoise to dish out damage while also being tanky.
Yeah, that's a huge, huge problem. And No Sympathy, good answer coming from this team. It will be Mimikyu and Trevenant who will be their frontliners, and Glaceon for that initial damage. And now for the side of Dragon Lee, though, they went in for the Venusaur. And once again, this is the Protect the King that we've seen before. Right? You have the Venusaur, you have the Slowbro. These are a lot of sustain. It can still pivot to go into damage for Venusaur or even Blastoise.
I'm trying to think right now. Like, if I was the coaching staff of Dragon Lee, I might just go for the damage Venusaur here. Pair it up with Inteleon, and you know, the Blastoise will be there to provide the crowd control, the hydro pump type of Blastoise, and we saw it earlier, right? We saw the hydro pump surfing Blastoise instead of the spin toys that we are accustomed in seeing. But again, it's all it's potato, right? It depends on them, depends on their playstyle. For No Sympathy, though, the goal is for them to isolate one of the primary targets, right? With Mimikyu, the primary concern that you have when facing against Mimikyu is where is he coming from? Because again, with one Shadow Sneak, he can position himself properly to attach himself to the carry, and with one combo, it's enough for him to get a KO.
Yeah, and that's like one of the expectations here that we have. And the thing is, it's Mimikyu who could also have the possibility to cancel in the Hydro Typhoon, those game-breaking Unite moves that Dragon Lee has.
Looks like we will have a very quiet early game here. No, not... Yeah, sure. Okay, so no invade here whatsoever. It will be a very standard laning phase. And at least so far, we're seeing that the top side Blastoise will be the thing here, and that's already 2 goals for the for the Squirtle.
Yeah, a lot of overextension though here coming in from Squirtle into the top path, and it's just the ability for Mimikyu to punish this. He was able to go in for the fruit, so that's good. But the thing is that Scream members coming out on top.
That's
still
3
able
goals
to secure that goal.
Yeah. And you don't mind giving away that KO, right? Especially with all the points already dunked in. That's 3 times that he was able to stack up his health item. One of the meta things we've been seeing on the top area.
Yeah, and that's one of the interesting strategies that the Eastern regions have. Right. When it comes to Pokemon Unite, they want to really just dunk the points as soon as possible, as many times as they could coming into the early game phases, while the Western regions really just wants to delay it. They want to stack points before going for the dunks, and we're seeing it right now occur.
Will really depend as to what held items is being prioritized by these Pokemons, but we've been seeing lots of lots of attack weights, lots of AOS cookies being prioritized by a lot of pro players, and that mainly is the reason why they want more Slamma Jamma to happen at the early stages. Now we go into the center stage. Oh, the birds! A potential 5v5 this early? Oh, what a treat!
The Altarias and the Swablu, these
Super
are 10
damage.
points overall as well. Mimikyu was able to have a chance to put at the HP bars of War Turtle here, but Venusaur comes into play with the sustained moveset. And now you have the serve coming from the Slowbro. We'll be able to get that 2 for 2 trade. But a knockout is there for No Sympathy as well, getting a better lead from that fight.
Glaceon was untouched, and No Sympathy runs away with things, gets the upper hand with Dragon Lee. Well, there's really no big consequence whatsoever in that team fight. Only XP advantage gifted over to No Sympathy. Now, Dragon Lee wants round number 2. They don't have Unite moves to work with as of yet. No one's level 9, and yeah, this is just tit for tat. A hello, a hi coming from No Sympathy and Dragon Lee.
Yeah, and this will be Dragon Lee having so much capabilities into just going into those team fights. Yeah, Venusaur with a Petal Dance,
super
with a Giga
tanky,
Drain as well. Super tanky, as you've mentioned. And now the priority of the Regirock being started by No Sympathy. Isolated, Trevenant is stuck behind the rocks here, but a Moonlight will be able to save him. Thus far, Glaceon dealing massive amounts of damage. The ultimate coming, the Unite move coming from Mew as well.
Secured by Mew.
Along with a beam, which will secure the objective KO as well. Snowbro is deleted. 2 members left coming in from Dragon Lee. There's just no more fighting chance, and No Sympathy will be able to go for that goal.
That's 2 fights in a row that we've seen Glaceon just allowed enough space to continue to free hit, and Dragon Lee, I think with their variation of the lineup that they have right now, it's so apparent that they're lacking damage. We're still waiting for a level 9 Blastoise to even things up. There's a level 9 Venusaur, which is a very good thing to have. But with everything developing right now, Infinity, No Sympathy is just getting the snowball that they want, that they need, and they have enough damage with the Glaceon even being able to isolate primary targets, that's a problem that Dragon Lee needs to solve very soon.
It definitely is. Regieleki, eyes on the prize here for both these teams. Solar Beam. Poke
Shadow
damage
Sneak?
here. Shadow Sneak gets attention. Connected onto Blastoise, but will not pursue. Right now, Regieleki now being
Beishan?
started out. Slowbro engages onto that fight. Hydro Typhoon with the
Good one.
eject button goes into the back, and now it's a lot of knockups.
Oh.
And no Sympathy answered back with a Ignite move coming from Trevenant as well. And this will be a 2-for-0 trade thus far, a 2-for-1 trade. Dragon Lee lost their sustainability and their frontliners, and now they are on the back foot. Slowbro is left alone, and now being targeted by no Sympathy.
Okay.
There's no mercy, and now Blastoise with a rapid spin, trying to deal damage, but in the end, there's just no objective to fight this.
Yep.
And now Regieleki will be secured by no Sympathy.
Touchdown. And there you go, more points. Clefable has 40. A lot of them has 40 points, and there you go, the dunks coming in.
Spin Toys now going in, but in the end, it still will be no Sympathy who secures the tier 1.
They have no mercy. You look at the points, 200 points difference in the favor of no Sympathy, and this is what we were expecting, right? Like, the amount of damage coming in from Dragon Lee is so lacking right now. Although there was some glimpse of hope with a very well-timed Hydro Typhoon, it wasn't enough to control the carries coming in from no Sympathy. Yeah, sure, Mimikyu is down, but as long as the Glaceon is alive, and as well as the Mew, they are able to dish out consistent damage.
Now Regirock being started here by no Sympathy, and normal Dragon Lee
Snow
wants to go in
Beam.
for the contest. Snow Beam secures Trevenant, and this will bite him in a numbers advantage. Regirock will be stealed by Mew from no Sympathy. And now it's Dragon Lee who has to scour in for more value from that objective, from that fight. It's a frontliners that you have Venusaur, but Mimikyu comes into the back, goes in for the flank, is now hoping for those kills into the backside of that fight. Hydro Typhoon as well as a double man knockup. Will hope to win that with a Spin Toys as well, dealing massive amounts of damage, but as you mentioned, damage is still not enough.
Good defense overall coming in from no Sympathy, and the damage not found on the side of Omo Dragon Lee. So far into this game, it's been one-sided. There's been attempts, there's been, I would say clear ways for Dragon Lee to try to oppose the snowball of no Sympathy, but to no avail. No Sympathy again is finding the right targets over and over again with all their damage coming in from the Glaceon and the Mew. Never mind the Mimikyu. The Mimikyu is just there to disrupt the carries of Dragon Lee, and once his skills or once his moves are already invested, that's it. That's already job done for them.
Yeah, definitely is. Regieleki now though being started by no Sympathy. Petal Dance already used up by Venusaur to go into the front line. Stuns up. Glaceon goes in for the poke, and Omo Dragon Lee secures the better position there onto Regieleki. Secures the objective as well.
Something positive for sure, but you look at the position here by no Sympathy. It does look like that this Regieleki won't even be allowed to touch down on towards the tier 1 tower. Dragon Lee though goes for some play here. Can they catch them off guard is the question.
The thing is, they cannot force these fights. Both these teams have to play it patiently because the Rayquaza will come up at 15 seconds. But the position here for Omo Dragon Lee is picture perfect. It's their position into the bottom pad here. Could go for the pincer attack onto no Sympathy.
Winning time, this is still anyone's game. Sure, no Sympathy has been in full control for the first 8 minutes of the game. Rayquaza though can really turn the tables, and Dragon Lee just knows what's up. They are being forced onto a corner though, and they need to act fast. Someone is going to get detected here. The Venusaur absorbing some pokes coming from the Mew. This is the value of all this poke composition that we've been seeing so prevalent in the tournament.
Now Venusaur comes into the front line. Stuns coming in from Venusaur. Blastoise comes in. It's the Spin Toys. And now there's so much damage. Mew might get deleted. Perfect use up by the Unite move. And now the Hydro Typhoon as well coming into the center of it all. And the Phantom Forest coming from Trevenant. Wants to CC the opposition. But Omo Dragon Lee has just so much potential. Has so much sustain. And now Glaceon and Mew, the only ones left standing for no Sympathy. But Venusaur will be deleted in the end. There's just so much damage. And no Sympathy shows no mercy.
They just got kited for days here, Infinity. No Sympathy is still at a very big advantage. The pressure is on Dragon Lee. Do they have enough time? I don't think so.
There's not enough time here. Dragon Lee has to force up the Rayquaza as soon as possible. No Sympathy has information here. Moonlight is there. Trevenant just buying time with the stunts. And now Spintoy's coming up with Blastoise going with a water spout along with a rapid spin.
Here comes
Trevenant
Glaceon
with a one hammer. Double stun. And that's really good as Glaceon connects with a lot of damage onto
That's one
Inteleon.
down.
And now into the Rayquaza pit. Yes, it's No Sympathy who secures it. It's a team wipe. And No Sympathy strikes first in this series.
Presented by Smart as the Rayquaza buff that was secured by No Sympathy. And now they are up 1-0.
It's 1-0 indeed. No Sympathy. Outright showed no mercy from that game.
It was their play to make sure that their backline will be ultra safe.
Yeah.
I'm still having second, maybe even tertiary thoughts. You look at the damage dealt here by Omo Dragon Lee. 38% of the damage was dealt by the Venusaur, and this is the Venusaur that is, up close and personal, not even the Solar Beam Venusaur that we are accustomed in seeing. And then this is mainly is the reason why I feel, that their damage wasn't there. It wasn't felt by the members of No Sympathy, and time again, No Sympathy, if you give them enough space, their Pokemons can just do the damage.
Yeah, it's really a big question mark here coming in for the side of Omo, right? Because the thing is, they went in for the Blastoise, and then onto the second rotation, they picked up the Slow Blow already. So when it comes to their frontliners, it's already secured. They do not need another frontliner, but they still picked up the Venusaur with a Petal Dance and the Giga Drain that just is a bit of a question mark. Yes, they went in for the damage onto the Blastoise, but it's not enough.
One way to make it work is to go for team fights after team fights, right? The AoEs coming in for the Blastoise and the Venusaur is just massive. But we saw the way they got kited by the Glaceon.
Or the thing is, they could just not double down onto this frontline, protect the king kind of situation because they lack in damage. They could have just went for Leafeon.
Possibly.
Right, Leafeon in turn for the Venusaur instead. That's still the central area. That's still damage. Early power spike as well. So that could fit in really well with the composition of Dragon Lee.
Yeah. Now that I think about it, yeah, that makes sense. But that's game number 1.
Yeah, it's
heading over into again, No Sympathy. No Sympathy has been on a tear recently. No Sympathy yesterday, I believe, was able to sneak a win against Eastern Arsenals.
Yeah.
It was also one of the teams that we thought would be advancing to round number 2, but there to deny the prize is No Sympathy. And this is a draft that is centered around the Mimikyu, but the Mimikyu was not the true carry, right? Like, the Mimikyu was there just to disrupt the flow of the opposing side, and we saw it time and time again. It doesn't matter if it was the Bleezy that will be targeted by the player rough. Once you take away the sustain, coming from the Bleezy, you actually take away a lot of the game plan revolving around the opposition, because Bleezy provides a lot of healing.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? The eggs being showered upon his teammates, and that's just good sustain overall coming into the compositions here. And as you mentioned, it was not Mimikyu that was really the carry for the team. It was the Mew. It was just the poke damage coming in from these teams as well that just shredded the HP bars of Omo Dragon Lee, especially coming into the latter part of that fight.
Mew and Glaceon dealt a combined damage of 190,000. And on the other side, you have 70,000, right? Like, you compare the two, and it's so apparent what was the difference in game number 1. But in game number 2, I know for a fact it's not yet over, right? Like, there will be numerous adjustments that will come into play here, and maybe your suggestion was the real deal here, right? Leafeon has been, I would say, so successful so far in the tournament. One of the Pokemons that has a very high win rate so far. Now we enter game number 2, No Sympathy. Now the purple side can pressure in, of course, the Zacian pick.
It could definitely be, right? It could change things up, especially with the switch in size. Omo Dragon Lee now has the priority when it comes to two picks successively coming into their first rotations, the ban will be quite a crucial thing as well.
We're waiting patiently here. Possibly. Oh. Oh.
I love this. This is a coin flip from both these teams. They're not banning away the traditional bans that we see, the Hoopa, the Zacian, the Mimikyu. All of these things are left open. And Omo Dragon Lee, as we mentioned, they have the priority. They could pick this up.
Is this yeah, okay. One way to at least control Zacian is to lock him down. Mean Look will do that.
Yeah, definitely as. But the good thing about this is Dragon Lee already have secured 1 poke damage and also 1 tank into their composition. Umbreon could go with a Mean Look, could go in for the Wish, but No Sympathy. We've mentioned this a while ago. Hoopa is not banned away, so any of these 2 teams could pick it up, and No Sympathy has that priority.
Direct counter to the Mean Look as well.
Oh, yeah.
1 Mean Look, 1 Hyperspace Hole. Problem solved.
Goodbye. They're going for the reset. Easy as that.
This is a, I would say, a dream for No Sympathy.
Oh, Comfy.
Oh,
There's
a
no
funnel. This is a funnel, most likely a funnel Buzzwole, just to make sure that they have enough punch to deal with the Zacian on the top side. I see it, but will it be in, I would say, will it be converted into a win? That's the question.
It's a very, very difficult from here on out. And yes, you have the Zoroark, you have the Buzzwole as a frontliner, but the thing about Comfey is that it's pretty much a heal bot, right? It's a heal bot coming into these potential carries with the likes of Zoroark and Buzzwole, but having the Zacian on the opposite end, early invade could happen. Leafeon is there as well. And if Zoroark doesn't reach that level 5, level 7 for that evolution and upgraded move 2, this will be so much more of a difficult time for them to reach that late game.
Yeah. Like, surely on the top side, it will be easily dominated by the Zacian and Hoopa. Hoopa is one of the best laning Pokemons that we have in the game. And oftentimes in the tournament, we've seen Hoopa win the lane by himself on the top side, right? Like, being gifted the orange buff, extra XP, extra range, extra slow as well. Yeah. So that will be the playstyle here. That will be the win condition for No Sympathy. Now, it's not often that we see a Blastoise in the bottom area though. So this could be a flex in where the Zacian will be put into the central area and then the Blastoise will be the one on the top side.
Yeah, it could still be, right? Eevee could also go into the central area. It's pretty much a lot of perspectives here that the purple side could do with the composition that they have.
Yeah.
The big question is on to the opposite side with the Comfey, with the Zoroark, and it does make sense onto the composition that they have. Umbreon and Buzzwole will be their frontliners. Mew and Zoroark will be their damage dealers, and expectedly Comfey is going into Zoroark just to give them a little bit more sustainability coming into those burst moves, but one combo could just delete him.
This is investing all eggs into one basket.
You're right.
That's the Comfey. That basically is the way Comfey is known for, right? Like you try to funnel your primary carry, and at this point, it's not going to be the Buzzwole, but instead it is going to be the Zoroark.
And we've mentioned this during the draft, right? These early invades, Hoopa can just go in and out of fights. That's going to be a much more safer because of the skill kit that the Hoopa has. But good rotations coming from Buzzwole, right? They needed that just to alleviate some of the pressure.
Right. Looking at the top side, though, it will be the Zacian. So, no central Zacian this time around. Again, it's kind of expected that on the top side, they will just be dominating. They're waiting for the birds to spawn up on the top side. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, it will be Dragon Lee that will be securing this.
Zoroark going into the backside. Mew goes in for the poke. Secures a knockout.
That's a initial KO, but here comes the backup. The Leafeon is already evolved. Does have the Solar Blade as well, but it's not going to hit.
Yeah, it's just something that they have to retreat. They have to go away from that fight because of the hyper loophole.
Here comes the Zacian.
Zacian comes into play, but the thing is you have
lots of healing. Yeah, lots of healing for sure. And this is why I think Omo Dragon Lee really did come in prepared by drafting the Comfey, which is not one of the Pokemons that we've seen at the tournament so far. It has negated the early game advantage that is innately present to all the Zacian teams that we've seen so far.
Definitely is. But
Center
now,
stage.
The fight onto the central area for Altaria and Swablu. Wants to secure it. Buzzwole deleted. It is Leafeon who gets the knockout.
By himself.
And now Zoroark, once again, along with Comfey, wanting to sustain. Zoroark is still alive just because of the healing coming in from Comfey. But Hyper Lupo will go in for the resets.
Oh, mean look. War Turtle in trouble right now, but the Hoopa is there to save him up in a 1-for-1. But yeah, no clear advantage, at least so far. No sympathy, and Omo Dragon Lee very close early stages into the game.
A lot of utilizations of skill sets, a lot of utilizations of moves as well. Coming in from those engages, really important overall. But Hoopa going for the Astonish has a lot of sustain. Delphox as well.
Yeah.
This is pretty much
Oh,
a
punish!
play for experience, but the punish, as you mentioned, that's really good. And now Leafeon, knockback,
Another one!
knockout from Zoroark.
That's the combo of Buzzwole being able to provide enough crowd control. Now Hoopa trying to defend by himself will get targeted. Enough healing, enough sustain, and Dragon Lee finally gets the advantage that they want. Another KO!
The lunges coming in from Buzzwole. That was so good. And now Regiai is being targeted by No Sympathy. Zacian comes into play as well. They really want this buff. But Omo Dragon Lee wants it for themselves. They steal it away from No Sympathy. Or well, rather, it's No Sympathy who takes it, but knockout is there coming from Omo Dragon Lee. They want value out from that fight. Zacian and Zoroark having to have a little bit of fight and engage coming in from that. But No Sympathy overall gets the objective. No more value to fight for.
Good play still coming in from Dragon Lee. But this next fight could be massive here, Infinity, with the Unite moves being available right now. For majority of the Pokemons that we have in the game, this could just spell what will happen for the entirety of the game, because the pokes are still coming in. Leafeon is still level 10, Zacian is still level 9, so yeah, there are still ways for No Sympathy to actually win this game number 2. It's just being, I would say, challenged by the genius drafting coming in from Omo Dragon Lee.
It is definitely genius here. It's unexpected, but it's making it work. And right now, yeah, Zoroark wanting to go for that burst damage, and Hoopa just got eliminated, knocked
as
down.
Well as the Zacian.
Immediately coming into that fight. It's 3v5 now, brought down Buzzwole, zoning away to Leafeon, and Leafeon just got erased. And now the goal is there, secured by Omo Dragon Lee.
This Zoroark is just a massive problem for No Sympathy, and they're not stopping anytime soon. The combo of Comfey and Zoroark, lots of damage, lots of sustain, and could just go in and out without a scratch.
Yeah, and we mentioned this already a while ago. Omo Dragon Lee, the thing is, Buzzwole in and of itself is a lot of sustain. So they want Comfey onto Zoroark to deal that massive burst damage when it comes to team fights. And thus far, it's working.
Yeah.
For Dragon Lee.
Not challenged at all. No way to lock him down as well. No slow bro for a slow beam action. Remember, he was banned away.
Leafeon. You have the Solar Blade, you have the Leaf Blade as well.
Hydro
Buzzwole is still alive. Hydro Typhoon to be able to win that team fight, but Comfey sustaining Zoroark. There's no one could go in for the punish. Yes, he got the knockout, but the lunges coming from Buzzwole secures the kill.
Comfey just being that X factor here, Infinity, and I feel that the Rings Unbound is going to be used anytime soon.
Rings Unbound, as you have mentioned here, and now Omo Dragon Lee is not contesting the Regirock. It will be No Sympathy who will take it down. Sacred Sword is there. Umbreon comes into fight.
Yep, mean look. Just to lock down the Zacian.
And now Leafeon will secure the Regirock. Dragon Lee has to go back. It is Umbreon who just got deleted. Zoroark as his Oh my word, Zacian just got the knockout. It's a double knockout. Buzzwole coming into the backside along with Comfey as well. A 2v5. No escape. Comfey sustain will not be enough, not sufficient enough to escape from that, and No Sympathy answers back.
Mew and Zoroark on top of one another just got Leafeon, ladies and gents, and now No Sympathy is back in the game.
They're indeed back into the game. They're going for the goals. Umbreon, with a blink of an eye, he just got swept away. And Dragon Lee hoping to defend. Still 11 points left on the tier 1 goal. No Sympathy will not secure it, but Nevertheless, they got points after
They don't need to. They don't need to. Again, they are so close to the winning time, and they can force the Rayquaza buff to be taken. Once they secure it, it's just going to be massive for them. Regieleki, though, this could be the X factor. This could spell the difference for the upcoming Rayquaza fight, because this just provides a lot of map control to whoever secures it.
Yeah, and they could still secure the Regieleki here for the side of Omo Dragon Lee for extra
Rings Unbound.
points. The thing is, that's really, really good for Omo Dragon Lee. That puts up a lot of pressure onto the top path.
Yeah. Okay, the only caveat there is they can still summon just by using their just by using Hoopa's Unite move, right? The Rings Unbound can call in reinforcements almost instantaneously. But again, the prize here, this is still anyone's game, Infinity.
It's still anyone's game. Every single one has Unite moves available here for both sides.
Finally.
Very significant. Going into the Rayquaza pit. 2 minutes into the game, Rayquaza is now up.
Buzzwole. Oh, going to get spotted. And he wanted a Leafeon, but Leafeon still very mobile. Disengages away just with one dash, and Zoroark. Oh man, he's sniffing his prey.
Yeah, he definitely is. Hyper Loophole is there as well. Potentially go back in. Zoroark coming into the backside is hoping to get that knockout onto Hoopa. And right now it's Mew who has that poke damage.
Yep.
But
Rings
thus
Unbound.
far, no all-ins.
Rings Unbound was burnt here, invested fully by no sympathy. Dragon Lee just denying them.
Zoroark,
The
a
Ray
little
buff.
bit of an overextension there, but Comfy Sustain will bring back his HP.
No lockdown. They're having a hard time.
Could reset.
The Zoroark is very mobile and just can evade.
And now Omo Dragon Lee could still come back into this game. Bring it to game number 3 here. Blastoise now going in for the serve.
Finally.
And now Hydro Pump as well, already used up. Zoroark coming into the backside will still survive for that fight. And Hydro Typhoon will not connect onto anyone. Buzzwole will go into the knockback into the backside. Leafeon will
Zoroark
secure the
down.
knockout onto Zoroark, but the trade back coming from Comfy will be there. And now the Solar Beam along with the Light Screen as well will answer no sympathy. And there's just no mercy. Mean look onto Blastoise. The serve to try to deny it, but the dunk coming in from Omo Dragon Lee will just secure the fate that Dragon Lee wants this game number 2.
They know it. They know it. They smell it. They know that with enough points, they can force a game number 3. And Omo Dragon Lee, well thought draft, Comfy solves the Station problem, and we have a game 3.
Yeah, it definitely is amazing to watch how Dragon Lee that turned the script when it comes to their composition. And they brought this to game 3. Another 3-game series that we have for today.
There was just no lockdown.
Oh yeah.
You saw Zoroark come in. And with enough sustain coming in from the Comfy, he was still very much safe to disengage. And that was so hard to play against, right? Like, what's your lockdown? Almost nothing, right? Like, Leafeon does not really have a crowd control. Yeah, sure, Hydro Pump can push him away, but that's not the lockdown that you kind of hoped for, like the mean look, like the slow beam.
Yeah, and that's the big brain, if you may, to the part of the composition of Omo Dragon Lee, right? Because the thing is, they picked up the Zoroark at the very last moment. And the thing is, Zoroark's weakness is the suppression, right? Coming from Mimikyu, coming in from the likes of Slowbro as well, but Slowbro was banned away. But the thing is, coming into that final moment, the opposition couldn't just change their draft because, once again, Zoroark was the last pick. They picked up the Comfy first, coming into that, and it was just a difficult time for them. They already secured the Blastoise, Zacian as well, and another frontliner doesn't fit the composition.
This is also the veteran experience that we knew Omo Dragon Lee will bring into the tournament. We've reviewed this team. 4 out of their 5 members are veterans. Ryota, Sergi, right? Louie, and Shius are 4 of the 5 members that we can easily say hasn't been around for a long time, and that Comfy pickup, to our surprise and to the surprise of their opponent, was super effective.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? it was a draft that was unorthodox but well thought out, right? Because you have a very squishy type of composition because you have Mew, you have Zoroark, then you have Buzzwole along with another Pokemon that they have and Comfy. But it was Comfy who just brought out the sustain of Zoroark that can just be the frontliner for the team instead.
Yeah, there's just no way to target down Comfy. Whenever he's attached, that's it. Like you have to focus down Zoroark, which at that point in the game, he was just going in, going out, and there are also frames in where he was untargetable, and this is why Zoroark gets drafted. I remember when Zoroark was the meta, right? Like, we've seen a lot of funnels, and we've seen a lot of Comfy just because of the kit of Zoroark, but it has been controlled by a bit. It has been toned down by a bit to a point, you know, that the other teams or the other professional teams has other things in mind, but we have to remember the veteran still knows their ways, still knows their old days, and they just bring out another classic here.
Yeah, and the thing is, Zoroark was already one of the Pokemon that they used yesterday up against PNK here, Raya, and they just used it to a degree that's just mind-blowing here today.
Yep. That's not, I would say they really baited out that station pick.
Oh yeah,
it was all according to Keikaku. And so now, Omo Dragon Lee and No Sympathy will be squaring off for a do or die.
Yeah, it's basically that point wherein Omo Dragon Lee and No Sympathy has to put their best foot forward and not allow any stones left unturned coming into this game number 3, because it's one more game away to come into one more before the playoffs.
Right. Now, with No Sympathy being on the orange side, are they confident to bait out a Zacian pick? No, they're not. No Sympathy will be banning it away.
Especially considering as well that Omo Dragon Lee has already brought out the Comfy. They know how to use this. And if Zacian comes through as well, and you know what? Zoroark is one of the perspectives that Dragon Lee wants, but if Zacian is picked up by them, they could really just funnel this in. So a good ban coming from No Sympathy here as an expectation. Maybe Mimikyu and Slowbro can now see the light of day.
I want Slowbro. Like, Slowbro plus the Blastoise. Again, the pairing of the two does have a combined crowd control that will work wonders to your favor. Now, Clefable is still, again, the number one support that we have, at least in our eyes. The amount of healing, the amount... it's super flexible to a point that, you know, you're not giving away too much by drafting the Clefable.
Yeah. And right now, Dragon Lee answers back with a Slowbro and a Hoopa. They still need someone to be their frontliners, and thus far, Slowbro has been one of the top picks, not just in the Philippines, but all over other regions as well. And as we have mentioned a while ago, Mimikyu will see the light of day.
Almost the same draft as game number 1. They went on to pick up Mimikyu, but at least there's one way to control this Mimikyu. You have a Slowbro, right? Like a Slow Beam can get and control this Mimikyu down, but to deny the Leafeon from No Sympathy is, I believe, coming in clutch here, coming in from Dragon Lee. This Leafeon can do wonders because, again, it's paired with the Mew.
Yeah, and in addition to that, they don't need anything else. They have sufficient frontliners already. They have the Buzzwole, they have the Slowbro, but No Sympathy. We could see a Cider or a Scissor coming into game number 3 here for series number 3 that we have for the day.
This is Curveball. After Curveball, just goes to show that the Pokemon pool of all these pro players, we are nearing that stage in where, you know, all the Pokemons can be played by the teams, and No Sympathy. Earlier, they saw a Zoroark. It's time for them to go for a counter pick, and their counter pick is the Scissor.
Yeah, and the thing is, traditionally what we see for Cider or Scissor is that they're going for the Cider route. They want that massive amounts of damage coming in immediately from those team fights, especially considering you already have the Mimikyu, you already have the Blastoise. They need that extra bit of damage as well, so we could expect Scyther to be the path here for Scissor instead for No Sympathy. And it's pretty much overall both these teams have a draft wherein I'm gonna say that, you know what, it's good. It's not the worst draft that we've seen. It's actually a well thought out draft, but how is the execution gonna turn out?
this can still go either side, right? Either way.
100%.
This game number 3 with just a draft that was gifted to us. It leaves more questions than answers, which will be answered by entering into game number 3 here, ladies and gents. This is to decide as to who's going to advance onto the next round of the upper brackets. And so far, none of them is giving an inch. Both of them still at 1 point. And yeah, lots of things can still happen here, Infinity.
It definitely is. There's a lot of things that can occur coming into game number 3, especially as we have mentioned a while ago. Both these teams only needs one more win to reach into the upper bracket, into the next stage here before the playoffs. And two of these teams expectedly really wants to go for that. And right now, it's all about playing for the win here for both these sides.
We haven't seen a wait.
So much pressure coming from Buzzwole. A lot of sustainability as well. It is one of the expectations.
There was a potential KO, but they did not have enough damage. But yeah, just going back to my point, I feel that this game number 3, it will start out very slow. But this Mimikyu, I'm really liking this Mimikyu pick coming in from No Sympathy. Oh, okay, so they want to focus on the top side, and Buzzwole will be the one to get the KO against the Mimikyu.
Yeah, first knockout of game number 3. The pressure in from Omo Dragon Lee. Scyther is pushed back, and it goes on as now being pressured in. 51 points immediately in the first minute and 30 seconds of the game.
Buzzwole, he's flexing his muscles right now. Oh, good pushback.
Nice light screen to deny that possible engage for Omo Dragon Lee, but it's just a lot of dunks overall. No Sympathy couldn't answer back.
No Sympathy is not finding the early game that we saw them have during game number 1, and that is to give credit to Omo Dragon Lee. 69 points to 15. 8 minutes center stage. Clouds, birds, to be taken here by Dragon Lee.
Altaria and Swab Luna being denied. The contest is there. Solar Blade is just so much damage. And Scyther forced her retreat. Another Solar Blade to finish it all off. Another double knockout coming from Omo Dragon Lee. It's a knockout streak already for Leafeon. Just the prowess that the EV has overall.
It's also the Buzzwole, right? Just the amount of engages that he can do over and over again. Chase down potential as well coming in from Omo Dragon Lee allowed for them to slam more points for themselves. Now I think there's going to be another catch here right around the central area. Good thing is that the War Turtle was able to eject away, but case in point, Omo Dragon Lee, they're running away with things here, Infinity, in game number 3.
Yeah, and at the moment that hyperspace loophole has just made in for the reset, I think that's really important because you have the objectives now coming up. It's the Regirock into the bottom pad and Regieleki into the top pad here. And thus far, Omo Dragon Lee, No Sympathy wants this.
This is so scary for No Sympathy. They're on the back foot. Satoru is not even level 9.
Yeah. Right now, already half HP serve there coming in from Slowbro. Scyther steals it away from Omo Dragon Lee. And that's really important coming in from them. And now Buzzwole and Mew wants to go in for those poke damage. Has the Solar Beam onto Blastoise. The hyperspace hole will not be enough.
Triple
and Scyther into the backside. Has the KO of 4 Pokemon. And this is what we're saying. They needed that poke damage, or well, burst damage. And Scyther is just enough to deal that.
Signs of life indeed, but the Buzzwole not yet done. Gets a KO onto the Intellion and following through and stopping the rampage out of Scyther is the Leafeon. No Sympathy.
Let's see. Defense coming from No Sympathy. Mimikyu go in with a Shadow Sneak. But right now, Hyperspace Hole once again. The trade-off is there. It's a 1-for-1. Mimikyu traded in for Leafeon. Buzzwole now being isolated, being slowed down. Slowbro, one more hit coming in from Inteleon. Will secure the knockout. And now Buzzwole is left on his lonesome onto the goal zone for No Sympathy. And the knockout is secured.
No one wants to stop. It's been like 5 fights in a row here in the bottom area.
Scyther wants a little bit more damage into the backside and will force the retreat as No Sympathy already secured the tier 1.
A very close game, 136 to 133 with Reggie Alecki for the next objective to be contested here. Mimikyu gets the slam through on the top side. And this is the game 3 that we envisioned. By the way, I just want to commend the Scyther finding the openings over and over again to bring back No Sympathy into this game.
And now, No Sympathy starting up the Reggie Alecki. Blastoise being that disruption, the zoner for No Sympathy. The surf was just phenomenal. And now Shadow Sneak into the backside. Leafeon is the target. Already left with 1 HP there. And No Sympathy is just focusing on to the tier 1.
Touchdown.
Slowbro trying to buy time, not enough. And Reggie Alecki will touch down and No Sympathy will secure another tier 1.
The Mimikyu just invested enough moves to dissuade the chase down coming in from Omo, Dragon Lee, and all of a sudden, No Sympathy has turned the tables. And they are now in the lead, but this is not yet gonna stop anytime soon, Infinity, because we still have another objective here in the bottom area.
Yeah, 70 points advantage already for No Sympathy, and now they're looking for another value into the bottom pad. Reggie brings him down, already used by Omo Dragon Lee, and now the Solar Beam connects. Leafeon wants to get that with the Solar Blade, but No Sympathy secures the Reggie Ice, and now Inteleondo is punished by Buzzwole, goes for the eject button as Mimikyu is stuck, pinned down, uses up the play rough, but it's 41. Not enough. And Omo Dragon Lee just wipes up every single one with Blastoise, the only one remaining. And he will be the next target. The Solar Blade will finish him up.
It's not yet enough though to even the score count. No Sympathy though to engage without their Blastoise. Their primary engage tool in the Hydro Typhoon was not present, and the Mimikyu took a long time to take down the Hoopa. I saw like 3 consecutive moves just to take down this Hoopa, and that's enough time for Dragon Lee to target down the primary targets of No Sympathy. 6 points separating the two. 3 minutes left in the game, Infinity.
Yeah, 6 points indeed. It's already 3 minutes. 11 seconds though for the Reggie Alecki. This could be used by either Dragon Lee or No Sympathy. Will be very important for both of them.
Level 14 on the Leafeon as well. The highest level in the game. And he's been carrying the damage for Dragon Lee. No one comes close. Yeah, sure, Mew should be there as his pair, but Mew has been controlled. Level 11 to level 14. It's not often that you see this pairing, the gap between these two pairing to happen.
And now built up more pressure onto the top path here, but Leafeon is there to defend with the Leaf Blade and the Solar Blade. A lot of damage already. And remember, we still have Hoopa with a Hyper Space Hole that could just go in for the resets time and time again. So Omo Dragon Lee going for the contest onto the Reggie Alecki is just sufficient enough. Go back in.
6 points separating the two. This is as close as it can get. And, in these very small margins, you can sneak goal on towards the second tower of the opposing squads. And No Sympathy does know it. Now, Omo Dragon Lee also does have the same opportunity. So you kind of have a lot of options to put into consideration here. Now, Omo Dragon Lee and No Sympathy, the raid dance commences here, Infinity, and this is very, very close.
Good Moonlight coming in from Clefable for No Sympathy. Has to regen back when it comes to the HP bars. Oh, Blastoise already brought down to half Solar Beam. It's just too much when it comes to the long-range pokes.
Look at the Buzzwole, though. Positioning himself for a slam down, but he's going to get spotted!
Going to get that information for No Sympathy. Let's turn things around, but Omo Dragon Lee still holding back.
Just engages away. Patience game coming in from the two. Who's going to start to engage? There will be a slow bro!
It's a perfect opportunity for Omo Dragon Lee to secure the Blastoise, but the Hydro Typhoon will secure the knockup that they need. The shield was there, sufficient enough as well. Inteleon with the Azure Spy Vision will get information. 3 knockouts already, 4 knockouts! It's No Sympathy will wipe out Dragon Lee, and they will turn things around. Rayquaza will now be the target. Mew, the only last one standing for Omo Dragon Lee. The Solar Beam could definitely do it, but a Snipe Shot brought his HP down below, and No Sympathy will secure the Rayquaza KO powered by Smart.
They will just go and march and dunk all those points in. 100 points coming in from Clefable and also the Scyther, and that should be enough No Sympathy finds a team fight that they want, finds a team fight that they need, and they will be advancing on to the next round.
No Sympathy shows no mercy. Dragon Lee cannot face up against No Sympathy in this matchup. And right now, it's No Sympathy who will win it in the end in this series thus far. What a showing.
What a fight. They targeted down the Blastoise, and the Blastoise was tanky enough to still be able to cast the Hydro Typhoon, and that was the turnaround needed by No Sympathy to secure themselves the next round. What a fight, what a game, what a series so far.
Oh yeah, what a series indeed. We saw a lot of ups and downs. We saw a lot of changes when it comes to composition. A very disparity difference when it comes to game 1, 2, and 3. But thus far, No Sympathy still won it in the end.
I still want to credit the Scyther though. He humbled by God. He was the one who brought his team back into the game. Like his quad KO in the bottom area just bought enough time for his quad to get enough points in, and that was the closest Rayquaza battle that we've ever had so far in the tournament. 6 points separating the two. They got information that Louis was trying to flank. They targeted him down. Satoru being targeted in turn by Omo did not pan out properly because Satoru was tanky enough to still be able to cast a Hydro Typhoon.
Yeah, and this is what we're saying, right? Cider typically goes in for the Cider route because they want that massive amount of damage, and it showed up big time into the middle of game number 3. They got the quad KO, as you've mentioned, and time again, it is humbled by God, who's just looking into that opportunity to go into the back lines of Omo and remove the likes of Leafeon and Mew.
With the Mimikyu, it's so easy to do it. You can lock him down. Scyther will be there to finish things off, and 83 points, good enough to be the MVP of game number 3 and help his team advance onto the next round. Infinity. No Sympathy is still the true dark horse of this tournament. I know for a fact that the two invited teams, Talon Esports and Elevate Esports, which we're not seeing yet because they will be joining next week. We'll join next week. But basically, we're going to enter a very short break here, Infinity, as we prepare for the next series.
so much battles and so much competition already here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 for the Philippines Open. Once again, we're back.
First half done and over with, and we are now entering the second half of the day.
Yeah.
Infinity, where we'll be casting, of course, the fourth series featuring Lassen Fox going against SR Pearl. And these are two teams that we were not able to see yesterday, right? Like, both successful in advancing off stream. And I just don't know what to expect, I guess.
I also don't know what to expect. I think this is something of a new names that we're seeing into the stream, into the broadcast as well. Compositions can change. Pokemon that we haven't seen before could show up. But before then, let's look at the schedule for the day.
Schedule of the day, fourth match. Oh, so far, everyone on the left has been... Yeah, everyone on the left has been favored by Lady Luck, I guess. Secret Rare Pearl, again, going against Lassen Fox, followed by SRD versus Night Fox. The winners from earlier will be facing against one another for the playoff berth.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting to see here. SR Pearl, Lassen Fox, whoever wins this will go through to battle No Sympathy. But going into the brackets here, we're already almost going into the matchups to qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah, the thing here is, again, we have 6 teams advancing, right? Now, if you are on the lower bracket, if you are Terravolt and Isen Celto, with one more defeat, with one more loss, it eliminates them. Yep. Yeah. So the thing here is, what you want to avoid are 2 straight defeats. If you are to avoid 2 straight defeats, that's okay. That's already fine. You are qualified for the playoffs. But, you know, the better seeding, of course, will be awarded to those teams that will have a flawless record in day number 2. So, to those that are wondering the format of the tournament, just have to look into the possible matchup between Terravolt and Isen Celto. Who do you think will win that? Who do you think will be eliminated? It's so hard to say. But I guess Isen Celto did actually show a lot of promise.
Yeah, they definitely did. Coming into that upper bracket, into the match that we've seen a while ago, they showed a lot of prowess as well coming into the stadium.
Right.
And I definitely think they have that fighting chance to be able to come through.
Isen Celto, good luck to them. And Terravolt, we won't be streaming that game, so I believe that game will now progress, and we might be able to show it to everyone as we progress into the stream, as that will be played off stream. And again, if you want to be part of next week's battle, you have to survive that round for sure. Now we enter into the drafting phase. SR Pearl going against Lassen Fox.
SR Pearl, the sister team of SR Diamond that we've seen a while ago, and Lassen Fox as well from Night Fox from the match that we've seen earlier today. It's very exciting, right? I want to see something spicy from SR Pearl or Lassen Fox, but thus far, we're evolving around a meta that we have from yesterday and today. We've seen a lot of Zacians, Mimikyu, Stobro, Blastoise. These are already staple picks coming in for PUACL.
And then comes in the Gengar, the Zoroark, the Scyther. The day number 2 pick of the day has really picked up the pace of the drafting here for day number 2. But no surprises here. Mimikyu and Zacian going to be banned away. Hoopa priority for SR Pearl.
Yeah, Hoopa is one of the staples as well when it comes to those ins and outs of those fights. Lapras and Trevenant, though, good frontliners secured by Lassen Fox.
Is that the first time that we saw a Mew and Leafeon lose a game?
Could
the one earlier, right? Like the combination of Mew and Leafeon has really been doing wonders for whoever selects them. But yeah, moving on, like Secret Rare Pearl, SR Pearl does have the Hoopa for that extra mobility for their lineup, and does have the Mew and Umbreon to round out their draft.
Yeah, and the thing is, Secret Rare Pearl could now look into another frontliners. Frontliner into their composition here. Leafeon is still open for them to pick up as well.
Blastoise and Leafeon are 2 of the things. Or Glaceon
could also work out for them. But I really like the composition here by SR Pearl. It has a very, very good power coming into level 4 from the EVs that we have coming into their composition. So there is a lot of expectations for them to go a little bit aggressive when they reach that point. But Lassen Fox picks up the Scissor once again, or potentially even the Scyther. coming into
we
the
saw
competition.
Scyther win the game by himself, getting a quad KO earlier. And although there was a Mimikyu that really set up almost everything for the Scyther, right? Like he was just jumping, getting all those eliminations one by one that was basically presented by the all-ins coming from the Mimikyu. Same can be said for Trevenant. The Trevenant can go in, same as the Lapras, deal massive chaos inside of the backline of SRP, and that's where Caesar will clean up.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? If you just let Scissor and Scyther have that opportunity to access the backlines, it will definitely be chaos breaking down loose onto the likes of Mew, Hoopa, and Glaceon. Because the thing is, Umbreon and Blastoise will only be the frontliners here for SR Pearl, and I think that will be such a thing that we have to look at if SR Pearl is able to peel their backliners.
Yeah. With Hoopa being the X factor for sure, right? Like the hyperspace hole, ever so reliable when it comes to sustain and when it comes to disengage as well, right? Like, okay, you need HP back, one hyperspace hole, and you can
You're
rejoin.
good to go.
And you can even rejoin the fight once more, and that's the power of Hoopa, not to mention Rings Unbound.
Yeah, but the things that we've seen so far with Hyperspace Hole that is being capitalized by all these teams is that you go in for the Hyperspace Hole, and often when it comes to the latter part of a game, they just use the jump pad.
Yep, it's the jump pad also gives a small crowd control, a small amount of crowd control, and Hyperspace Hole does have a decent cooldown to it as well, so it's not as spammable as people think.
Yeah, and I think the reason as well behind the use of the jump pad instead is the possibility of getting a better footing, a better position coming into those team fights. So it overall is something that we could expect later on for SR Pearl to be utilized, especially coming into 3 minutes into the game, 2 minutes into the game, and it's such an importance to have a little bit more sustain into those endgames.
We often overlook the impact of a Clefable, right? Like, especially the Wish. Of course, there's really just no way. Ooh! Lane dominance once again, kind of expected. Hoopa gets a first KO against a Clefable. But again, that's just the early traits that is kind of expected. Finally, Scyther shows up.
Yeah, Scyther comes in, massive amounts of damage, but will not connect. Squirtle will be able to utilize the Skull Bash to go back into the goal zone for extra sustainability.
Yeah. The Glaceon also provides a huge amount of burst that needs to be respected, especially by the Scyther, right? Like, with the amount of damage that is available to the Scyther, you still have to be careful, especially that you are still prone to all the bursts coming in from SRP.
Yeah, it definitely is here. And thus far, it's all about playing for more experience. Level 5 and level 7, this is where the time where everyone will be able to clash it out and will be able to find those opportunities to really get a hold of those fights.
8 minutes. And again, the center stage for the Birds will be up for contestation here. No big skirmish as of yet. Very quiet early game so far, Infinity.
But now everyone is waiting for the Altarias and the Swablu to come back up. Last Fox just deletes that quite easily as Trevenant is zoning away SR Pearl.
Right. Very aggressive as well, right? Like investing the eject button just to have that potential catch. I like the idea, I like the confidence, but did not really pan out as of yet.
Yeah. Right now, Last Fox has a lot of XPs, has a lot of Aeos energies already stacked up, but SR Pearl is currently on the lead. The Wart Turtle has to retreat, has to run away. Now Last Fox was able to dunk points on the tier 1 top path.
You can't stop it, right? Like that's what we would say, just enough points to get a very fast touchdown. Now Last Fox here in the bottom area, receiving some pokes here and there, but it's not enough to really take them down as of yet. And again, in a few seconds, we will have our first objective here, Infinity.
Yeah, 5 seconds, the Reggies will come up. And traditionally, this is a 4-1 split rather from both these teams. You have Lapras into the top hat along with Blastoise for both sides. And now you also have the rest of the crew into the bottom path trying to fight for Regirock.
Yeah, I wonder what the Intelliance build path was, right? Is it the snipe shot? Or is it the liquidation for extra burst?
And now Cider going in. It's just deleted by Glaceon. It's just so
can't do
much
that.
damage. Can't do nothing. And Lassen Fox has now one member lost from disengage. And Trevenant
Make
could
that
be
two.
next. Hoopas deletes him. And right now, Lassen Fox is just forced to retreat. Clefable just tries to get information here. Mean Luck zones him away. Cannot get information. Hoopas wall
Nice
knocks
push
him
away.
back. And Regirock is secured.
This is what we're saying, right? Like this Scyther does have a good amount of damage, but still needs to be careful. The burst coming in from the Glaceon still needs to be respected. Trevenant is here.
Trevenant with a Woodhammer. The stuns will not connect. He's locked out. Mean Look cannot escape that.
Oh,
And that will
Glaceon.
be SR Pearls who secures another knockout.
That's 2 times in a row. SR Pearl. Mr. Palos is finding the KOs needed by their team and is buying enough space for the Blastoise to slam dunk on the top side. Is now level 10. This is massive if you are a fan of SRP. We have to remember that Blastoise at level 10 does have the Unite move already. Hydro Typhoon can win you clashes outright.
And there's such a perfect time as well. Since the Regieleki is now up, Blastoise will be such a crucial and significant Pokemon into that team fight. Now, Lassen Fox is now having to think, what can we do from that? Because the thing is, their advantage comes from eliminating one before a team fight occurs. Umbreon being targeted here was able to run away, gets that fruit to go for that sustain. And now the Woodhammer, but the counter-attack coming in from Blastoise with a Hydro Typhoon changed the tides of that team fight. And Lassen Fox is forced to retreat into Leon, goes for the eject button, but Secret Rare Pearl was able to chase them down.
And the important part is that they're getting the 40 points put in. And that will be the first tower. Left to just 10 points to be secured here by SRP finally. No, 5 points left before it even gets down.
And out of Woodhammer as well, Lassen Fox still want to go in for that engage as an answer back. Phantom Force has already been used. Woodhammer still being utilized by Lassen Fox, but the light screen pushed him back. There's just no escape, and Hoopa was able to get that knockout.
The value of Hoopa over and over again has been tremendous
Umbreon.
for SRP. They're not yet done. Minlook targets and locks down 2 members sniped by the Mew.
Moonlight is not enough as well.
They want overcap. They want more points to be in, and that's 40 points. Coming in from Mew.
Yeah, 35 over the limit there. Into the bottom path as secured by Mew. Now Blastoise, Lapras going on to Regieleki, now being started. But the thing is, Lapras just has to buy time. Fell Stinger to get that distance through. As Blastoise has to use the eject button. Already left with 1 HP. Umbreon, Mean Look
No steal.
on the Lapras. But Scyther, with that damage, Umbreon is left down with solo of an HP. Blastoise with Hydro Pump. Removes the HP bars of another Lassen Fox, left with 3 members.
Yep, and now this Regieleki is so close!
So close, and now the Surf as well pushes the members of Lassen Fox back, and Blastoise is eliminated, knocked out, and KO'd. And Scyther looks to for Mew. Light screen is sufficient enough. Eject button coming in from Leon. Wants to go for the snipe shot, but will not be enough, will not reach that point. And thus far, SR Pearl has just so much advantage.
Super clutch though coming in from Lassen Fox. They were able to deny the Regieleki, slamming the 20 points onto their goal, and that means that that they are still within striking distance. This is still anyone's game here, Infinity. Lassen Fox may be 175 points behind, but it's not yet over, especially looking at the current possession right now by the Scyther. He's already level 13.
Level 13, and that's a massive, massive level ahead up against pretty much every single one aside from Glaceon here. SR Pearl now starting the Registeel Hyperspace hole going into the top side here, but no contest onto the Reggie into the bottom path here by Lassen Fox.
Yeah, additional attack. Just being gifted here by Lassen Fox. Not what we expected, but yeah, it's so scary to just gift it over to the burst composition that Secret Rare Pearl has. Remember, they have the Mew, they have the Glaceon, and additional attack and SP attack will definitely be welcome for SRP. Winning time, everybody. The last 2 minutes of the game.
And that's something that every single one, especially Lassen Fox, does want. The Rayquaza, that objective really change the tides of the game here, and just the patience game from both sides. It's paying dividends so much for Secret Rare Pearl, because the thing is, they don't have to fight the Rayquaza, they just have to buy time.
Yep. All they need is to just deny this Rayquaza, and that should be enough. Lassen Fox being forced onto a corner.
Just waiting patiently onto the top path. Solar Beam is there as well, gets information. Trevenant just scouts the area, will be able to retreat. Clefable is there as well, so a lot of sustain coming from this team, from the squad. Blastoise
Hyperspace
going for the
hole.
contest. Tornadoes coming up from
Time is ticking. Time is ticking.
1 minute left for both these sides. Lassen Fox only has a minute left to be able to secure that objective. Has to force this issue. And now Trevenant used the Phantom Force coming into that fight. And Slider comes into the backside as well. Targets onto Hoopa. The stun is there secured. And 1-for-1 KO is already down as Hoopa is caught up by Scyther. But the thing is, another member falls down by Lassen Fox. There's no more damage left. It is Scyther. It is Clefable. Is that press? Glaceon just went in for a free hit, and Mew as well. There's no one to deny them away from this, and Secret Rare Pearl will be successful to push them back of the objective.
SRP, Palos specifically, he's been free hitting the entire time. SRP protects and defends the Rayquaza, and that should be enough for them to secure game 1.
And that is such a magnificent showing by SR Pearl for game 1 in the series. Lassen Fox cannot fight this hand to hand.
The Glaceon though, his movements, his pathing, his overall placements in that entire team fight, he was untouched. And when the Glaceon is untouched, that's a massive damage coming your way.
Icicle shards galore for Prios. It does just so much damage.
Oh, it's Prios. It's not Palos.
Yeah, so much damage. It's 80k.
Yeah.
And an even level playing field, even footing with Yao as well. 30k damage for both these Pokemon.
Which is a surprise, right? Like you look at the amount of damage that Prios was able to just dish out. One would think that Prios was leaps and bounds ahead of his partner in the Mew, but turns out the Mew was actually there. Yao was there, dishing out a decent amount of damage as well, with just 4k separating the two. Mithril, though, the game plan here for Lassen Fox is for this Scyther to really find the backline. And, you know, at one point we saw a big mistake, right? A big overstep. He was the first to go down. He was bursted down by the Glaceon. And we know the capabilities of the Glaceon to really just dish out, you know, isolated damage to just bring you down. But the MVP goes over to Kalel on that Blastoise.
Yeah, and the Blastoise was such a strong Pokemon there as well for the side of SR. It was just capable enough to really just push back Lassen Fox from game number 1.
Lassen Fox still is in it for sure, right? Like that again is a very close game. And we've been seeing close games after close games Infinity.
There's so much, right?
This is what we call a welcome moment coming in from Pokémon Unite, I guess.
Yeah,
we're being welcomed to I would say the best possible welcome. And again, guys, we also love to welcome everyone watching right now on different platforms, YouTube, TikTok, and on not TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook.
And of course, thank you very much to the official telco partner of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024, Smart.
Smart is very cool.
100%.
Do you know that you can now get yourself a digital SIM, an eSIM?
Ooh, I didn't know that.
A prepaid eSIM. Yeah, I'm planning to get one for myself. Depends if your handheld supports the eSIM functionality. It's a very new technology, and Smart already has that available for everybody. So if you have a very new spanking phone, I might as well just go and upgrade yourself onto the eSIM. I was reading about it, right? It provides extra security because there is no physical SIM card that you know, whenever your phone gets stolen, you can still automatically disable it because it's a digital SIM. Anyway, So much for that. I'm nerding out. Pokemon Unite is still in full display and in full throttle here, Infinity, and that's just game number 1 of our 4th series.
Yeah, it's still game number 1 of series number 4. And we have so much more to go, right? We have series 5, the winners coming in from series 1 and series 2 will battle it out. And you also have series 6 to be able to really identify who will come in onto those matches to really play in for the open qualifiers or go in for the playoffs.
Yeah. That's the goal, right? Like, we are looking for the top 6 teams to advance to the playoffs because there are already 2 teams locked in. Talon Esports and Elevate Esports. All right away we enter into the drafting phase. Lassen Fox and SRP, or Secret Rare Pearl. Match point to SRP.
Match point indeed, and Lassen Fox has to think of a way. Has to think of an opportunity for them to be able to really go one up against Secret Rare Pearl, especially when it comes to the draft composition here. It was SR Pearl who had not totally the biggest difference and the biggest advantage coming into the composition, but they just had the better edge.
It's also because of the overconfidence coming in from Lassen Fox. I feel that the Scyther really just needs to be extra careful. He knows it, his teammates knows it, and there still will be opportunities for him to show his prowess into the series. Now, the bans are in, and it will be the Umbreon and the Zacian, leaving the Mimikyu and Mew available for the taking for SRP.
Yeah, I know Lassen Fox has to look for a way to be able to answer that back, because the thing is, Umbreon is already gone, so they could probably go in for Blastoise and even Slowbro here, but Trevenant is still the priority.
Yeah, lots of crowd control and very tanky as well. But taking away the Blastoise is a very good move here coming in from Lassen Fox.
Yeah, and now SR Pearl could go in for the Slowbro and the Clefable.
Yeah. It's 2 single target though, right? Like if you have a Mimikyu already locked in,
that's fair
pairing
enough.
it with Slowbro might just be, I would say, an overlapping way of doing things, right? An overinvestment onto one thing, and that's the reason why Lapras is going to be prioritized here by SRP to respond to the Blastoise on the top side.
Yeah, it makes total amount of sense, right? And SR Pearl has just secured them a really, really good composition here. They could go for another poke, or they could go for another showing of like something that could deal massive amounts of damage, because thus far from what we have seen from the past series and the past games, it could be poke or it could be burst damage, but Inteleon will be the priority.
Now they have still, a good amount of damage source for SRP. They do have the combo of Mew and Inteleon, and you can never go wrong with Mew, right? Like, over and over again, when you've seen the Mew top the damage charts just because of the reliability of the skills, move reset, right? It allows you to spam your moves to a point that it needs to be respected.
Yeah, 100%.
Lassen Fox, though, they do have the Hoopa.
Yeah, agreed, right? You could go in and out of fights, and that is one of the important things. Hoopa is one of the most contested pick as well when it comes to Pokemon, only being second to Zacian. So I think that's something to take note of, the power that
What's the
Hoopa
win rate
has.
of Hoopa yesterday?
Hoopa yesterday has won 100%. It's a 4 picks, 4 wins, but the bans are 6, so 60%, only being second to Zacian as well. It's really, really strong, right? And it's just because of the resets potential.
Yeah. And also being able to call your teammates from afar with just 1 rings and bound.
Yeah.
One way to really emphasize the strength of Hoopa is the infinite amount of mobility that you provide, not just to yourself but to your team,
The
right?
whole team.
By allowing your team to traverse from one area to another, that's 15 seconds saved by your team to respond to each other.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that we've seen as well.
Yeah.
A lot of fights that occurred wherein Hoopa just saves the lives of his teammates from the brink of death.
Yeah, Umbreon as well, right? Like the brink of being KO'd.
Yeah.
Just one skill, one move is enough to save your comrades. But we move into game number 2 with SRP already at match point. They will be sending over their Inteleon into the central area. Looks like the Clay Fable might just go for a sneaky invade, but not really. I think it will be a very quiet early game here, Infinity.
It could possibly be, right? Because the thing is, Squirtle couldn't fight at level 3, and there's just a lot of missed opportunity here if they go and force onto those fights. Lapras, with an exception, has so much strength when it comes to the early game just because you have the Whirlpool and you have so much power.
Yeah.
But aside from that, everyone's going to play a little bit more safe.
Yeah, it's just extra safe right now. Although the lead is to the side of Lassen Fox, 12 points disparity. One would say it's very, I would say, negligible at this point in time. It's just, it provides some XP advantage overall as well when it comes to held items, stacking items. But you look at Mimikyu, he's already on the top side. A 3v3.
A fight for Altaria and Swablu into the top path. Secret Rare Pearl will be able to get a lion's share of the bird lanes. The lane birds, rather, onto the top path along with Lassen Fox. But overall, it's pretty much an even level playing field for both sides.
Yep. Which means that we'll have to wait for the next potential contestation, which is the center area Altarias, or the center birds, as we love to call it. It provides a lot of XPs, right? You know, as a central, I would say, main. You want those XPs, you want those extra advantage that you can bring into a lot of team fights. Now we'll see though, lots of pokes here and there, but no heavy commitment and no KOs so far into the game.
And right now everyone's positioning themselves onto the Atalias and Swablu's into the central area, but just like that, with a blink of an eye, it's gone already. The Secret Rare Pearl will be able to dunk themselves a lot of points in the process.
Eject button invested here. Mimikyu got saved by the shield. Extra move speed as well. And on the other side, the Inteleon was actually, it was on the top side as well. The Inteleon was able to get a return KO. 32 points this time for SRP. They're now back in the lead.
They're now back in the lead. Very, very minute lead to say the least here. Everything is going to come down at 5 minutes, wherein every single one of these teams are looking for the opportunities to be able to secure a lot of advantage. And Mimikyu just stole that away with the Shadow Sneak.
Now we have our answer, right? It's going to be the double poke composition. It's the Inteleon that went for the snipe shot instead of the liquidation burst, which means that we will be seeing the Mew going for the solar beams and Inteleon going for the snipe shots to really just control the team fights from afar. Meanwhile, of course, Mimikyu still needs to be respected.
And right now, Registeel, we're looking at it as an objective for both these teams. Who wants it? Registeels will be able to go in for the knockup up against Lapras. The last of Foxes want to go for the all-in. The resets occur onto the Registeel. Secret Rare Pearl is fighting up against Trevenant, and that will be a knockout secured by SR Pearl.
Absorbed by Vision.
We'll get information onto the location for Lassen Fox.
Stolen.
And into Leon will get it. Registeel will be secured by SR Pearl. And Lassen Fox is holding for their breaths into the tier 1, into the bottom path, and into Leon with just so much damage. Just be able to get that pokes into Leon, though, will get deleted by the Blastoise.
Wait, Mimikyu by himself, though. I don't think he has enough damage.
For the flag.
We'll at least get one.
Oh, that's so much. Trevenant is down to 1 HP.
There
The Solar Beam secures the KO.
Yeah, not yet done, though. The Mew is still here. Hydro Typhoon getting 2. But it's not enough, though. The Mimikyu still is able to attach himself out to the back line. Delphox will be finally going down, and that's 3K already onto the Mew.
Good serve to really just slow them down. Buy time for his teammates to be able to come back up into this fight. But Trevenant is very low. You cannot be attacked up against 3-fed Pokemon. And now that's Hoopa. Perfect timing for the hyperspace hole to go back and go into that fight. But the goals are already there. SR Pearl will secure a lot of points coming into these 5 minutes into the matchup.
The sneak attack just to escape. And there you have it. Secret Rare Pearl all of a sudden just has expanded their lead here.
Mimikyu, overextension, Shadow Sneak onto Blastoise. SR Pearl can still answer back. We'll be able to get that KO onto Hoopa.
Wow. It's been like 3 minutes that we're fighting here in the bottom area. No one wants to stop. SRP can path towards the top side, though. There is an open objective. That's a Regieleki. And although, you know, some other Pokemon are left here, At the bottom area, we have to remember that Lassen Fox still has the ability to call in reinforcement through the Hoopa.
Yeah, we'll see. SR Pearl, though, has a better initial position into Regieleki. Lassen Fox a little bit too late. Already half HP. When it comes to the objective, the serve is there. Coming from Blastoise to buy time for his teammates to come back in.
Here comes the poke.
And Regieleki might just be stolen. Hydro Typhoon to secure the capabilities to go into the Regieleki, but the Blastoise is pinned out. Secret Rare Pearl is now on the chase up against Lassen Fox.
Player off gets
double stun. Woodhammer will be able to secure it. It's a 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah.
A Secret Rare Pearl will get the advantage. Mimikyu with a Shadow Sneak will be able to go in with the Play Rough as well. Massive amounts of damage, but Trevenant is one of the Pokemon that has so much sustain.
Yeah. There's no reason for Secret Rare Pearl to force themselves onto the top side. There still is a tier 1 goal in the bottom area, and they can just force themselves in. But they have to be worried, though. There could just be one call from the Hoopa. Mimikyu is here. Where's the engage? Shadow
Solar
Sneak.
Beam. Snipe Shot is there as well. Glaceon by himself cannot defend this. And Hoopa with a Unite move already
2K.
can call up his teammates. Secret Rare Pearl should now retreat. Is now on the back foot as Lassen Fox has just so much possibility to just sweep them back. But Trevenant is been hit by the Snipe Shot. Gets that KO. Inteleon will secure it. But Regirock will be secured as an objective for Lassen Fox.
That was enough space bought by the Trevenant to secure another objective for Lassen Fox. Infinity, we are at the midst of a very close game once again. 20 points separating the two, and it still is anyone's game, especially knowing that the Regieleki will spawn up just in time for it to be contested by both the teams. We have to remember, you know, if you get to secure the Regieleki at this point in time, it can provide enough distraction for you to secure the Regi buff. The Ray buff, I mean.
We'll see. SR Pearl right now is setting their positions onto the top path here for Regieleki. They want to force that issue, but Lassen Fox is also here to answer. Delphox already on the front lines could potentially start up the Regieleki, but a patience game from both sides. Doesn't want to go for the engage.
Right. And I think that's it, right? Lassen Fox and Secret Rare Pearl, they know 15 seconds is not enough to secure this Regieleki without any punishment, and so they're setting their sights over to the Rayquaza. This will be our final battle. Winning time, last 2 minutes of the game.
Good resets coming in from SR Pearl, now readied up to be able to fight up against Lassen Fox. Lassen Fox, better position, has information about the Rayquaza pit, has a better footing here.
Yep.
But SR Pearl, the thing is, they should just delay Rayquaza and just deny it out from Lassen Fox.
Just look at the Lapras as well. Potential flank. Altogether, coming in from the Lapras will be spotted here by the Blastoise, and the Mimikyu is around the top area as well. Oh, they have to be careful, both of them. They know that one wrong move could basically spell the outcome of this game. They're starting the Rayquaza now.
And SR Pearl has information of that. Clefable and Mimikyu just around the corner as well. Has information that Rayquaza is now being started by Lassen Fox. Thus far, the Hyperspace Hole will be able to go in for the resets here. And thus far, Mimikyu going in for the pincer attack. Surface there coming from Blastoise. Shadow Sneak already connected. But we'll be able to retreat there. Snipe Shot brings down the HP bar of Trevenant into half. Rings and Bound has been used already by Lassen Fox. So a lot of sustainability and a lot of damage already there. Mimikyu already going in. Play with me, denies it. And now one down already for Lassen Fox. But the answer back from Lassen Fox has been there. And SR Pearl for now has still the capability to be eliminated by Lassen Fox. Blastoise already with a surf as well. The knockup is there.
Trevenant coming in clutch.
Trevenant going in onto the top path. Will be able to go in for the dunk. If he does this, denied by Inteleon. And now Trevenant has to go in for the stun. Has to go through the brinks of Inteleon's wrath. And now Trevenant will not secure the dunk. And in the end, with 10 seconds left, SR Pearl will be able to deny the win from Lassen Fox. And that is what we were waiting for. Inteleon with a clutch will be able to secure the 2-0.
Wait. Trevenant had the right idea, right?
Yeah.
He knew that if he was successful in slamming that 42 points. That's a total of 80 points, right?
Yeah.
Like that's already the winning time. That's times 2. And that would be enough for them to secure the win for themselves. But there was Inteleon with the presence of mind to port back and just, jump back in.
Just imagine though. Just imagine if Trevenant only had half
20
of what he
points?
had.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have been a win. It would have been a win for Fox.
Prius time and time again. Again, the presence of mind, the shot calling coming in from SR Pearl was really a beauty to watch. And that's a 2-0. They'll be advancing. Last on Fox though, they tried their best. And at no point in that series did I feel confident that SR Pearl was a better team. I feel that they're very evenly matched.
Yeah.
And it came down to, the X's and O's that happens into the game, the breaks of the game that went into the favor of one team.
Yeah, and the thing is, it already happened in game 1. It followed through into game number 2, where into the Rayquaza pit, it was only SR Pearl who was on a little bit of a lead, but was just buying time, was just delaying the Rayquaza take by Lassen Fox, and that just took them to win time and time again.
Yeah, Kalel on that Mimikyu. I saw him just heavily influencing that clash. Because after getting the chunk of damage onto Trevenant, he saved his ultimate just so he can cast his play with me on towards the play on towards Del Fox. And then that was what was needed, right? Because it doesn't matter if you don't get to KO the primary target, just as long as you can hold him down.
Yeah, it's just very, very important to be able to suppress the opposing team. But for now, before we jump into the next series, we're just gonna take a short break. But when we come back, it's Series 4 for the day. Welcome back, everyone. We have 2 series left for the day, and such an exciting moment for Pokemon Unite Philippines Open.
And I believe we already have our playoffs, at least 4 of them, right? Like, again, the 4 winners have secured themselves a playoff spot.
Yeah.
And what they are battling for right now are playoff positioning, trying to avoid the stronger teams, I guess. This is one way to play it.
Yeah.
Because we have 2 teams that are still in, I would say, hiding. They're still preparing, right? The 2 teams that we know that will make the difference here in the tournament, Talent Esports and Elevate Esports, will be there available next week. But again, today's matches, last 2 series.
Yeah, Secret Rare Diamond up against Night Fox as we are moments away from that game. No Sympathy up against Secret Rare Pearl right after. And as we mentioned, these 4 teams have already secured the playoff spot.
Exactly. We look into the Day 2 qualifiers. I also have asked our operations for the progress for our lower bracket matches. And it does look like that Ezen Celto came out on top, which means that TerraVault will be eliminated. And that's quite sad if you think about it.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, right? It's really unfortunate for the likes of TerraVault, but we've called it. Ezen Celto's performance up against Night Fox just a while ago was outright a massive showing.
Right.
And winning up against TerraVault is just an added
It's not an upset, right? Exactly.
It's an added statement into Pokemon Unite.
Now, Omo Dragon Lee and Lassen Fox, though. What do you think?
Ooh, this is a little bit.
I think Omo Dragon Lee got it.
A little bit more of a question mark, a mystery here, because Omo Dragon Lee up against Lassen Fox, as we've seen a while ago, has been really performing, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little bit more of a question mark here. How can they perform coming into the lower brackets? But yeah.
That will not be streamed, and that's the reason why we are trying to formulate what was happening behind the scenes. What we're going to witness, though, is the upper bracket matches to see, the flawless teams. This teams hasn't lost a series as of yet for the entirety of the tournament. And so now one has to lose, one has to continue winning. Night Fox against SR Diamond.
That sounds so unfortunate, right? One has to lose, one has to
still continue, right?
To continue coming for the day.
Win streak.
But definitely, that is the fate here. Coming in from any of these 2 teams, one will be the best, one will lose it out, and will go into the lower bracket. But for now, Hoopa and Zacian, 2 of the most banned Pokemon interregionally and even here locally here in the Philippines, has been removed as Mew as a priority by Night Fox.
Yeah. SR Diamond, Night Fox, 2 of the best teams that we have seen so far in the tournament. One would say that Night Fox is really running as the dark horse, and now Secret Rare Diamond. This is like the 3rd or 4th time that we've seen Trevenant get picked. And it's even being prioritized ahead of the Slowbro, which is something that I did not expect heading into today.
Yeah, and earlier today, before the show started, we were talking about the prowess that Trevenant has, and that is built into the sustainability, the stunts onto the wood hammer, the knock-up with the second move as well. There's just so much CCs or suppression built into the skill kit or moveset of Trevenant that is just a priority by SR Diamond. But as you mentioned, Pikachu Lapras already secured us.
Mimikyu and Slowbro still open for the taking, but Night Fox already has 2 defenders into their lineup. Possibly Mimikyu for Night Fox or Leafeon.
Leafeon still available here for Night Fox. A lot of Pokemon still left. It really depends on what type of playstyle do you want. Do you want that early aggression?
Glaceon.
Could be Glaceon or Leafeon, and that is definitely one of the things that they have done back in series number 1 for the day. But SR Diamond answering with a Zoroark as well. This is feisty coming in from SR.
We saw a very successful Zoroark earlier when it was paired with a Comfy, right? Like that was the funnel. Make sure that the Zoroark will still survive even with 1 HP. And this is not the same draft.
It definitely
so
is
to
not.
speak, right? Like this all in on the Zoroark, it leaves more questions than answers.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? How will Zoroark especially perform up against the likes of these early aggressors that we have for Night Fox? Umbreon and Glaceon level 4 already evolved, having the evolution secured already, would really be allowing Secret Rare Diamond to be susceptible to invades.
Not to mention that Umbreon can lock you down with the mean look, right? Like, which is one of the direct counters on towards the Zoroark. But I mean, again, you can cancel it out with a passive, with the illusion. It's not that easy though, and it's not the same team that has been selecting Zoroarks over and over again. We have to remember it was Omo Dragon Lee that has been playing Zoroark numerous times now, and yeah, to a degree, you can see its value, especially at the early stages of the game. If you can have enough experience, your damage is just out of this world right now, and you can actually dictate a lot of team fights.
Yeah, 100%. And it definitely is an expectation how Zoroark has to go in and out of fights. That is the innate nature that the Zoroark has, right? That burst damage, the combo coming into his movesets, that is really the target here and significance that Zoroark provides for the team. And if Night Fox is able to deny that out of Secret Rare Diamond, the only dependency that they will have left will be Pikachu.
One thing to note though, if Zoroark ever gets himself in the position to get to scratch the Glaceon, the Mew, oh, that would be very problematic to all the squishy Pokemon that we have in the game. We have to, again, realize that one of the strengths of the Zoroark is to dish out a huge amount of damage very early.
Huge chunks of damage early on. Very significant here. And Lapras once again. As always, as we see typically that Lapras is centered around, it will be the top hat.
Right. It's like it's almost always going to be a Lapras versus Blastoise on the top side, right? Yeah. If Zacian ever gets banned away, Lapras will be the, I would say, proper answer to a Blastoise priority on the top side. And again, no KO so far, but 3-man push here in the bottom area.
Umbreon pays a visit
Zoroark
into the bottom path.
That's evolution.
Zoroark, perfect timing for that evolution here. Has that KO onto the Umbreon. But Night Fox, the thing is, they were able already to dunk the points of Umbreon, so not as hefty as SR Diamond has hoped for. But still, a dunk, a KO.
A KO, this is what we were saying, right? Like a very timely level up allowed for Zoroark to go level 5. And not only were they able to get a KO here in the bottom lane, they got a man advantage on the top side, which basically allowed for them to slam dunk more points. SR Diamond in the lead. 17-9, very early into the game, but you see the promise of this lineup.
Yeah, it's just the right moments, the right timings here. SR Diamond has been capitalizing onto that so far. Umbreon will be able to meet Clefable at this point in time, but Night Fox just at the better position when it comes to the Altarias and Swablu in the central area.
Right. Again, the concentration here in the bottom area.
Zoroark very low already with 30 points on hand. He has to go in for the reset.
Goes back in.
Sustainability, but the burst damage that the Zoroark has to be feared for. And now Glaceon and Mew, the only ones left remaining into the bottom path. Goes in for the Surf. Mew, double knockout already, but still able to capitalize onto the burst damage as the Zoroark has. Eject button already used by Umbreon to try and cancel it out. Will be able to go in for the dunk. Pikachu will be knocked out, and Zoroark, hoping to retreat, cancels out and denies the Altarias and Swablus away from Night Fox, and now they come back up because of the Clefable sustainability that Moonlight provides.
The Zoroark is out of control right now. Did you see that series of plays, Infinity? Getting the berries, clutching in, and again, just chase down potential coming in from the Zoroark. Not only was he able to get a lot of KOs, he was also able to slam dunk more points for SR Diamond, and now the next objective is this Regibuff.
And now Unite move already used up, but Glaceon, Regirock secures by Secret Rare Diamond, and now Umbreon going into the front lines trying to deny it, but with a Wood Hammer, but a Trevenant, the 3-man stun coming in from that was phenomenal, but Zoroark was already removed. Hydro Typhoon coming in from Night Fox, an added detriment to Secret Rare Diamond.
the
And now
defense.
Lapras, the only one left standing, coming into the bottom path, tries to get another value coming in from these left Pokemons from Night Fox. Will be able to deny those dunks, and overall, good
A successful defense
response.
again for SR Diamond. By himself, Lapras was able to defend against 5 Pokemons coming in from Night Fox. Zoroark was a little bit overconfident there, right? Like, he was feeling it. You know, when you're playing and you're too far ahead, that you feel like you can conquer everyone. That's what it feels right now to be in the shoes of Zoroark. It was immediately punished by Night Fox, but make no mistake, SR Diamond is still in the lead.
100%. I mean, Zoroark a while ago has been performing out of his mind, and I think that's a reflection of how confident he is coming into the bottom objective.
Love
but
to
right
see
now,
it.
Regieleki is now being started by Secret Rare Diamond. Night Fox playing it a little bit more slowly here. Secret Fox, or well, Night Fox, trying to really just play it a bit more safe. I'm merged both their names, but the thing is, Secret Rare Diamond now going for the contest.
Hydro
Hydro
Typhoon!
Typhoon goes for the 3-man knockup. A good disengage there coming from Zoroark to go back and retreat. Denies the Hydro Typhoon. And now Blastoise
Good
cut
thunder.
down very low. Moonlight still sustaining.
Hello!
Zoroark with a Night
No
Splash!
way!
So much power! And that was just a double knockout already coming into that engage. Secret Rare Diamond. Mike Ross showed up big time.
The back and forth from Micros is just so clean right now. Secret Rare Diamond getting the advantage altogether. Meanwhile, Trevenant just healing up, doesn't mind. He's pretending as if he's a tree. Well, he's a tree right now.
Yeah, a stationary tree.
Yeah.
Pretend I'm not here. I'm just a prop in a stage.
And now on the top side, I believe that the Regieleki is being secured. That will go to the hands of SR Diamond unless you snipes.
Oh, will not be able to go in for that snipe. And interesting enough, it will be the Water Pulse that will be the moveset here for Lapras, not the Perish Song.
True.
But right now, Regieleki
Touchdown.
will be dunked. That will be a 44 over dunk. Right now, here into the bottom path. Mycross being targeted by Glaceon.
Goes back.
Umbreon is here to fight though. Mean Look pins down onto Clefable. Nice slash into the back lines, but Mycross has no escape.
Glaceon.
And now Blastoise will be able to serve them. Double knockout
Finally.
already. Night Fox answers back for KOs.
And now they can push on towards the bottom area. Trevenant can still jump in.
Hydro
Typhoon just to push him away, right? They want to push away the Pikachu and Steam. Still, again, with all the AoEs available, he can defend the secondary goal. Now, Night Fox, although they were able to stop the bleeding, the lead is well, in fact, into the hands of SR Diamond.
Yeah, it's just too much right now. But at the end, it will be...
We have to go to call for a pause.
Yeah, it will
There's
be a
something
pause.
happening. There's something happening. Too much intensity. I guess it's the Revenant.
Yeah, I think so. Like Trevenant was acting like a tree, but instead, you know what? He's supposed to move.
He was doing that. And then Trevenant still did wonders though for the team, right? Like, and just the fact that he was, how should I call this? He was ignored for the entirety of his AFK duration.
Yeah.
Right. It just goes to show.
Because the thing is, Trevenant has been, you know what, a stationary tree in the stage, but he still has lines to play, right? He still has a role to play coming into that.
yeah. He still needs to help his team.
Yeah.
Even though he's a tree, he's not inanimate, I guess.
Yeah, he's not a useless tree. He provides power for his team.
Yeah, he was a priority pick, so to speak, right? Still though, it's a massive advantage for SR Diamond. SR Diamond already seeing themselves almost 200 points ahead, and
Around so.
yeah, around so. And the thing here is, if you're SR Diamond, you are closing in to the winning time, in where all you really have to do is to deny the Rayquaza,
Yeah.
tomato, infinity.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I should have denied that, but you know what? I'm just going with the flow. But as you mentioned, right? As you mentioned, the thing that Secret Rare Diamond just has to do is play from what we have seen as a strategy over the past series.
Right.
To not give the possibility and an opportunity for Night Fox to go for the Rayquaza.
Yep. It's an objective that you try to deny. It's an objective that you try to defend. Make sure that no one gets themselves close enough to secure the X factor that we've been saying, right? Because like if ever a team secures a Ray buff, it's almost always certain that that team will be securing the victory for themselves. And yeah, for how SR Diamond played it, this Zoroark pickup coming from them, I was skeptic at first, but now I'm a believer.
Yeah. Doubters keep doubting, but when it shows
Not
up...
yet over though, not yet over.
Okay.
Right?
We're a little bit too soon. We're a little bit too quick to judge there.
We're just waiting for the game to progress again.
Yeah.
We are currently on a tech pause. And does look like that we are re-entering the game.
Yeah, we're back into the matchup here. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left into the game. So under 1 minute and 30 seconds before the Rayquaza shows up, and that will be the important aspect that Nightfox has to secure.
Umbreon already making his presence felt on the top side. There still is one tier 1 tower, tier 1 goal for SR Diamond that can easily get invaded. You look at the total points being handed or being pocketed right now by most of the Pokemons coming in from Nightfox. You have 50 points on the Blastoise, 50 points on the Glaceon. So one win, one team fight win, that should be enough.
Could definitely be, but the thing is, I don't think Secret Rare Diamond will be able to give that easily.
Right? They don't want to, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And right now, 11 seconds before Reggie Alecki shows up, and another Reggie coming into the bottom pad as well. But expectedly, it will be Secret Rare Diamond who wants to stack up more points, because coming into that Rayquaza fight, they just want to buy time.
The Blastoise is stationary right now. Trevenant by himself.
He's just left alone, acting as a prop once again. But this time around, Nightfox will secure that KO.
And so now, Secret Rare Diamond does have a good advantage. A touchdown on the top side. That's our Diamond, though. I think we will be entering... Wait. No pause. No pause. Action continues here. Winning time here, Infinity.
Yeah. Trevenant is back up. Is now moving.
And
this is really good. Yeah, you've called it. Like the Reggie, like it was not denied by Nightfox, so it was a good opportunity for Secret Rare Diamond to be able to stack up more points. Rayquaza now being started up by Nightfox. Blastoise goes in for the surf onto Clefable, goes into the backside. Lapras is left on his own side, but Clefable is there for the Moonlight to be able to give a lot of sustainability coming from that fight. Icy now in the front lines goes for the block and won't be able to deny a lot of these damage. But Mew snipes Clefable down with a Solar Beam. That's a good opportunity and a signal for them to start up the Rayquaza once again. A 4v5 occurs, and now the Thunderstorm is casted up by Pikachu from Secret Rare Diamond. A lot of low HP Pokemon already for the side of Nightfox. Rayquaza already down low. There's no one to be able to go and contest onto this objective. It is Pikachu who wants it, but Nightfox secures the Rayquaza powered by Smart. And now their objective is to go in for the dunk. It's a tier 2, the target here for Glaceon for the Nightfox, 100 for the other, and Secret Rare Diamond just has to put up the white flag.
Tough. It's a very tough game for SR Diamond. I feel it's the Trevenant, right? Like he wasn't able to rejoin. I feel that's the Trevenant trying his best to help his team, but.
He was a stationary pop that's just slowly moving into the stadium, but it's not enough. It was really unfortunate because there was a lot of times that Trevenant wasn't really supposed to be KO'd, but just because of these technical problems that he encountered, he was not able to move and escape.
In the end, it was a 4v5 for sure, 100%, right? But again, breaks up the game, goes over to Nightfox, securing, of course, the Rayquaza buff. And that should be enough to threaten multiple points going to the goal. And immediately, white flag, as you said, a forfeit was needed by SR Diamond. So now, Nightfox is in the lead, 1-0.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, Trevenant was back up, right? Coming into the Rayquaza fight, but he just walked straight into the opposing goal. And it was just really unfortunate.
That's like, I think that's one of the programming of a tree. Yeah.
Of a tree.
Of a tree. Yes.
Yeah, 100%. But definitely it was also Nightfox who was showing up a little bit of signs of life
they were
coming
promising.
in from that matchup. That they were really even level playing field all throughout, that Rayquaza was just the game changer overall.
Of course, and again, you still have to give credit where it's due. They were still able to control that Ray fight. But hopefully in game number 2, there will be no technical difficulties for both parties. We want and we promote fair level play. Alright? I don't think there will be a remake for game number 1 because again, we still have to follow some certain rules that we have. And the most important rule of all is that hardware and internet connection is the responsibility of the players.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, thank you very much to Smart for bringing us the best mobile network here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024.
And again, we are on our second day of the qualifiers, December 3rd. Our third day will be featuring the playoffs teams, and that will happen on the 9th of December. Next week.
It's very, very close now, 7 days ahead, and that will be the finals already to really see who will be the top 2 finalists from the Philippines Open that will qualify to represent their home country on the international stage.
We'll be sending them over potentially to Bangkok, Thailand.
Yeah, 100%. And that's a lot of excitement, especially considering that we already have so much promising teams coming into the Philippine region here in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, it's historically speaking, we've been noticed as one of the regions to watch as well.
One of the strongest.
There are metas that did come from or did originate from the Philippines as well. So, how should we say this? So we've seen Philippine teams really study other regions, try to incorporate their play, and improve it further by mixing regions or by mixing playstyles one with each other. And that, that I think is the reason why it's so exciting to watch Philippines in action. But there are also other tournaments that are in play right now.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I think JJ Kun was watching 4 tournaments all at the same time.
Yeah, other regions was also happening simultaneously. I believe there is Thailand currently happening and 2 other regions as well, also showing the respective open qualifiers to really see who will be the representatives of the respective regions for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024.
It's not just here in the Philippines that Pokemon Unite is invested to see the best teams to battle it out. But again, here, the action continues, the story continues. And so far, it's a 1-0 in favor of Night Fox, the dark horse. They are the dark horse of the tournament. And like everyone was saying, Night Fox, they're winning games against the top teams during their scrimmages, during their practices. And it's now showing they're now legitimizing themselves, I guess.
Bringing it to reality.
Right.
The Night Fox's strength and Night Fox's potential coming into the previous games, previous series, even yesterday, they were able to really just have that 2-0 series up against PNK Apple. And today, they're still showing, they're still bringing their A game into their respective series.
Night Fox, match point, everybody, and although it was a stellar performance overall still for the Zoroark, for SR Diamond, I hope we get to see that again, right? Like the flashy plays coming from the Zoroark doesn't need the comfy to be very effective. Like at one point in the bottom area, I remember he was in a bit of a pickle, found himself 2 berries, was able to rejoin the fight, and the chase down potential with all the dashes and the damage coming in from Zoroark, all the resets. Man, oh man, what Pokemon is this?
It's really crazy, right? Zoroark is one of the Pokemon that has the fastest mobility in the game and also the potential for that burst when it comes to combo. And I think that is one of the reasons why Philippine teams really favor and have that priority on picking this up, because it gives you so much potential to chase down Pokemon.
Yeah, because how Filipino players really want to play is to be near face.
Oh yeah,
it's about sending a message almost every time, right? And that's why we play hard even up until the last moment, last second. It doesn't matter if we are, if we know if we already won, we are going to dunk in more points and try to reach the highest possible gap. But I believe we're entering the draft here. Infinity SR
are.
Diamond will be on the purple side this time.
Yeah, SR Diamond will be on the purple side, so they have the priority when it comes to pickup. And I think Night Fox just has to ban away the Zacian if ever they really want to remove that very annoying Pokemon coming into game number 2. And as far, we could also see respect bans coming in, right? Zoroark, Umbreon, these are Pokemon that we have seen such a formidable Pokemon to be able to be used. And Cafable, removed by Secret Rare Diamond, could be a signal that they want to pick Hoopa as a priority.
Yeah, Hoopa, Blissey are basically two of the supports that I believe can really change the tides of the game. Mew being prioritized here by Secret Rare Diamond, no surprises here. Still very flexible, and it will be a very, I would say, very okay priority pick for almost every team. Now Hoopa and Mimikyu!
A very, very good answer here for Night Fox. And the thing about Mew is that it's one of the most winningest Pokemon thus far from the Philippines.
Go ahead.
Right? It has like what? Mew at 85.71% win rate, being second to Zacian as well. So really, really strong overall. But the follow-up by SR Diamond is also not to be feared or belittled here. Trevenant and Umbreon locked in.
I just hope that this tree moves this game.
Has feet.
Yeah, because in game number 1, it was stationary. Hopefully, this tree gets his branches out. Sturdy and strong. Night Fox, though, will be the one to pick up the Slowbro and will also have the Inteleon. Now, Night Fox, this is, again, the dilemma that I have. If you draft a Slowbro with a Mimikyu, that's a lot of single target lockdown, which to me, you really lack when it comes to team fighting prowess. You have a pick composition for sure.
Yeah. And the thing that I'm liking about SR Diamond is they lock in onto Leafeon. Because traditionally we see Mew, Leafeon being locked in, Umbreon, Leafeon also locked in. But something that I'm looking at is that they don't have any supporter. Right? They locked in onto the Buzzwole instead, which brings me to question, like, what do they really want to do for game 2?
Oh yeah, you're right. Like, no support. Huh.
It's a coin flip, right? Because coming into those fights, this will not be a prolonged fight for SR Diamond. Onto those prolonged engages, Night Fox will definitely have the advantage, especially if you're bringing Venusaur to a moveset of Petal Dance and Giga Drain.
Yeah, Secret Rare Diamond just basically has recognized that there is no way for them to outpoke the opponent. But I mean, main reason why you draft the Leafeon and Mew together is for that long-range artillery, right? And Buzzwole is that one Pokemon that does have one agenda in mind, and that is to just push forward, push forward, push forward, push forward, push forward. There is no front to back with the Buzzwole, which means that this Pokemons will just be free to hit.
Yeah, and you know what? No, I'm answering my question as well. And our, mystery coming into the composition here for SR Diamond is, you know what? I'm looking back into these respective Pokemons that they have. Trevenant has a very self-sustain moveset. You have Move 2 and you have that passive that can self-sustain. Buzzwole has self-sustain as well with the Leech coming into Move 2. And then you also have another Pokemon that can self-sustain. And you know what? Looking back at it, it makes much more sense now having 3 frontliners into their composition to really just balance it out. You know what? Not having a glass cannon, but not also having a full-on defense.
I hope it's enough though, because we're talking about Hoopa.
Definitely
and Hoopa, if you ever get your pokes in onto primary targets of Night Fox, Hoopa can just go for the hyperspace hole.
Yeah.
And that will reset back the fight to normal, which, again, a no supporter composition for Night Fox. Sorry, for Secret Rare Diamond is very interesting.
Yeah, definitely is. And I think that is something that Night Fox also has to capitalize going into game number 2. And also looking at it, right? Umbreon also has the possibility to go in for the Wish.
One more.
For a lot of sustain. Now, Buzzwole just goes in for the eject button for that first kill.
Yeah. Just, again, pressing forward. That's the goal here for SR Diamond. No breaks whatsoever. Just wants to push forward and get the level 4 in. Leafeon already level 4. Slam dunk.
Yeah, was
Get some
able
points.
to get a lot of points going into the early game. 6 points already by
Oh.
SR Diamond, but in the bottom path, a lot of engage with a Wisp coming in. A lot of damage as well, but not enough. Because coming into these early matches, it's all about, playing for pokes, playing for damage, getting a lot of experience. So yeah, level 5 is the goal.
It is indeed. Now we enter into the early stages of the game again. They just want to evolve. Oh!
Oh, that is a really, really good Fell Stinger coming in from the secondary evolution for
Good defense.
Inteleon. A good defense from Night Fox, pushing them back. Secret Rare Diamond with a light speed coming from you, just pushes them back into the own side of this engage. Solar Blade with the Electro Ball from you.
Okay.
Secures the KO.
Hoopa not yet done, and finally the Mew gets that KO. That's 34 points to 0 of Night Fox, and the Mimikyu is nowhere to be found because he's being isolated on the top side by the Buzzwole.
Yeah, it's Buzzwole who is self-sustaining. We all know that typically when it comes to these fights, a 4-1 split, 4-1 split always occurs. And
Okay.
right now, Night Fox has eyes on Umbreon. Will be able to take down Trevenant, so that's a good KO. Will be able to have that opportunity to go for the dunks.
30 points, another 30 coming from the Inteleon,
Massive.
and all of a sudden, Night Fox is in the lead.
That's really, really massive there. And Secret Rare Diamond is now on the back foot. Night Fox has a massive lead coming into their early game, having around 40 point advantage.
Yep, snipe shots coming in from afar as well. Again, this are the long-range artilleries that we are talking about. With Hoopa being there, they can just sustain forever.
Hyperspace Hole.
There
That
we
will
go.
be able to reset, come back in to
Full
those
HP.
fives. Just so good from Hoopa.
And there you go. Just because of Hoopa's presence, they can take down the tower. Oh, by himself.
Solar Blade coming into the back. Was able to go in for the Unite move as well. Slowbro is knocked out.
Oh man, but the Hoopa again rejoins the fight with the Venusaur at the middle of everybody. Inteleon.
The target, very low already. Trevenant is going in for the chase there. Umbreon is knocked out. And now with a Wood Hammer, goes in for the stun as well.
Oh.
Hoopa tries to catch up. Trevenant falls.
That's 2 KO. Inteleon trying to brace for his life. On the top side, there's a solo KO. Buzzwole winning the top area by himself is massive. And he's trying to translate it over onto Regieleki.
And now, Night Fox going for the chase once again. They already have the Regirock in their bags. This is really good coming in from his team. They want to really have that fell swoop into the bottom path. A massive lead against Secret Rare Diamond, but the Regieleki also as an answer for an objective for Secret Rare Diamond. As you have mentioned, Unite move already used up, and Inteleon gets a lot of information here.
Buzzwole is here.
Buzzwole comes into fray as well. The knockup, the lunge is really massive. Mimikyu goes in for the Shadow Sneak, but a player up buys a lot of time. But Buzzwole single-handedly into the back lines. Knocks out every single one, and now Slowbro is pinned down. Telekinesis just buying a lot of time, as you mentioned, but Buzzwole trying to catch up as well. A 2v1. The lunges are there, just no escape. He's locked in.
Can still regen back up. This is still the Slowbro, and 4 Pokemon were needed just to take down the Slowbro and Night Fox. That's enough time, actually. I think, the space that was created by the Slowbro, it's the small things that really helps out all the teams that we have here. And again, it's a 1-for-1 in terms of goals, right? Like Buzzwole is definitely feeling it, getting the advantage on the top side. One of the best bruisers that we have in the game, and just has won the top side by himself. It's not enough to have the lead though. Night Fox is still in the lead, 16 points.
Yeah, level 9 already there for Trevenant and Mimikyu, so a lot of Unite move for both sides. Going into the back, Leafeon was able to go in for the Solar Blade along with the Unite move. And Play With Me is there to deny Leafeon's possible to go in for more casualties. But Night Fox is now being pincered out, being pinned out. But the Hyperspace Hole was able to go in for the resets for Venusaur. And that was just a crucial moment that Hoopa was able to capitalize.
And they're targeting the buff here. Bottom lane, that will be the Regi's. Extra sustain available.
Now going in for the Reggie I started up, and now Trevenant comes in to the battle. Woodhammer as well. Solar Blade will not be enough, and Night Fox will secure the Reggie Eyes. Now Hoopa has to use the Unite move as well, as that will be a double knockout, but Secret Rare Diamond. But they were able to go in for the dunks as well. Secures a lot of points.
It still is a trade, but Night Fox will have enough points to destroy this second tower here in the bot lane. Which brings us to the next objective. This Regieleki on the top side will be massive for Night Fox. It's a lot easier to deliver the Regieleki onto a tier 1, which Secret Rare Diamond still has at this later stages of the game.
It definitely is. And now Venusaur coming up, patting himself towards the top side of the map here. And you also have the Hyperspace Hole to go in to the top hat, readying up for Regieleki.
This is a very important clash for Secret Rare Diamond. They cannot allow Night Fox to have it, because it's so easy to deliver and to touch down a Regieleki onto the top 1 tower.
Oh!
Good snipe! Inteleon!
Oh, the overextension from Leafeon. Inteleon capitalize onto that. Night Fox now has the numbers advantage up against Secret Rare Diamond. Solar Beam coming from you, but that will not be enough. Venusaur into the back lines. Just going in for the pedal dance with a Giga Drain. So much sustain.
Reset.
Hyperspace Hole as well was able to go in for a reset for Venusaur, and Night Fox won that engage.
Inteleon by himself won that team fight, getting the snipes onto the primary target. Night Fox will have the advantage once again, getting the Regieleki, and can just reset back just in time for a Rayquaza battle to commence. Night Fox running away with things in the latter stages of the game.
This was the problem that we had a while ago for Secret Rare Diamond. We were talking about this during the draft, that they were lacking when it comes to sustainability overall, when it comes to the totality, when it comes to their composition here. Yes, they have self-sustain, but that's not going to keep everyone alive.
The Hoopa difference is very much felt here by Secret Rare Diamond. It was so crazy to think that they banned away the Clefable, which would have been the difference maker here for SR Diamond, but the winning time last 2 minutes.
Oh, for extension coming from Trevenant along with a snipe shot as well. So close yet so far. Snipe shot will not connect. Trevenant will live.
There's no reason for Night Fox to force this. They're not... wait. Are they going for it?
Leafeon, going for the dunk.
They're going
really
for
good.
it.
And now, Leafeon just has to go in for a little bit more points.
He doesn't have points though.
Onto the goal. Won't be able to farm the side lanes off to the top path here. 1 minute, 30 seconds left.
30 points will be enough to get the lead. And Leafeon... Wait, hang on. This is a lot closer than it should be.
It definitely is. And right now, Night Fox is positioning themselves onto the side for Secret Rare Diamond already. Every single one has Unite moves available into this fight.
On the back!
Leafeon on the back definitely is. Could go in for the points, but Mimikyu is trying to chase him down. Could be able to get that punish. If they get Leafeon out from this fight, they could get that advantage into Rayquaza. But Night Fox having a priority onto Rayquaza though. And now play with me. Going onto one. Slow Beam, as you mentioned, stuck in the middle of it all. And now Trevenant is knocked out. It's a 4v5 coming into this fight. Inteleon going in with the Azure Spy Vision. Gets information that no one is there. Rayquaza now being the priority by Night Fox. Stolen! Is it?
Yes!
It will be! Leafeon will get the Rayquaza for themselves, and Night Fox will lose the objective!
No way! Hang on. It's still very close, and dare to deny the ports!
Mew was able to go in with a jump back, and that will be Night Fox who loses that game with just one mistake.
It didn't make sense to me. Night Fox had no reason to go for that Rayquaza, but the pressure is kicking in, and so now Secret Rare Diamond finds themselves with the advantage, with the buff, and with that, that should be another game number 3 Infinity.
So much game 3s. I'm loving it thus far. Pokemon Unite has been showing us big today with so much possible reverse sweeps that we've had. Thus far, we had one over the day and maybe another one coming in for the 5th series that we have.
Potentially. We have Steam. Was it Steam that got the Rayquaza?
It was Mycross.
It was Mycross again?
Yeah.
Oh man, crazy. But like Night Fox already had the man advantage, right? A very good engage coming from 4-inch, right? He eject buttoned in, use the slow beam to target down Steam, and that's the primary target. However, right, the Mew, there was no follow-up. It wasn't enough to take him down. He was still able to cast his Unite move, buying him Steam enough time, and Micross again clutching in and stealing the Rayquaza buff at the final second, at the final moment of that fight.
It was so good. It was impressive to say the least, because single-handedly Micross pretty much won them the fight, won them the game, right? They were able to get a lot of points coming into the top path because Leafeon was able to go in for the dunks, and then right after, it was Leafeon as well who was able to take that steal onto the Rayquaza. And I think it was just like a bad decision here for Nightfox and going for the Rayquaza. It's a wrong priority. They could have went in for Leafeon as a priority instead, goes for all in, and then go for a Rayquaza.
Yeah, that's one way to do it, right? For sure, right? When you're trying to secure this big objectives, you want to eliminate as much options as possible, as much threats as possible. And to know that they were in the lead anyway, there is no reason for them to panic. That's the word. They panicked.
Yeah. They were being pressured by Leafeon going into the top path and into the bottom path as well, dunking a lot of points, and with just the minute difference,
right?
I think they were being pressured. They were being, as you have mentioned, they were panicking on what to do there. But
yeah,
at the end of the day, it was just an unfortunate decision that they had.
This is what happens when it comes to the last 2 minutes of the game. It becomes so chaotic to a point that, you know, all this miscommunication are very much prone to happen. And it happened. Just the fact that the Leafeon was able to sneak himself in and get the dunk on the top side was just massive. It
was so good.
It wasn't really within our expectations, and it really threw off the formation of Nightfox. It led them to believe that they needed the Rayquaza above to win the game, and although they were so close in securing that primary objective, it was stolen at the last very moment, of course, by Macross.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that as well is because coming into the games, right, there is a notification that pops up if someone is on the lead, if the game's really, really close when it comes to points. And with the dunk of Leafeon, it was Nightfox who was thinking, are we on the back foot or are we still on the lead? Because it was a minute difference. If we're going to talk about the points accumulation into that final moment, it was so different or so close when it comes to points.
They did not know for sure.
Like 10 points difference? Yeah, they didn't know. That's the thing. That's the point.
And again, they knew that they were in the lead by a small margin. But because Leafeon was able to sneak himself on the top side, there was no way for them to know or for them to be confident that they are still in the lead. And that, again, is an MVP play coming in from Micross. Series of plays coming in from the Leafeon. No supporter needed when you can actually just snag away victory by doing just that. Still, though, the case of, you know, them winning team fights, that's never gonna happen without sustain.
Yeah.
I think, you know, a lot of that team fight or a lot of that game has something to do with their macro decision more than their composition.
Yeah, and this was really interesting as well what Nightfox did there. Yes, they lost that matchup coming from game number 2, but the thing is, what they did is just focused on into the bottom pad as well, left the tier 1 open into the top pad, because the thing is, if they were on a back foot, they could really just capitalize onto that one as well, really dunking on points. But overall, as you mentioned, it's really just an importance of macro plays stacked with micro on top of every single thing when it comes to execution in the game.
We are entering the draft of the deciding game between Nightfox and Secret Rare Diamond. Nightfox will be on the purple side this time.
Yeah. So you have
Zacian
Dan, as already in expectations coming into game number 3, because these two are really, really strong. But something of a similar nature from game number 1 and game number 2 could be expected during the draft.
Now Mew gets heavily prioritized here by Nightfox. No surprises there. Trevenant on the other side. Chandelure very early. Okay, Clefable.
This is a much more favorable thing. They need the Clefable to go in for that sustain. It's a lot better option. But the thing is, Nightfox can now go in for the Hoopa.
It's banned.
Oh yeah, you called it. You know what? I was I was hyper focused coming into the Pokemon, but you've called it right. So now the Blissey would be that extended option here for Night Fox.
But Blastoise, ooh, they want to double down. They want to go for the combo, the long range damage coming in from the Solar Beam and Solar Blade that will only be allowed if you have the Mew and the Leafeon together. Now, how will this get solved by Secret Rare Diamond? They're going in for the Lapras and the Pikachu, which means that Night Fox might elect for the Blastoise and another.
The thing that they're lacking right now is one supporter and one of the defenders as well. So Blissey, Blastoise could work. Blissey,
Mimikyu is still open.
Slowbro could also work. Mimikyu is a little bit more of the question here, but Venusaur coming into the draft here by Night Fox is a coin flip. They want that Petal Dance. They want that Giga Drain into the front lines.
I still think that Blastoise is the perfect fit for the lineup here of Night Fox instead of the Venusaur. Venusaur does have a lot of sustain as well. Okay, then again, yeah, Secret Rare Diamond. How about we throw our very own curveball and draft ourselves a Dragonite?
But very well so, I'm not opposed to any of these two drafts. Yes, there is a little bit more of that nitpicky that we could really look into for both these sides, but both these compositions could definitely work when it comes to these final matchup that we have for this series with Night Fox up against Secret Rare Diamond.
It will be most likely the Leafeon central area, and then Venusaur topside with the Blissey. Meanwhile, for Secret Rare Diamond, it's almost always going to be the Dragonite to be their central Pokemon. Again, for Dragonite to really have that power spike, he needs to evolve, right? Dragonite from Dratini, it's kind of hard to win early game clashes, and that's where Lapras comes in, right? Like, you also have the Pikachu to provide some AoE crowd control as well. Now, if Secret Rare Diamond gets to prolong the team fights, though, they have lots of sustain. They do have the Clefable, they do have the Trevenant as well. So the longer the fight goes, the better it is for them.
Definitely is, right? And just the big problem that they have to face, yes, they want that prolonged fight, is the pokes from the opposition. They have Mew, they have Leafeon, and always, we have emphasized this already, coming in from the EVs, level 4 becomes such a huge power spike for them because of the evolution.
Yeah. Smoother power spike for sure, right? Comparing them to the Dragonite, comparing them to the Venusaur that has 3-stage evolutions. That said and done, we enter the decider. Night Fox going against Secret Rare Diamond. The last game here, Infinity, before we enter the 6th series of the game of the day.
Definitely is Night Fox up against Secret Rare Diamond, 1 game away to be able to secure the series, and right now
it will be a Bulbasaur Central Mon. Okay,
we've seen this a while ago, that Bulbasaur, or well, rather the base evolution of Venusaur is going into the central area, and then you have the EVs now split apart going into the top pad for Leafeon and the bottom pad for Umbreon.
First KO imminent here. Nope, not enough damage. And again, so far, it's just a trading of blows for both sides. Early stages, there's really no clear advantage for either side. There are no Zacians, there are no Hoopas that can really dictate the early tempo of the game. I mean, same can be said for Zoroark, right? Zoroark, Absol, they are like the kings of the early game. None of those Pokemons at the early stages of this game.
Yeah, I'm a bit scared though right now. You have Umbreon stuck in the middle of it all. Pikachu's suppression was able to just pin him down, but as you mentioned, Night Fox was just able to really get that security of knockout.
Extra XP for the Ivysaur, which is important, right? At level 7, he gets to evolve to Venusaur, which makes it so that Night Fox will have an easier time when it comes to all the team fights. And you're now seeing the potential, the Solar Blade being picked up here by the Leafeon. We saw this time and time again. The combo of Leafeon and Mew has really just won a lot of games for the Filipino team so far.
Yeah, Leafeon, it's always that expectation, right? Because from what we're seeing, not just in the Philippines but other regions as well, you have the Umbreon and Leafeon into a single composition. It definitely would work out because of that huge power coming at
One
level
down.
4. Razor Leaf was there, just pushing Secret Rare Diamond back. Clefable almost down as well. That will be a double KO for Mew already. Dratini has to use the eject button to retreat.
Wait. The Altaria was actually free hitting the Venusaur the entire time, but yeah, luckily he was able to evolve. And again, with evolution comes some ghost frames, some involved frames as well. And so now Night Fox is enjoying an early game lead here by being able to dunk some points, 38-0.
Yeah, and thus far that's a little bit of a minute lead, but really big when it comes to that early game. Umbreon coming in her front lines was able to just push them back. Secret Rare Diamond now on the back foot, goes in for the Will-O-Wisp as well, but Clefable has been knocked down by Night Fox.
This Dragonite pickup from Secret Rare Diamond is not paying dividends. This is a 100-point hole that they need to come back from, and it's being expanded by Night Fox even further. Now SR Diamond will elect to go for the Regieleki.
Yeah, that's 24 points overdunk there coming in for the side of Night Fox, and Secret Rare Diamond a massive disadvantage and deficit already. They have to go in for the Regieleki into the top pat and just give
it was
Reggie into
stolen.
the bot pat. Yes, it was.
Whoa! Wow. Okay, so adding insult to the injury here. Oh no! Secret Rare Diamond is facing a big trouble on the top side. Dragonite might go down.
Dragonite already down low. Blissey will secure the knockout. And now Secret Rare Diamond is left with 2 Pokemon onto the top pot to be able to defend. Lapras is down low already. Electro Bull to finish him up. And now with a Wood Hammer from Trevenant trying to go in for the stunts. Solar Blade is massive. And Trevenant is forced to retreat.
Oh,
it's
no.
Night Fox was able to push them back this easily.
No close game for game number 3 so far here in Infinity. And even the boss being denied here, being stolen by Night Fox.
And from what we have mentioned a while ago, Night Fox is a massive advantage when it comes to their early game. Leafeon and Umbreon, we saw them consistently roaming around the map, constantly roaming around top pat and bot pat, and they were just able to utilize that early game prowess to get so much advantage.
Even the Venusaur is enjoying a sizable lead against his lane opponent, I guess. Because you see that the Dragonite just turned level 10. Venusaur, meanwhile, was already level 11. His evolution was a lot smoother, and Night Fox capitalized on the earlier power spike, on the earlier KO that was secured by the Ivysaur. I believe that really played a pivotal role as to why Night Fox is enjoying a sizable lead right now.
Format rotations coming from Night Fox. Night Fox's information because
going to be the
of that eject button though coming in from Umbreon to be able to retreat that, but he's stuck. He is pinned down, has to use up the Ignite move coming into the backside. Trevenant is down low, one more hit. Leafeon will secure that KO. Thunderstorm from Pikachu, wanting to turn things around, but the team wipe from Night Fox.
Dominating performance from Night Fox, converting it into another objective on the top side. This Venusaur has been the difference maker for Night Fox, plus the combination of the Leafeon and Mew. They can just throw away some long-range pokes, and Secret Rare Diamond, they're definitely facing a massive deficit right now.
Yeah, and right now they're going in for the push on the tier 2 pat or goal zone into the top pat. As Regieleki almost touches down, but you have Clefable going for the jump. The CCs or the suppression is really good. And we're able to push back Regieleki with Trevenant's move too. And now Venusaur hopes to live for a bit longer, and they cannot fight and overextend.
Yeah. No touchdown. At least something positive for Secret Rare Diamond, but this is not a positive. Needing to use the Unite move just to escape.
Has to force it. Be able to go back down. Defensive Unite move, as you mentioned, to just fly out of an unfortunate position. But for now, Night Fox
even the Lapras Express was used defensively here by Secret Rare Diamond, and that's huge investment. This is pretty much a one-sided game that we did not expect, right? Like, Secret Rare Diamond was fighting toe-to-toe against Night Fox. Is it over? Absolutely not, but it's not plausible. It's not probable that Night Fox will be losing this one out, especially once a notification comes in. They will know that they are in the lead and that they don't have to force things. They just have to deny the Rayquaza. That's been the story of the day.
Yeah, no. It's Night Fox. Just look at their positions, right? Here on a vertical, just pushing Secret Rare Diamond to not extend beyond their own central area. And this is just the advantage that they had level-wise, points-wise overall up against SR Diamond. And SR Diamond is just lacking that breathing room that they want for Dragonite to really just push the borders of his power.
Yeah, going to the top side. Wait, hang on, Lapras.
He looks stuck right now, pinned down. And Venusaur as well, catching up. Petal Dance along with a Solar Blade.
Yep.
That's just no escape.
10 seconds on the gray screen, 4v5 altogether, but Secret Rare Diamond just trying to find some points
Dragonite.
here.
Oh, cancels it out. Denies the 50-point dunk from SR Diamond.
That's sad. Oh no, and Night Fox again, they know that they are in a very big lead, so they don't have to really force themselves to take down this Rayquaza.
Now Meanlook is there, Trevenant holding on. Umbreon might fall down, gets pushed
Finally.
back. Lapras was able to secure the knockout. Now it's a 5v4. This is what Secret Rare Diamond wants, but the trade back by Night Fox was impressive. Now Dragonite coming into the front lines there, going into the Rayquaza pit, has to force out the eject button, and that will be Night Fox. Team wipe Secret Rare Diamond, and once again, the reverse sweep secured.
The priority on the Mew to pair it up with the Leafeon paid dividends once again. Right? How many times have we seen the Mew paired with the Leafeon? I think that's already the 5th time, 6th time all throughout the tournament, right? And almost every time that they get paired with each other, they just overperform, right? Like you are seeing Hitori and Dreamt. Their damage, 82k for the Mew and then 44k for the Leafeon. Not to mention that the Venusaur was also providing some, decent damage in the middle of it all. I really feel that Micross, with how impressive he was in game number 2 on the Leafeon, this is not a performance that, his team needs for him to secure a better placements overall. I have to remind everyone that they are still qualified for the playoffs, right? Regardless of what happens here. It just so happened that Night Fox, again, a dark horse, will have a better positioning for the playoffs that will happen next week.
Yeah, better placements overall throughout the bracket coming into PU ACL 2024 when it comes to the Philippines Open qualifiers. And Night Fox just came in with a bang from game number 3, turned things around from game 2 as well. It was just a phenomenal showing there from this team. And I think the other bonus there coming in from that composition is, we all know the power when it comes to that poking prowess that a Mew and Leafeon has. But you also have to consider the support prowess that a Mew has. The light screen can push back the opponents. You also have the coaching that could really give you a little bit more sustainability coming in from these teams. But before we jump into the final series that we have for the day, we will be jumping into a very short break. So don't go away. And welcome back, everyone, to Pokémon Unite Philippines Open 2023. We're still the same casters, but the thing is, we're on a different series right now for the very final one.
Yeah, 6 series in a row. Oh, man. Final series of the day, though, for sure. Let's go over to our match schedule, I believe. Yeah, there we go. I know my run of show. SRP going against No Sympathy will be our next stream matches. Two of the more promising teams as well.
100%. This is two of the teams that has won a while ago in the upper bracket today. And speaking of bracket, we'll actually jump into the bracket here, how it is going through already. And Asen Celto and Lassen Fox has won in the lower bracket up against Teravolt and Omo Dragon.
Which means that we already have our top 6 teams, right? Night Fox, Secret Rare Diamond, No Sympathy, Secret Rare Pearl, Asen Celto, and Lassen Fox will be our teams to watch for next week.
Yeah, and very, very exciting teams as well. I mean, showing the performance coming to the Day 2 qualifiers. These teams are pretty much the strongest teams here in the Philippines Regional Open qualifiers for 2023. And once again, the top 2 finalists here from the Philippines Open will qualify to represent their home country on the international stage.
Which will be held in Bangkok, Thailand. And we also would like to, of course, pay or send a very huge shout out to our official telco partner in Smart. Smart, the official telco partner of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. And again, I just would like to remind everyone that you can be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. Say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with the Smart prepaid eSIM, now available for digital delivery through the Smart online store for only 99 pesos.
Yeah, and with that said and done, we're jumping into the draft for Series 6 of Game 1.
No Sympathy versus SRP. No Sympathy will be on the purple side. And Okay. So no more 100% win rateization, but we are still seeing lots of respect being gifted over to it. And I believe there are, one team that lost with the Zacian pick was it Secret Rare Pearl? I think it was them, right?
It's something I can recall exactly, but we saw it a while ago. I believe it was the Zoroark.
Zoroark Coffee.
Yes, that was able to really beat them down. But Zacian Mew removed, Inteleon prioritized by No Sympathy.
Hoopa Mimikyu open for the taking, but the Blastoise will be prioritized here by SRP alongside the Hoopa for sure.
Yeah, Hoopa, Blastoise, a very good first couple of picks here by SRP. And No Sympathy could now pick up the Slowbro or either the Mimikyu as well. These two Pokemon could definitely work when it comes to that frontline advantage. And Lapras, in addition as well, could really just give you a very, very sustainable frontline.
Yeah, now you have a very clear top side battle, right? It's always going to be the Lapras versus the Blastoise.
Yeah.
And then you have the Clefable there to support. Clefable, we've seen a lot of invades from the Clefable as well today, right?
Clefable, Blissey, Umbreon. I'm loving this. They pick up the Leafeon as well. These two Pokemon can never be detached.
Okay. Yeah, well now with Mew out of the picture, Mew cannot join them.
Yeah.
You can actually go for anything right
Glaceon.
now.
Glaceon's a bit too much, but it could still work. If they want a glass cannon composition, they could still
Cramorant would work. Cramorant would work. What else could work? Chandelure could work, right?
Slowbro. They need another frontliner. Well, rather they have the
They do
Umbreon
have
already.
2 defenders already, right?
Oh yeah. It makes more sense. Yeah, you've mentioned
need
it.
more
You called
damage.
it. So Glaceon could work if they want that triple EVs.
Glaceon.
Definitely really strong when it comes to level 4. So a lot of expectations on that invades or double central.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this lineup by No Sympathy is very tanky, right? Like they do have the Trevenant, the Venusaur, and plus the Lapras, but the damage quite lacking.
Yeah, I feel like Venusaur is going for the Solar Beam though. I think that will be...
with everything that we've seen so far, I think it will still be the
Petal Dance Giga Drain. Very interesting because as you have mentioned, right? And I definitely do agree with your statement there that No Sympathy is lacking when it comes to damage. And we all know Inteleon is very phenomenal when it comes to that damage aspect of poking from long range distance or going all in with either Liquidation or the Snipe Shot. But I think Venusaur really needs to put up the Solar Beam.
Yeah, we'll see though. Again, because what I'm seeing right now, no sympathy. They won't mind all the potential bursts coming in from Secret Rare Pearl. They will be winning through infinite amount of sustains. Right? And no sympathy right now with the amount of HP that their frontline has. They're daring all the damage dealers from the other side to just come and burst them. And yeah, with the Clefable, again, one of the, I would say, more consistent supports that we have when it comes to sustain. I feel that their gameplay will revolve around damage on one side, tankiness on the one side. So it's going to be the spear versus shield analogy once again.
Oh yeah. We'll see if that spear could really penetrate the armors
Shields,
here
exactly.
of the shields, or if the shield could really just push back.
Bash in, you're right.
Yeah. So we'll see. Because the thing is, these two drafts are hugely different when it comes to each other. There's a huge disparity among them, and it will boil down into the execution, how they will perform with this type of composition that they have. Because we've seen the Protect the King composition work out really well a while ago with the same Pokemon having the Venusaur, having the likes of Lapras and Blastoise, or even a Slowbro as well. But the question is, can No Sympathy make it work?
Yeah, No Sympathy has been an eye-opener of a team. Like, every time that they play, it's almost always going to be very exciting. And for Secret Rare Pearl, though, I mean, their sister team did not, I would say, did not win the previous game. Yeah. SR Diamond fell to the hands of Night Fox, but they will still be part of the playoffs, though, which is the more important thing, right?
Oh yeah, being the part of the top 6 here in the Philippines Open has a huge amount of importance. For every single one of these teams, if they want to represent the Philippines in the international stage in Bangkok, Thailand. But thus far, this is already expected, right? A little bit of points being put down into the goal. This is one of
lots of shards.
The play style of the Eastern regions.
Yeah, but this is almost always a certainty that the orange buff will be handed over to the Hoopa just for that extra slow prowess, right? Like, how many times have we seen that happen? And how many times have we seen a Hoopa win the lane by himself? So far, though, No Sympathy doing a very good job in controlling the early game. They are in the lead 8 points.
They definitely are. A very minute advantage, but still
is an advantage overall,
Still is an advantage, as you've mentioned. And at this point in time, I think the important thing that we have to take note of, the level 5s, the level 7s
EVs
coming in, the EVs as well, having the second move upgraded already.
And also, one wild Pokemon away from evolving to War Turtle is the Squirtle. And how many times have we seen the Clefable just get himself in the position to get more points for No Sympathy? It's not often that you see that interaction, but it's happening over and over again. And there's a massive slump down here on the bottom lane, and SRP all of a sudden are in the lead.
Yeah, they are definitely in the lead. We're able to capitalize on the points they have. Solar Blade is there, securing a little bit more points that they want.
Yeah. Now the 1v1 happens on the top side. War Turtle versus Lapras. Of course, advantage to the Lapras, at least for the first few minutes. But once the Blastoise evolution comes up, then it becomes an even playing field. Now, 25 seconds before the objectives spawn up, and the Venusaur is still rotating and still clearing some wild Pokemons here in the central area. Meanwhile, the pokes here and there coming in from SRP. No commitment as of yet.
Yeah, and this is a good deny coming in from Lapras, right? Because the thing is, we've always stated this, that Squirtle, War Turtle really needs to reach at level 7 as soon as possible for that evolution. And this is a huge stat boost for the Blastoise, and now that he's able to reach that point, he's able to be on par with the likes of Lapras. Now the Unite move already casted by Glaceon. Will not be able to reach down though.
Yeah, the passive! It was just because of the passive of the Lapras that he survived that one out, and Inteleon gets the buff here in the bottom area. No Sympathy.
Leaf Blade, Solar Blade coming from Leafeon will be able to deal a lot of damage coming from the backside. Coming from Leafeon, Venusaur already falls down. Leaf Blade comes back in. Solar Blade pushes back the HP of Inteleon, and now the or the Wood Hammer coming in from Trevenant gets a little bit more stun through up against Secret Rare Pearl that pushes them back to retreat.
good defense from SRP, but No Sympathy will have 90 seconds of that Reggie buff to join them right now. And can I just say that this Glaceon hasn't found a knockdown yet. Right? The closest that he had been, or the closest that he was to a knockout was against the Lapras, but again, the passive of Lapras allowed for him to survive one more time. Now, the advantage is to SRP. Early stages into the game.
Umbreon going to be onto the front lines. Leafeon followed through. Solar Blade into the backside. Just goes in for a little bit more damage, but resets with a Hyperspace Hole. That's just pretty much it. The prowess of Hoopa.
Very slow. Oh!
Hydro Typhoon goes for the knockup onto Lapras, but the thing is, it's a little bit too late. No Somebody secured the Regieleki already. Leafeon into the backside won't be able to secure the knockout that he wants. Blastoise being the target here, but Inteleon will go for the eject button to get that distance through, and Secret Rare Pearl will lose Blastoise in the process.
And again, No Sympathy will just push them down, right? Like, with all the sustain that they have, Inteleon still here. They want the touchdown to happen. Can they do it?
Could definitely be Regieleki. So close yet so far. Glaceon already down 1 HP. Regieleki will secure that knockout. And now Leafeon and Blastoise will be the only ones left. Solar Blade and Host to deny the goal. And that will be Leafeon who gets knocked out by Venusaur.
And that's a 3 KO for the Venusaur. And this is what we were talking about, right? They will be able to out-sustain all the damage coming in from Secret Rare Pearl. The analogy of Spear versus Shield. Shield gets round number 1 of the clash.
Yeah, they get round number 1. Question is, can Secret Rare Pearl answer back? We'll see, as right now it's a 40-point lead by No Sympathy.
Yeah, now trying to basically escape against 3 Pokemons on the top side, but that's a lot of space created for the bottom area, and so now No Sympathy will be able to secure another Regibuff for themselves. That's a Registeel.
Unite move already. Registeel being secured by No Sympathy. Now Glaceon hopes to get in with a Unite move. But is that enough? Hoopa with a Unite move as well. Not going to be enough damage. Leaf Blade into the backside with a Solar Blade. Targets onto Inteleon, but it's just too far back. And now with a Wood Hammer, knocks back onto Leafeon. He goes down. Blastoise goes through with a Unite move. Hydro Typhoon knocks up onto everyone. Umbreon comes to fray, but that's just too overpowered. No Sympathy won that fight alone.
It still is not possible for SRP to push down this bottom area just because of the tankiness that the No Sympathy team lineup has right now. You look at the Lapras, still very much okay. Did he ever go down? I don't think so, right?
Not yet.
He's been present. His uptime is 100% so far, and we are at the 3-minute mark. The Umbreon being spotted here, but no harm, no foul as of yet.
Yeah, very minute sidesteps, but he was able to dodge the Wood Hammer. And right now, they're pretty even. 1 point difference here. No Sympathy targets onto Regieleki. Blastoise is just waiting over the corner here. Has information over the Regieleki. As Venusaur will secure the objective. And Secret Rare Pearl secure the bottom pat here. See how they would perform, because thus far, there's just a lot of stalemates from both paths.
They're sending 5 people on towards the bottom area for sure. They want to push. They want to put in some points here, but the defense from SRP
could go through into the bottom pat as soon as possible. Blastoise left on his lonesome to defend Regieleki. Secret Rare Pearl, though, will be able to defend bottom pat, so no goals secured by No Sympathy.
And if in case that they need the Blastoise assistance, he can just get called in with the Rings Unbound available still to be called. And there you go. There you have it. Regieleki goes down. Now we are entering the winning time. No one knows who's in the lead for sure. And so this will be very intense.
Yeah, it's pretty much even. As you have mentioned, no one knows who is on the lead at the moment. And as a notification has stated, it's a close battle here.
Yep.
So it's both these teams who really wants to go for the Rayquaza. That will be the winning moment. That will be their winning key.
And it's now being started right now by the team that has the Inteleon. Lots of tankiness in the front line. Look at the Blastoise though. He could flank at any given moment.
It could definitely be. Goes for the dunk instead. That's a huge priority for them. Because if they get that 50 points dunked in, that will be 100 points. An advantage for Secret Rare Pearl.
That's 100 points!
And yeah, there's no opportunity for them to go back as soon as possible. 100 points secured already. And now that's a signal for no sympathy to start up the Rayquaza. But Secret Rare Pearl is there to contest. Blastoise already used
Brings
the
them
Hydro
down.
Typhoon into the front lines. It's a 1-for-2 knock up. Knocked out. Trade already. And no sympathy is still going into this fight. Going into the bottom pad. Venusaur a lot of sustain. But Secret Rare Pearl and even no
Tightened.
sympathy. 2 members left from both sides.
And they know that they're at the advantage. Secret Rare Pearl just chases them away. Make sure that this Rayquaza goes
Venusaur.
untouched.
Level 1 HP, the Giga Drain almost clutched up. Blastoise goes for the chase. And
That's
Venusaur
fine,
is
that's
very
fine.
down low already. Umbreon going in through as well. Comes to Frey.
Yeah.
But 30 seconds left. There's no more opportunity for them to go in for the Rayquaza.
Exactly. And they don't need to take him down. They just need to slow down the progress of No Sympathy. This Rayquaza, though, being started already half health.
Secret Rare Pearl there to contest. Hoopa goes in with a Hyperspace Hole as well. Rayquaza almost down. Secret Rare
10
Pearl.
seconds left.
How will you deny it? Glaceon will steal it away. No Sympathy will lose the Rayquaza. This is what they need. But Secret Rare Pearls just secured the win.
Yeah, and one more dunk for the fans. Not going to be enough still, though. Wait, that's a hoop on the other side, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
That
That should still be a win for SRP for sure.
Yeah.
And again, I believe the play of the day or play of the game for that game number 1 was the Blastoise sneaking in. 100%.
waiting into the top pad, just waiting
Yeah.
on the brushes. So at any moment, they could go in for the flank or could
Yeah.
go in for the points.
Exactly.
But opt to go for the latter, and that was just a massive, massive advantage.
It was Maddie. It was Maddie's responsibility to make sure that that doesn't happen, right? Because he was supposed to check the Blastoise, and the Blastoise again was able to sneak in.
Yeah.
How big as he was, right? Like he's a very big Pokemon. He was undetected. He was stealthing for the entire time.
Ice in
And
the shell, just walking bit by
Don't
bit.
mind me. Don't mind me. I'm just doing my thing. In Cal L again, MVP just from that play alone.
Yeah, I mean, with just that dunk onto the top pad, he was able
Yeah.
to garner 178 points for the team.
Exactly. Which was very much needed here by SRP. Secret Rare Pearl with the advantage, and 1-0 is our scoreline. Match point for them. Can they do it? Can they do a 2-0 Infinity? Because it feels like that if Infinity is here, we're going the distance almost always.
Game 3? Maybe. I mean, there's still an opportunity for them to make it back. But reality is, there's just a lot of opportunities with the Switch in size that it could go anywhere. Like, their draft could definitely change and could adapt into those situations. And I believe it could be No Sympathy who's able to, if they're able to adapt, they could bring it to Game 3.
For sure, right? Like the Leafeon's win rate has skyrocketed all throughout the day, right? What was their win rate yesterday? I believe
25%. It was a bit low, but this time around it became a lot higher.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Because teams has figured out that it's the Solar Blade way to do it, right? Like again, the Solar Blade allows for you to have a good amount of damage. A very reliable damage that you don't really have to be up close and personal. That's the thing, right? Like, being able to send out your damage from a very safe distance is the key to success of Leafeon. That it doesn't matter if he has a very beefy front line, right? Just as long as he can maneuver in and out with the Solar Blade, the damage is enough for you to respect the pick. And again, this day has revolved around the prevalence of all the spoke champions, right? The burst coming in from the Leafeon, it doesn't matter if the Mew isn't there. Glaceon is actually enough as well.
Yeah, Glaceon is enough. You all know the possibility of Glaceon coming into those team fights as well, especially with the availability of the Unite move and also move 2 going into those fights. A lot more Ice Shards could be met against the opposition there. And I think this will not be removed throughout the metas here in the Philippines Open at the very least when it comes to these EVs, the Umbreons, the Leafeons, the Glaceons. It's a huge chunk of advantage coming into the early game, especially considering that you have a lot of these speedsters that needs to ramp up to level 5, ramp up to level 7.
Agree. The speedsters are the direct counters to the EVs for sure, right? Because of how squishy they are in their nature. if we ever see an Absol, oh, that will be an absolute feast for the Absol. But it's very risky to put that in play for sure. And so now Secret Rare Pearl with the match point advantage will be going to be on the purple side. 1-0. What will be the bans here?
That's the question. Because from what we've seen a while ago, it was the Zacian, right? It was the Zacian along with another, and now
along with the Hoopa, along with the Mew actually.
Yeah,
it was the Mew and the Zacian on the other side. Now, what could be let through here? The question is, will it be Zacian or will it be Mew?
Oh, I love this.
It will be the Hoopa. It will be the Mew auto pick for sure for SRP.
Yeah, you called it, right? Mew could be prioritized here by SRP coming into their very first pick. As for No Sympathy, they could now answer with a Clefable and even a Slowbro. We've seen this coming into the red side, or orange side rather, often enough into these drafts that, you know what, we have that priority onto that sustainability and one of the frontliners that's really
Just go
strong.
for the Clefable, right? Like, it allows for you to play the play that they went for earlier, which is to ultimately sustain all team fights. Oh, they're going for the 2-for-2 Aqua Pokemon special, which is quite surprising because oftentimes you see the Lapras not paired with the Blastoise, but paired against the Blastoise.
Yeah, and thus far, picking up these two Pokemon, it's not exactly something that we aren't a fan of, right? It's really, really good because it's a frontliner coming in to both these sides, and you have so much sustain already into those frontliners.
Right.
But for SRP, they're double downing. They picked up the Clefable as it's left open, and Umbreon to follow through.
Which opens up a Leafeon moment once again for SRP. A Leafeon, Mew, and Umbreon
Offer no sympathy.
is nah, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I really think that it will be SRP taking away this Leafeon here.
They could definitely.
There are two Laprases though.
Lapras,
Okay,
Leafeon,
it will
as
be the
we
Leafeon.
expected. They could also get the Glaceon. They need one more damage, and Zoroark has worked in the past. Could still work in this game.
I feel that they already have enough damage with the Mew and
Leafeon, right?
I feel that Zoroark is, I would say, an overstep. Oh, Charizard!
This is a very, very glass cannon composition for the side of SRP, and I think that will either be something that they could have that massive advantage early on to the matchup with a lot of damage in mid-game, or could bite them in the back.
Meanwhile, Charizard getting picked up here makes it so that we will have a very interesting game in our midst.
Yeah,
right?
It
will be the second time that the Charizard gets picked into the tournament. And Charizard also received a buff again because you can reach the Charizard at level 7. Similar to same can be said for the Blastoise, right?
Yeah, 100%. And I think that reaches a point where Charizard will be a much more favorable Pokemon when it comes to those mid-game fights, wherein it could reach that final evolution as soon as possible. But once again, No Sympathy opts to go in for a bit more to protect the King composition, right? They protect the King strategy, wherein Inteleon will be their main damage dealer. Charizard will be a bit more bruiser type, right? Be a damage dealer and the frontline, but overall, this is really, really good coming in.
Charizard is one of the all-rounders that has been favored to do more DPS than the most, right? All-rounder carry, I guess, is what you want to say. When you're trying to describe Charizard's playstyle, Charizard can actually carry you damage-wise, especially when you get to invest your Unite move. His damage just goes through the roof, and not to mention that you also are able to fly across walls. It will be very interesting to see as to how this Charizard will be played, because normally, you control the Charizard, you control the game.
Yeah, let's see if that can be capitalized this time by No Sympathy, as we have...
So what will be the laning? It will be the Charizard Central Mon.
Charizard into the center, Swirtle into the bottom path, Inteleon as well alongside with it. So this is a bit more traditional, right? We're going back into the Lapras along with the supporter onto the top pad, and right now we also have Squirtle and Inteleon into the bottom. So pretty much standard.
Yeah, super standard. And so far, first dunk goes over to Secret Rare Pearl actually. It was on the bottom lane. Or it was on the top lane, in fact. And again, very, I would say, standard early stages. Looks like that we already have the evolution to Leafeon, level 4 immediately Who's the... Okay, so it was the Zoroark that was the central mod for SRP.
Already one of the expectations, right? Because Zoroark is a speedster, very fast clear. He needs those experience as soon as possible and just clear out the forest as soon as possible as well.
And he's already level 5, which means that he's already evolved. And he can do wonders. If you overextend against the Zoroark, especially here in the bot area, you can just get chased. To chase down potential of Zoroark is one of the reasons why it gets prioritized every now and then. Now, no KOs as of yet, and it's actually good for the Charizard if you think about it, because the Charizard wants to go level 7. Wait, hang on, hold that thought.
We'll see a Lapras now being pinned out, but there's just no suppression that could pin out the Lapras from that fight, so it's just an easy, quick dunk coming from Lapras on top path.
Okay. 13 to 12, 8 minutes into the game, and we know for a fact that the center birds will be the next attraction here. Meanwhile, 1 minute before the next objective spawns up, and again, no harm, no foul for the first few minutes of this game. Zoroark finally
catches up. That's a Night Slash coming through. So much damage into the bottom.
Wait, he's a Squirtle.
And now Skull Bash onto Umbreon. But there's just no escape here. The power that No Somebody had able to obtain coming into that early game was not sufficient enough. And now Zoroark has just so much damage coming through. Mean look onto Charizard to pin him down. No chase potential. They just got so much value.
There's a very big advantage on towards SRP's bottom lane, because you look at the Squirtle. He just turned level 5, and that was capitalized by the Zoroark. And you see the points being dunked right now by SRP. Looks like that we are starting to have a clear-cut advantage to SRP's side, which is kind of expected, right? Because you drafted a Squirtle, you drafted a Charizard on the same team. And you need level 7 for both of them to at least be relevant.
Yeah, definitely is right now. Regice being started up with these teams, but doesn't want to go for an all-in. It's really, really risky at this point in time. Yeah, the Solar Beam though, Charizard's HP is down low.
Oh, Regice open for the taking. They're trying to just, do the dance. And the Squirtle, the Water Turtle is not yet level 7.
Goes into the backside, so much damage. Everyone was caught up with a Zoroark, and that will be Water Turtle knocked out.
Again, the level disadvantage is proving to be the difference maker here. Zoroark trying to burst Regice, and they will be successful in doing so. And finally, the Unite move coming into Charizard.
But this is a 4v1, 5v1, make it. Charizard just has no escape there.
Yeah. And again, the advantage continues for SRP. Secret Rare Pearl over and over again, finding all the KOs. Lots of points available for the taking as well. Oh no, the buffs being stolen one by one as well by Prios.
A feint attack along with a Shadow Claw as well. Massive amounts of damage right now for Zoroark. Already at level 10, surpassing every single one.
Exactly. The power of the early game.
Lapras just got almost deleted.
Thanks to the passive, he survived. On the top side, though, the Regieleki is open for the taking, and so now every member from No Sympathy is almost here, except for the Water Turtle.
This he just gave an egg to Lapras, so a lot of sustain there.
Yeah, take this.
And now Lapras is just there to go in to zone them away, but Clefable secures the Regieleki. That will be Secret Rare Pearl, who gets the objective.
That's super sad if you're No Sympathy. That was your way to come back into this game. And slowly, Secret...
Zoroark once again comes in. Nice Slash along with a feint attack. There's just no escaping the detriment that the Zoroark brings into those team fights. So much adversity. And now Secret Rare Pearl gets so much points with a 170-point lead.
The Glass Cannon composition doing wonders for SRP. And just evolved Water Turtle, or just evolved Blastoise, just got erased once again. The advantage is so massive right now, and I feel that No Sympathy also knows that Secret Rare Pearl is at the advantage. 12 seconds before the next buff spawns up. And if you're a Satoru, there's actually a way for them to turn around team fights, but he needs the Unite move for sure.
Yeah, and that's the difficult part about being the dependency when it comes to those team fights alone. If Blastoise would only depend on the Unite move to be able to win those team fights, there's only such a little opportunity for that to be able to secure it. And just look at the Solar Blade with a Leaf Blade. Unite move coming from Leaf Yonta leads every single one. And that was just the erase that Secret Rare Pearl wants. But Inteleon with a Snipe Shot was able to get that knockout though. Umbreon coming into the backside. Mean look onto Blastoise. Pins him down. But that will be no trade by SRP.
Signs of life though for No Sympathy. They were able to take down the goal on the top side. And you are now feeling the damage coming in from the Inteleon. Level 12 already here, Infinity. So he's basically the focal point of the offense. However, as good as he has been, he's super squishy. And, you know, the Zoro art can just target him over and over again.
Yeah, and now Regieleki is being targeted by No Sympathy. They really want this. They need this. They got it.
The buff joining No Sympathy. And there's no trade whatsoever for SRP unless they elect to go for the Regieleki. The advantage is still on SRP's side, and there will be a notification that the left side has a huge lead. There you go. Yeah. Which means that SRP can just, you know, play it slow, play it methodical. They just have to deny the Rayquaza buff, and that should still net them a win. But with the way things are progressing, No Sympathy is not going down quietly here, Infinity, and you know, with the Unite moves available to both the Charizard and the Blastoise, if there will ever be a clash, the Zoroark might just disappear.
Yeah, and I think Charizard at this point has to target Zoroark with that ultimate, with that Unite move rather. Because that's the point where in Secret Rare Pearl is hugely depending on when it comes to the damage and also just bursting their backline. So huge importance, a huge look onto the Unite move of Charizard later on, especially coming down at 15 seconds before the Rayquaza comes
And
up.
SRP is really playing it so safe right now, Infinity. They did not want to finish off the Regieleki. They're respecting the all-in potential coming in from No Sympathy. And so finally, the Rayquaza is alive for the taking. Oh no. Alright, SRP, how are you going to play this out? You look at the position of Zoroark on the top side. Meanwhile, Umbreon by himself.
Yeah, you called it, right? I think I'm loving this Umbreon position. Because the thing is, No Sympathy, as far as we have seen for the longest time, these delayed engages, a lot of these Pokemon wants to go in for the dunk, especially considering they have a lot of stacked up. 50 points for some of them for No Sympathy, and they could change things around. But with Umbreon's position into the bottom tier 1, this denies them of that opportunity.
Now they're starting the Rayquaza half health on the Ray buff.
Half HP already. Umbreon into the front lines. Knocks up, coming in from the Rayquaza. And right now, they have to force up the Azure Spy Vision. They need that information. Rayquaza still being continued by No Sympathy. Hydro Typhoon is there. And now No Sympathy secures the Rayquaza. And that could change things around here. Secret Rare Pearl already lose 2 of their members. And now No Sympathy is on the race there for the tier 2 on the top path. They need a lot of points.
I think they can do it. Infinity, No Sympathy might just be able to slam more
Charizard
points here.
still has Rayquaza buff.
23.
Will be able to go through, and that will be 23 points advantage. But Secret Rare Pearl also has a tier 2 into the bottom pan, wherein No Sympathy is going in for the defense here. So a very, very good position coming in from No Sympathy to deny the win from SRP.
Oh, Infinity, it looks like we will have another game number 3. Desperately, Secret Rare Pearl moves as a unit, but they're denying. They think that they're still in the lead. Well, in fact, it was No Sympathy. After securing 2 consecutive goals, they're now in the lead. And this Charizard is going to press further. Zoroark
could go in for the dunk, but the thing is, Charizard could go in for the dunk as well. They were able to go in, so No Sympathy will win it.
Oh no. Okay, never mind. That could have been the that could have been the win though. That could have been the win for the Zoroark.
It could have.
Again with the low points. It was a fast goal, right?
Yeah. 17 points times 2, it's 34 points overall. But the thing is, it was Charizard who got the Rayquaza buff steal. No one denied it from them, so they were able to secure 100 points more, and that will be the win for the opposite side.
It was super close though, and again, this is the thing about the speedsters, right? They can find angles in where It could have been the game-winning shot, though, for sure.
They could.
So exciting. Well, we're going to enter game number 3 here, Infinity.
Woo.
To the delight of our viewers, for sure.
4 game 3 series that we have for today. I love it.
Yeah.
I love the enthusiasm, but absolutely. I mean, that performance, that Rayquaza, this is what we have emphasized even yesterday, that Rayquaza could definitely change pretty much everything in a game.
And it's not often that we see a Rayquaza just get secured by a team that started it. Credits go to Raijin. Raijin on the Inteleon. He was the one who secured it for their team. Yeah. He was the one who sniped it using the snipe shot. And although it was Raijin that got the Ray buff for themselves, it was the Charizard.
It was.
I believe that the Charizard was able to already slump that he was already able to get in 100 points early, right? And so that was a back-to-back 100 points finish for him.
Yes.
Wow.
A dunk into the tier 2, broken it down, dunk into the final goal.
Yeah,
the
he farmed more points and then decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to take the matter into my own hands.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish this game
and win this game for our squad. But yeah, that was super close, though.
It was.
It was super close.
Amazing to watch, absolutely. I mean, the performance coming from both these teams are pretty much on an even level playing field. And coming into this game 3, it will be the decider. It will be the final decision on who will go through, proceeding into more of the upper bracket this time around, and who will be the team that will be brought down into the lower bracket.
This is another game number 3 in our midst, and this is the best way to go out with a bang here. And again, what is at stake here is the positional placements, right? Heading into the playoffs, you know, having a favorable matchup for next week is going to be very pivotal, because we all know that next week we are going to invite in once again the top 2 teams that has been direct invited, right? Exactly. The Talon Esports and Elevate Esports. They've been like, you know, they're like us. They're watching. They're waiting for their moment to play.
They're reading these teams now. How can we perform up against the current teams that we have that had been qualified for the playoffs? How can we prepare? Because the thing is, looking at the draft here, these teams, these invited teams, could now look into these prior games, could look into day 1, day 2 of the Philippines Open, and already draft up and write up what could be the possible counters.
For sure. That's or they can just feel confident about their play
and just play, go with the flow.
Just knowing the play style of Talon Esports and Elevate Esports, expect, you know, a lot of Zacians as well.
A lot of power.
if the Zacian will be let through, you know, with the powerhouse teams that we have. But we're also witnessing the powerhouse teams, because outside of those two, we're already witnessing the top teams here in the Philippines.
Yeah, 100%, right? I think these are the possible things that we have to look at, especially coming into game number 3 when it comes to what are the Pokemons, what are the expectations here, what are the draft look like, and how will the ban change?
Yeah. No Sympathy that was doing everything correctly, right? Like, for the first 9 minutes of that game, I felt that, you know, No Sympathy had everything under control. But then again, the X factor, the Rayquaza
that changed it all. There's so much times that today happened wherein you had the Rayquaza steal, the Rayquaza change up that really just put away to one side to another when it comes to favorability. And this time around, coming into game 3, Hoopa and Zacian already removed.
It will be an open Mew for the taking for the purple side for sure, and that's been the trend, right? Like if Mew is open, Mew will get first prio here, and then followed through by a potential Clefable.
Lapras, Blastoise, Slowbro, Umbreon. There's just a lot of selection here for Secret Rare
Slowbro
Pearl.
has seen less and less relevance nowadays.
Yeah, definitely is. That's the interesting point, right? Because Slowbro has so much possibility of denying these big ultimates, big Unite moves. So it will be interesting how these drafts occur. But as we have stated already, Clefable and Lapras already expected.
Yeah. That will be the duo to make sure that their top side cannot get bullied that easily, because oftentimes, Lapras on the top side will be advantageous in the first few minutes of the game. Now, Blastoise will be the response here. And instead of going for the Umbreon, they went for the Glaceon.
We have the same question, right? Why is it Glaceon? They could have went for Umbreon instead.
Yeah.
Because now it will leave the Umbreon-Leafeon combo for the side of
The
SRP.
other side. Yep. Well, we'll see. They need damage, and that they have right now. They can still go for the slow bro. This is actually one of the perfect opportunity to go for the slow bro, because the other side does have the mean look. Oh, but they want
Trevenant.
more tankiness. They want more frontline. And by going for the Trevenant, Trevenant really provides a lot of AoEs. And so now Secret Rare Pearl might just have solved the problem here in our last game here, Infinity, because you're looking at the Leafeon plus Inteleon.
We are, and that is going to be a very, very scary draft here by SRP. They have the Leafeon, they have the Inteleon, they have the Lapras and Umbreon for the front lines, Clefable for more sustainability, and no Sympathy. Yes, they have the dependency of a balanced composition, but overall, SRP could have so much aggression when it comes to the early game and have so much prowess when it comes to the late game as well.
Yeah, that's the balance of their composition overall. I think Inteleon will go over to the bottom area, and their central area will be their Leafeon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Glaceon might just be the Forester, right? He might just be the central mon for no sympathy.
Could be. And now Mew, and you have Blastoise, especially Blastoise going on top. Mew, Blissey.
It's always a Lapras versus Blastoise on the top side.
100%. Blissey also following towards the top side. We have Trevenant. From time to time, we've seen it often go in for the invade. That small invades occur. So this could definitely still change it up for the side of No Sympathy.
Yeah, but it's not that easy to invade against the EVs though. Because once they reach level 4, they can just go for the punish right away. Unlike other Pokemons that needs level 5, all these EV evolutions, as you said, they just need level 4.
Yeah. And that is something that the opposition still has to be worried about. That's 100% something that we have to look at coming into game number 3, because we're only one game away for any of these two teams to be able to secure the win.
Last game of the day as well.
Yeah, last game. That's like no more additional
That's 100%.
game number 4.
That's 100% true. This is the last game of the day. And for Pokemon Unite fans, this is just for placements. We already have our top 6 teams. And again, they will be joining the top 2 teams next week. SRP though, and No Sympathy battling it out for placements. And again, this has been like our 3rd consecutive game number 3 so far here in Infinity.
Yes, indeed. And No Sympathy. This is just a little bit of a goal zone from both sides. Every single one who just wants to dunk their 5 points. Because the thing is, for the viewers watching at home, if you have 5 Eos energy points, there's no skills, there's no auto attacks that could potentially cancel it, especially if there's only one Pokemon going in for the defense.
I think there are some skills that can deny you to dunk 5 points.
I mean, in this early game. This early game.
Yeah, the early game.
Yeah, it's 100% going to just really dunk it out. So No Sympathy having 6 points, SRP having 4 points. Already to be expected, these minute dunks for extra XPs and pretty much points secured.
Exactly. Now level 4 is the Umbreon, which is the topic that we have had earlier, right? Like, instead of going for the Umbreon for No Sympathy, they went for the Glaceon priority, which I don't mind really, because again, we are talking about a Glaceon paired with a Mew, so there is a single target damage coming from the Glaceon, and there is still the massive AOE coming from the Mew.
And right now, a lot of utilizations when it comes to those XPs. Level 6 already secured by Leafeon. At this point in time, we're waiting for that level 5 for the side of No Sympathy, for the Trevenant, for the War Turtle, and also pretty much the Blissey as well to gain that upgraded skill, or move rather, from this matchup. Level 7 already for Leafeon though, so that's something of importance that we have to take note of, because the Unite, or the second skill move is already upgraded.
And similar to game number 2, Secret Rare Pearl has found themselves, an early advantage. Already 25 points to 6, and I guess this is already the first KO of the game. Not yet.
will be able to retreat, but a dunk will be traded out. So good values gotten by SRP. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
These minute clashes.
Yeah. Small skirmishes that adds up. Small advantages that basically brings the favor
Balloons.
into you.
Yeah.
And so now Secret Rare Pearl again just get some points in. 20 seconds before the first objective spawns up. And at least now we don't have a Charizard that we have to wait to level to 7 or a Blastoise to wait to level to 7 for no sympathy. Because that was a big problem for them in game number 2.
Exactly, right? The Charizard had a very hard time when it comes to dealing with those team fights because Charizard in a 1v1 definitely really strong, pretty much uncontested as well. But coming into those team fights, it had a much harder time.
And we are going to enter a very quick technical pause, ladies and gents. Soon as we are ready, we'll be right back into action. And of course, we would like to thank our official telco partner and Smart, the #1 mobile network here in the Philippines.
Yeah, very fast and very accessible for Pokemon fans out there. If you want to play Pokemon Unite, play with the best mobile network available in the Philippines.
And again, this is the battle to claim the top of Asia. Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 will be held next year. So what we are doing right now is to find who's going to be part of that prestige tournament that will be held.
Yes.
Yeah, that will be held in Bangkok, Thailand.
Gotta catch them all, as Ash has stated.
Sure. We're waiting for the game to come back on. And again, we are still witnessing no sympathy going against SRP or Secret Rare Pearl. One thing that I want to commend though is SRP's early game has been so clean. Right? Almost always they will be securing early game advantage. And although game number 2 went to the side of no sympathy, it was still clear that SRP had everything under control in the first few minutes of that game.
That's also one of the reflections that we had to take note of when it comes to their composition, because they really favor these EVs, these evolutions in the stadium. And once again, those EVs are pretty strong at level 4, and level 4 is easy to attain, especially in 40 seconds time. Coming into that central area, you're easily being able to reach that stage already for that evolution.
Yeah, and so now Regia is already open for the taking, contested.
Being started up, SRP wants this. Solar Blade will not connect, but Blissey will secure it, so no sympathy will have that objective for them. Umbreon taken down, as Glaceon has just so much Icicle Shards. Another one followed up. It's a triple KO by no sympathy.
And they're going for the overcap. Extra 20 here in the bottom lane. No sympathy has turned things around. The Spinaroonie Spin Toys will get a solo bolo on the top side.
30
Can
points.
he do it?
Oh! Follow me. It did not connect, and Blastoise is able to go in for that
Water
dunk.
spout.
And once again, another one. 5 points to secure it.
And he knows he's tanky enough to survive any all-ins coming in from the Clefable. Which means no sympathy all of a sudden has broken this game open in their favor.
Yeah, 111 points towards their advantage. Or well, a little under that, but pretty much, I'm pretty much bad at math. So you handle the math side of things.
Top side.
Yeah, top side. You have the Regieleki. This time around, it's both SRP and no sympathy who will be able to start us up.
Yeah, Regieleki open for the taking. And again,
shot.
Spin Toys though. Snipe shots coming in for the Inteleon, not reaching its priority targets as of now.
And now you have the Solar Beam as well. Inteleon almost secured. And now that is SRP who will get Regieleki.
Yeah, no sympathy. Not yet done. Goes for the chase. And Icicle Shards gets the mark. That will be the Lapras going down here. No sympathy. Although they lost that Regieleki on the top side, they will still be able to defend the tower on the top. But then again, SRP, this time it's the Inteleon is on their side, right? And the Inteleon Snipes has proven to be a very good objective securing tool. Now Spin Toys.
Spin Toys going into the back line. Solar Blade as well going in, but not enough. There's 9 points left to break loose the tier 1 on top path. And you also have Trevenant zoning away the opposition, but Secret Rare Pearl has won that fight, was able to go in for the defend. No sympathy. was caught up, and that will be Inteleon who finishes him through. Mew goes down.
Yep. But as long as the Glaceon is still alive, enough threat is there to dissuade Secret Rare Pearl's advancement on the top side. And so now no sympathy. They can just transition over to the objective here in the bottom area. And they're still in the lead here, Infinity.
They definitely are a massive lead, 120 points. Pretty much for No Sympathy this time around. And SRP has information.
Yeah.
No Sympathy starting to Regice. Umbreon going in into the backside. So much damage for the likes of Mew and Glaceon already. It will be No Sympathy who secures the Regice. No steal, as you mentioned. It's a double knockout as well. It's a 1-for-1 for both sides.
And again, as long as the Glaceon is alive, you cannot overchase.
Mew
Finally,
has
Mirage
to use up the Unite move to be able to survive that engage. And they will be able to go in for the recall.
Yep. Mystical Mirage coming in clutch, just saving the Mew. And in 5 seconds, Regieleki will spawn up here on the top side. And although No Sympathy is in the lead, Secret Rare Pearl is playing so aggressive that they need to really be careful. Again, how many times have we seen a steal coming from Inteleon? You're looking at their position right now. They are just close. They are in the proximity.
Yeah, half health already for Regieleki. And Clefable got information, but that's too late. And that will be SRP who loses Regieleki as No Sympathy secures
That was super close.
It is.
It was super close. Touchdown, 9 points, and this could be massive to the side of No Sympathy.
Umbreon stuck with a light screen along with the Electro Web coming from Regieleki. Regieleki still not being able to go in for the touchdown. Moonlight goes for a little bit more sustain.
There we go, finally.
And there we go. 9 points.
11 points over cap, actually.
11 points over cap for No Sympathy. Will be secured. A lot of advantage right now, especially considering that we are already at 2 minutes and 20 seconds in.
You know, the beauty there was No Sympathy just knows that Rayquaza is about to spawn up. And there was no need for them to invest their Unite moves right then and there. And so now, No Sympathy still has all the Unite moves needed if in case that SRP will try to burst down this Rayquaza buff. Oh man, 2 minutes in, winning time. Has to be careful though, because again, we've seen this multiple times. The, I would say, sneaky moves to slam dunk all those points. SRP has one target in mind. There still is a tier 1 tower on the top side, and No Sympathy is actually sending 2 people just to make sure that no one can be let through. Lapras on the top side though.
Yeah, just look at that. They really want that advantage,
exactly.
Right? But Blissey is here to be able to defend. And at this point in time, they just need to stack up onto those AO's energies. And Leafeon trying to sneak up onto the down pat, but Blastoise has information.
Yeah, he has 37 points. A lot easier to dunk that in. Although, even if he gets that in, it's not going to be enough. You look at the disparity. Ladies and gents, they basically need 40 points or more to get even. And so now we are down to our final minute of the game.
Yeah, and Secret Rare Pearl, if they don't do anything at this stage in the matchup, it will be No Sympathy who will win outright. Only 55 seconds left. Leafeon, as you have mentioned, going for the dunk. That will be 82 points. Not enough. Still 6 points deficit up against No Sympathy. Rayquaza now being started by Secret Rare Pearl. Hydro Typhoon, a double man knockup, hiding on the brush. And now they want this. They want this objective for themselves. It will be SRP who loses Rayquaza. No Sympathy secures it. And this will bring them into a massive advantage going in for those dunks. And that will be a win secured for them as Rayquaza changed things up.
That's GG, well played for sure. That's a lot of points to the table of No Sympathy. 100 points disparity. And SRP knows that they are at the disadvantage. Even Raijin has more points to slam down in. And for formality, No Sympathy takes game number 3.
As they showed prior to the day, they showed no mercy once again to SRP as they have won this series in the upper bracket.
Both the SR teams did not win their respective upper bracket matches, but that doesn't mean that they get eliminated from this tournament, right? They will still be part of the playoffs that will happen next week. It just so happened that No Sympathy and Night Fox, I believe, gets to have the top spots.
They definitely did. Both Secret Rare was brought down into the lower bracket. But overall, as you mentioned, they have already secured the playoffs position from here on out. As they are part of the top 6 that we have for the Philippines Open.
Truly. And again, what a play coming in from SR. Wait, no sympathy actually. No sympathy. What they did was to just snowball the game out of one mistake in the bottom area, right? Like they were able to get the advantage that they needed. It was humbled by God, by the way. He was untouched, and I don't think he ever... Was he ever taken down? I don't think so.
I don't think so as well. I think Glaceon Ultra out from that game was pretty much just unkillable. But with that said and done, we're done with the upper brackets. We're done for the series all throughout the day. We had 6 series overall and a lot of 3 games.
And so now that we are going to enter the final stages of the day, we just would love to, again, do a very quick recap of what transpired today. And we are going to, of course, visit the brackets as well. Heading into next week, wherein we will have the more exciting part of the tournament, which is the playoffs.
Yeah, it's really, really exciting because next week, we will now be having a look onto the deciding matches that we have to really have that top 2 finalists to represent the country in the international stage in Bangkok, Thailand.
And of course, we will be joined in by Talon Esports and
Talon Esports and also Elevate come through as the direct invite teams. But so far throughout the day here for the day 2 of the Open Qualifiers, very, very exciting stuff, right? We had a lot of new Pokemon come in. Dragonite, Charizard, Zoroark multiple times being selected.
Scyther.
Yeah, it was amazing.
What else? There was one more. I'm forgetting it right now. It's not just Zoroark.
It was a lot. It was a lot of Pokemon that we've watched out for the whole day. And you know what? It's a breath of fresh air.
Comfy.
Yes.
Remember the Comfy?
Comfy.
Yeah, Comfy.
Yes.
One way to at least get even against the I would say the threat of the Zacian is to go for a Comfy all-in funnel strategy as we look into the schedule of the matches. Again, SR, Diamond, Night Fox, No Sympathy won during the first half of the map, or first half of the day. And then for the second half, it will be SRP, Night Fox, and No Sympathy winning.
100%. And once again, Secret Rare Diamond, Night Fox. You also have No Sympathy, Secret Rare Pearl, who already have qualified for the playoffs. And you have so much teams now already secured onto the top spot.
Are you seeing this? Lassen Fox was actually able to
defeat SR Diamond. That was
looks like that the
so
Foxes are, coming in hot right now. Who won against Lassen Fox? Or SRP, okay. So there could be a potential rematch again. But I don't think they will have to play that one out. I feel that, we will have an entirely new bracket for next week. We're not going to show up the bracket for next week, but that's it. Envy.
Yeah, I love the day that we had. We had so much 3 games, we had so much series, and we have secured the 6 teams to go into the playoffs. And any last remarks before we end the show?
Yeah, a very explosive way to end day number 2. Lots of games and, very close games at that. Yesterday we saw very much, a lot of one-sided games. A lot of one-sided games, a lot of forfeits as well. But with you being here, it's always close.
it's always
dramatic.
So much games. But with that said and done, that will be the end for day 2 of the Open Qualifiers. 6 teams already secured the playoff spot. That said, goodbye, guys. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Infinity, and this is Autolus. See you guys next week during the playoffs.